point, his father tells the team to rest for a bit, because from now on he will handle this, asking if he thinks of himself as some kind of savior. The vampire gets ready to make his move. He scoffs that his arrival changes nothing. Once he defeats and absorbs him, he'll only become stronger. But Dongyuk simply assumes his fighting stance and blasts the vampire's jaw with a kick from below before he can even finish his sentence, which makes him reel in disbelief, shocked that a mere human's kick could pierce his body enhancement, a defense that can stop even bullets. The story begins on the day the world suddenly ended. A news reporter announced breaking news about the infected, and how soldiers suffered heavy losses against them. Famine and strikes wreaked havoc. Ominous omens appeared, but the final nail in humanity's coffin wasn't hammered in by humanity itself. The ones who brought about the end were game-like characters, monsters. What happened afterward was predictable. Just like in novels, metahumans with special abilities appeared. However, there was a key difference between fiction and reality. The metahumans weren't powerful enough to end the apocalypse. 3 days later, an apartment building stood tall amidst the destruction. Inside, the protagonist, Kim Jae-hyun, reached for a bag of chips. He munched on a chip and declared, "The world hasn't completely ended." Jae-hyun continued to eat and drink, maintaining a semblance of normalcy. He sighed, about to reveal a harsh truth. Despite his survival, he was alone in his apartment. He lamented being the only occupant of his 100-square-meter apartment. Jae-hyun reflected on the apartment his father had bought with a loan and his family's assets. He needed to live in the apartment for 2 years to receive tax benefits. That's why he'd been living there and had been locked in after the sudden apocalypse. He checked his phone, only to find a poor network connection. Jae-hyun sighed, phone in hand, as a monstrous roar, "Gee! Raish!" erupted nearby. Startled, he looked up in confusion. A calican flew towards his balcony. It crashed through his balcony window. Jae-hyun was shocked and terrified by the calican's sudden intrusion. The calican roared as it tried to enter the apartment. Jae-hyun screamed in terror, trying to protect himself. As he calmed down slightly, he realized something. A system message alerted him to an unauthorized entry. His ultimate shut-in house declaration skill activated, preventing entry without his permission. Gasping, he saw a system message confirming the activation of his ultimate shut-in house declaration passive skill. That's right, he understood. This ability was the reason for his survival. He tried to open the door, but couldn't. Frustrated, he kicked the door, but it didn't open. He continued to kick the door in frustration. 3 days after the apocalypse, he remained trapped in his apartment. He acknowledged his ability was keeping him safe, but at the cost of being trapped inside. Jae-hyun sat dejectedly, feeling the weight of his isolation. A system message reinforced that the ultimate shut-in could not leave the house. He sarcastically mocked the ultimate shut-in title, and lamented his inability to do anything about his situation. His expression changed as he considered a pressing issue. He realized his dwindling food supply was a major problem. His fridge had been without power since yesterday. He'd been surviving on leftovers, but they wouldn't last. Now he was down to his last few packets of ramen. A window pop-up appeared, grabbing his attention. He'd hunted a calican and gained experience, increasing his skill level. He stared in stunned disbelief at a system notification reporting a large increase in his skill. He went to the balcony to investigate. Goblins were scavenging the calican carcass. Jae-hyun wondered if he'd indirectly hunted the calican by it crashing into his apartment. More pop-ups appeared, stating he'd obtained a new skill and loot was being calculated. He reacted with surprise to a sudden noise. Goblins were acting strangely outside. They were fighting amongst themselves. The goblins continued to fight. Another pop-up appeared. Loot calculation is complete, and a large sum of money has been deposited into your wallet. He wondered, what is this about? He was surprised by a sudden change. Jae-hyun exclaimed in shock as the electricity came back on. As the power returned, he reacted with surprise as his ultimate shut-in skill reached level 3, activating the House Declaration passive ability. He gained the Dignity Preservation skill, restoring some of his apartment's functions. He realized the apartment's functions were being restored. Jae-hyun lit up, seeing the restoration. He rushed to test the restored functions. He turned on the faucet, confirming running water. He tested the stovetop, confirming it worked as well. Overjoyed, he realized everything was working again. He expressed his joy at the return of his apartment's functionality. He grabbed his cell phone, but the network was still down. He sighed, disappointed. He noticed something on the floor. It appeared to be a USB drive. Jaehyun sat at his computer to check its contents. He saw a picture of his mother holding him as a baby. Another picture showed him as a child holding his father's hand. A family photo, and then a birthday photo showed Jaehyun with his parents. He looked at the photos, lost in thought. He took a deep breath, determined. Jaehyun vowed to bring his family to his apartment no matter what. He stood firm in his resolve. As a new pop-up appeared, declaring he'd unlocked the store skill. He wondered about his new skill. The system prompted him to list his first item. Jaehyun checks out a new skill called Store within his ultimate shut-in interface. Intrigued, he wonders about its possibilities. He taps the store icon, eager to explore its functions. He sees his max-level shut-in's wallet connected to the store and is prompted to list an item. Realizing the connection, Jaehyun contemplates what to sell. He heads off to find something for the newly discovered store. As he attempts to leave his apartment, his ultimate shut-in skill prevents him. Sighing, he confirms that even with a slight skill level increase, he's still trapped inside. He understands he must find a way to kill monsters from inside his apartment. Remembering the calican incident, he realizes that hunting monsters increases his level and grants him new skills. Clutching his fist, Jaehyun realizes hunting monsters is his only way out. Motivated, he hopes to level up enough to gain a skill that allows him to leave. But how can he kill monsters while confined? He doubts he can rely on another calican crashing into his apartment. Observing the dead calican outside being scavenged by goblins, an idea sparks. He thinks he might be able to kill them from his balcony. Spotting a water bottle, he decides to test his theory. He prepares to throw the water bottle at the goblins below. The bottle goes hurtling from his balcony. Pleased, he realizes he can throw items outside. He reaches for a small dumbbell, considering his next move. He grabs the dumbbell, preparing to use it as a weapon. He readies himself to throw the dumbbell. The goblins, unaware of him, feast on the calican carcass, communicating with each other to take the rest to their camp. As they start moving, Jaehyun yells at the goblins not to leave, and prepares to throw the dumbbell with more force. He throws the dumbbell, hoping it hits. The dumbbell soars towards the goblins, grabbing their attention. He realizes he's out of ammo. Panicking, he realizes he only has one dumbbell left. He wonders what to do, lacking other suitable projectiles. Heavier items are out of the question. He isn't strong enough. He notices the goblins are making some noise. They roar and snarl, their leader stepping forward with a menacing growl, figuring out where the dumbbell came from. Overwhelmed by their numbers, Jaehyun looks distressed. More goblins gather below, screaming at him. They advance towards his building. He realizes something. They're close enough to hit. A new idea forms. He decides to open the store. With a tap, he opens his ultimate shut-in store. He taps the List IDM button. He selects the List Item option. Holding his last remaining dumbbell, he confirms he wants to list it. The dumbbell is listed in the store. A classic non-slip 3kg dumbbell appears for sale at $16,091. He notes the price is the same as before the apocalypse. He decides to purchase 2 more dumbbells. As he confirms his decision, the 2 newly purchased dumbbells begin to materialize inside his apartment. As a shimmering, digitally rendered dumbbell materializes, he gets excited. Thrilled, he celebrates his plan's success. He happily notes the dumbbells have a good weight to them. He prepares to throw one at high speed towards the goblins. It moves like a cannonball. The dumbbell hits a goblin directly in the head. A pop-up window states that Jaehyun gains experience and money for defeating a level 7 goblin. He celebrates with a yes. The goblins react angrily to the death of their companion. Another dumbbell falls from the sky, hurtling towards a goblin. It crushes into the ground as the goblins scatter in fear. Annoyed by the missed throw, Jaehyun expresses his frustration. Running low on dumbbells, he purchases 3 more sets. New dumbbells materialize in front of him. He continues his goblin bombardment. Another goblin is struck down. He levels up and gains a new skill. Jaehyun celebrates his level up and new skill. The new skill is storage. He immediately opens the storage interface. He chooses to place a dumbbell into storage. A confirmation message appears, and he confirms with a yes. The dumbbell disappears, stored in the alternate dimension. The stored dumbbell appears in his storage inventory. He decides to test summoning it. He selects yes to summon. A dumbbell materializes in his hand, pulled from storage. He realizes he can summon items anywhere. With a sinister grin, he prepares to unleash a barrage of dumbbells. Bright light becomes visible from his apartment. With a flick of his wrist, he opens the holographic storage interface. He summons a multitude of dumbbells from his storage. With each shout of summon dumbbell, more dumbbells materialize, filling the air with the glowing hexagonal weights. They begin to rain down on the unsuspecting goblins. A goblin cries out as a dumbbell falls towards him. Multiple goblins are defeated at once, providing Jaehyun with a large amount of EXP. A large sum of money is deposited into his wallet. Prompted to list more items, he eagerly agrees. Beaming, he enthusiastically shouts, "Why, yes." Kim Jae-hyun checks his ultimate shut-in store, stocked with dumbbells, ramen, water, rice, eggs, milk, seaweed, canola oil, and half-used ketchup. His ultimate shut-in's wallet has reached max level, holding 2,178,861. Having sold the goblin-slaying dumbbell and other necessities, he considers his next move. Checking his maxed-out ultimate shut-in's wallet, Jaehyun notices a missing one. His ultimate shut-in's wallet displays the max level balance of 2,178,861. Confused, he reacts to the missing one, wondering if his dignity preservation has a monetary cost. He realizes the discrepancy is due to his utility bills. Jaehyun deduces the missing one is for electricity, gas, and water, most likely from the refrigerator. Annoyed by the utility costs, he curses the goblins for forcing him to use so much electricity. Recalling his previous goblin hunt with dumbbells, he remembers the goblins abandoned their old home after the attack. He laments that he has only killed 2 goblins since their relocation. Desperate for more experience, Jaehyun searches for other creatures to hunt. His gaze falls upon the previously fallen calican's head on the ground. Finding no other huntable creatures nearby, he decides to find another way to gain experience. Hoping for a lucky encounter, he wishes for a dumb calican to fly by. As he speaks, his attention is caught by something in the distance. He spots something in the sky. A calican swoops down towards his apartment. Excited, he identifies the incoming creature as a calican. Believing his luck has turned, Jaehyun thanks God for the calican's arrival. He quickly attaches a mirror to a drying rack, using some cloth. Jaehyun positions the rigged drying rack, a cloth tied to one end, ready to spring the trap. As the calican gets closer, he attracts it by reflecting sunlight from the mirror. He tries to shift the glare towards the calican. The calican's eye focuses on the light. It starts flying towards his apartment. The calican screeches, preparing to attack. Jaehyun is excited. His plan worked. The calican continues moving towards his balcony. Confident, he declares it a done deal. He expects the calican to hit the barrier and fall to its death, just like the last one. He anticipates leveling up by killing the calican this way, but the bird stops right in front of the barrier, throwing a gust of wind at him. Confused and slightly injured, Jaehyun questions what just happened. He wonders what repelled the calican's attack. Peeking through his door, he's amazed to find the calican sitting above the balcony. It opens its mouth wide to attack him. Jaehyun is stunned by the calican's persistence. An alert appears. An unauthorized entity is attempting to enter. As the bird hits the barrier with its beak, the system forcefully repels the calican from the apartment. Worried, he hopes the calican won't break through the barrier. Determined to act, he opens his store. He checks his store inventory, looking for a solution. Jaehyun remembers that loot calculation only occurs if the corpse is nearby. Recalling past goblin hunts, he reflects on how survivors sometimes take corpses, preventing him from collecting loot. Goblins are shown carrying away the body of a fallen comrade, demonstrating how loot can be lost. He figures loot isn't calculated if the distance between him and the corpse exceeds a certain limit. He decides he can't let that happen. Jaehyun wonders if there's a way to kill the calican in one shot. He gets an idea: canola oil. He decides to purchase 10 bottles of canola oil. The system confirms the purchase. 10 bottles of canola oil appear next to him. He gathers the bottles and starts enacting his plan. Jae-yoon pours the canola oil into a pot and heats it on the stove. He soaks the drying rack cloth in the boiling canola oil. He pours the hot oil back into its container. He opens the store again. The system prompts him to list the boiling canola oil in his store. He pours the boiling hot canola oil onto the store interface. The system confirms that boiling hot canola oil has been listed. Jae-hyun grabs a lighter. He lights the oil-soaked drying rack, creating a makeshift torch. He holds his newly created flaming torch, ready to attack. He finds the calican still above the balcony. He begins to execute his plan. Jae-hyun uses his storage skill to summon canola oil. Canola oil pours from the storage skill onto the calican, surprising it. He moves to attack the oil-drenched, screaming calican. He yells, "Die," as he throws the torch. The calican catches fire. Engulfed in flames, it doesn't understand what happened. Jae-hyun grins. His plan is working. The burning calican falls from the balcony. Jae-hyun winces, absorbing the impact of the calican's fall. The burning calican continues to shriek in pain as it crashes to the ground. Its cries weaken as the flames consume it. He receives notifications. He defeated the calican, level 27, gained a massive amount of EXP, increased his skill level twice, and obtained a new skill. The system begins calculating the loot. Loot calculation complete. He receives 9,347,487 won. Astonished, he notes the reward is almost 10 million won. A notification appears. The requirements have been met. His house territory expands. Surprised, he reacts to a sudden noise. He is shocked by something he sees. Jae-hyun looks around with his newfound skill. Using this power for the first time surprises him. It also gives him a strong headache. His vision shifts to the interior of the expanded apartment. His vision moves further, down the hallway. The power allows him to sense and see other people in his apartment building. He realizes there are other people living in the building. He realizes they are his neighbors in the adjacent apartment. Read at azurascans.com for the fastest releases. Experiencing the power for the first time, Kim Jae-hyun wonders what is happening to him. He sees his neighbor's family huddled together, feeling the tremor in their new surroundings. As his ultimate shut-in skill deactivates and his eyes return to normal, he groans in surprise, experiencing a sudden influx of information. Reflecting on the recent events, Jae-hyun thinks about what he saw. A profile of Choi Hyung-jun, the husband and father, appears. A profile of Park Hyun, the wife and mother, is displayed. Profiles of their two daughters, Choi Naeon and Choi Se-yeon, are shown. Jae-hyun receives a system message notifying him of the potential new citizens. The system prompts him to grant citizenship to the Choi family. Jae-hyun paces as he considers the system prompt. He wonders what will happen if he refuses. The system warns that those not granted citizenship will be expelled from the house. A final confirmation prompt asks Jae-hyun if he is sure he wants to deny them citizenship. He sweats as he contemplates the dire consequences of expelling the family. Knowing they will be exposed to monsters outside, Jae-hyun grants citizenship to the Choi family. Choi Hyung-jun, Park Hyun, Choi Naeon, and Choi Se-yeon are officially granted citizenship. He anticipates new skills related to citizenship and decides to check. Jae-hyun unlocks the ultimate eyes skill, allowing him to see everything within his house. He searches his system for any other abilities related to his new citizens. He finds the citizenship management option within his ruler's declaration skill. Jae-hyun taps his finger on the holographic interface, having found the citizenship management option. He views the status of his citizens, including their levels and trust levels, and notes that he has the capacity for 600 people. Seeing the potential for 600 citizens, Jae-hyun is overwhelmed. He checks Choi Hyung-jun's details, noting his level, trust, and lack of awakened abilities. Jae-hyun realizes he can control the EXP and money distribution to his citizens. He contemplates how this control can make him stronger. Noticing the Give Quest option, he considers assigning tasks to Hyung-jun. A quest creation window appears, allowing him to customize the details. He decides to create a quest. Jae-hyun creates a goblin hunting quest with a time limit, a small EXP reward, and no penalty for failure. The system prompts him to confirm giving the quest. Considering the penalty for failure, Jaehyun edits the quest to include death as a consequence. The updated quest now shows death as the penalty for failing to hunt a goblin. He is asked again to confirm giving this deadly quest. Ultimately, he decides against it and cancels the quest. Jaehyun reflects on his power to control the lives of his citizens. Staring at a futuristic interface, he acknowledges his newfound ability. He contemplates his next course of action. Jaehyun decides to use his ultimate eye skill to observe the family. Using his new skill, he observes the Choi family within his expanded apartment. As his ultimate eyes activate, he exclaims, "I see everything." He observes the family huddled together, seemingly distressed. Park Hyewon asks her husband what they should do in their desperate situation. Choi Youngjun decides to go out and get water, despite his wife's concerns about the danger. Knowing the risks, Hyungjun believes they have no other choice and expresses doubt about finding any water. He is determined to try the convenience store, hoping its size means some supplies remain. Seoyeon complains of being thirsty, adding to the family's desperation. Hyungjun clenches his fists, promising his family he will bring something back. He reassures his wife and tells her to wait, while she watches him with a worried expression. Park Hyewon tearfully watches her husband getting ready to leave, filled with worry and fear. Jaehyun deactivates Ultimate Eyes, realizing the family's situation is worse than he thought. Troubled by the gravity of their situation, he opens a digital store interface. Wishing for more storage capacity, Jaehyun opens his skill window. The skill window displays his current skills and their levels. Seeing available points, he excitedly decides to upgrade his skills. The system prompts him to upgrade the store skill, and he agrees. He turns towards the glowing holographic system interface. Jaehyun upgrades his store skill to level 2, increasing its capacity to 20 items and adding a discount. The upgrade also applies a 10 discount on all items. He is pleased with the store upgrade and its benefits. He notes that he has 2 skill points remaining. Anticipating more citizens, Jaehyun decides to invest further in the store and dignity preservation skills. He upgrades his store skill to level 3, expanding its capacity and adding an item restoration function. He considers the new restoration function that can turn old items into new ones. Satisfied with the upgrade, he opens the store to purchase supplies. The level 3 store window appears. He decides to buy bottled water and tangerines for the family. Jaehyun also decides to upgrade his other skills. He considers upgrading dignity preservation to provide the family with utilities and potentially gain favors. He upgrades dignity preservation to level 2. The level 2 dignity preservation upgrade unlocks the ability to register vassals. He is curious about the new Vassal function and how it works. Choi Hyungjun prepares to leave, armed with a metal rod. Saying goodbye to his worried family, Hyungjun instructs them to protect the house while he is gone. He hugs his family, reassures them he will return, and asks them to protect the house in his absence. Nayeon and Seoyeon question their father about leaving, clearly frightened. Nayeon tearfully protests, worried about the monsters outside. She cries, terrified of the monsters her father might encounter. A flashback shows the girls innocently playing in a sandbox, highlighting the contrast to their current situation. Goblins appear, menacing and eager for a fight. Nayeon and Seoyeon react in terror as they hear something outside their new home. The 2 girls flee from the encroaching danger. Someone grabs hold of them as they are running. It's their parents, rushing them to safety. Troubled, Jaehyun processes a grim realization, his gaze downcast. Park Hyewon tells her daughters to stop crying. Facing the goblins, Hyungjun fears this might be the last time he sees his family. But then he steels himself, accepting his fate. As he gets ready to leave, someone knocks at their door. Hyungjun and his family are surprised by the sudden knock. Fearing the monsters have reached their home, they stand still without making any noise. From outside, someone calls out, "Excuse me, please open the door," while knocking. Hyungjun cautiously wonders if the sound he heard was another person, gripping the golf club in his hands. Though hopeful, he also considers the possibility of it being a monster. With his family huddled behind him, Hyungjun waits anxiously. Hyungjun and his family stay still. Hyungjun wonders if whoever was at the door has left. He nervously listens for any sign of the person who knocked. Suddenly, the door opens. Frozen in terror, a single sweat drop slides down Hyungjun's face. He throws himself over his daughters, shielding them as something crashes against the door. Protecting his daughters, Hyungjun begs the goblins not to hurt his family. But he hears, "Hi, excuse me," and as they slowly open their eyes, Jaehyun appears, holding supplies for Hyungjun and his family. Surprised, Hyungjun asks him who he is. Jaehyun introduces himself as Kim Jaehyun, their neighbor. He offers water and tangerines, suggesting they talk after the family refreshes themselves. Hyungjun is shocked by Kim's offer of much-needed supplies. Park Hyewon and the children watch cautiously. Recognizing their desperate need for supplies, Hyungjun believes that Kim might be able to help them. Hyungjun invites Kim into his apartment. Seoyeon clung to her older sister Naeon. Both girls were wide-eyed with fear, staring at Jaehyun as if seeing a ghost. It was their first encounter with him since the apocalypse began. Jaehyun set down the tangerines he'd brought, wondering if his sudden appearance had startled the Choi family. He complimented their blackout curtains, recognizing their wisdom in minimizing the risk of monster attacks. As he peeled a tangerine, Jaehyun further praised the effectiveness of the blackout curtains against monsters. Hoping to ease the tension, Jaehyun suggested turning the lights back on. He activated his skill, preparing to restore electricity to the apartment. The lights flickered on, surprising Hyungjun as Jaehyun demonstrated his abilities. Jaehyun offered Hyungjun bottled water for his children, a gesture of goodwill. Naeon and Seoyeon gratefully accepted the water bottles. The girls eagerly gulped down the much-needed water. Their mother, Hyewon, checked on Seoyeon after she drank too quickly. Jaehyun watched the family interact, considering his next move. He offered the girls tangerines, hoping to further build trust. Seoyeon shyly accepted a tangerine from him, thanking him politely. Hyewon offered to peel the tangerine for her daughter. She peeled a segment of the tangerine and fed it to Seoyeon. Seoyeon savored the sweet taste. Her cheeks flushed with delight as she enjoyed the treat. Hyewon asked Seoyeon if she liked the tangerine. Seoyeon enthusiastically confirmed she loved it, prompting Naeon to ask for one too. Naeon beamed with delight as Jaehyun playfully booped her nose. His kind gesture increased the trust of the entire Choi family. The system confirmed their rising trust level toward him. Seoyeon's trust reached a threshold, unlocking loyalty and vassal registration. The system displayed Seoyeon's stats, highlighting her eligibility to become a vassal. Choi Seoyeon's status screen displayed her level, trust rating, lack of awakened ability, and the options to give her a quest or expel her. Jaehyun considered making Seoyeon his vassal. He acknowledged she met the requirements, but decided against it due to her young age. Jaehyun explained his limited vassal slots and his preference for capable vassals like Hyungjun. He checked Hyungjun's trust level, finding it currently insufficient. He resolved to increase Hyungjun's trust in him. Hyungjun initiated a conversation with Jaehyun, interrupting his thoughts. Hyungjun expressed his gratitude for Jaehyun's help. Jaehyun suggested a private conversation with Hyungjun in the corridor, and he agreed. The two men moved to the corridor for a private discussion. Jaehyun asked Hyungjun if he had received citizenship. Hyungjun confirmed his family had received citizenship 30 minutes prior. Jaehyun inquired about any unusual occurrences during the citizenship process. Hyungjun described a brief period of immobility before receiving citizenship. Jaehyun realized the temporary paralysis was part of the process. Jaehyun vowed to help Hyungjun reclaim his pre-apocalypse life. Hyungjun reacted with surprise to the offer. Jaehyun assured him he could protect his family from monsters. Hyungjun expressed disbelief at his claim. Jaehyun confidently confirmed his ability to protect them. Hyungjun contemplated the offer, knowing it wouldn't be free. He wondered what he needed to do to secure Jaehyun's protection. Jaehyun warned him of the life-threatening risks involved. Jaehyun listened to Hyungjun's explanation. Hyungjun resolved to accept Jaehyun's offer despite the risks, explaining he was already risking his life searching for supplies. He reiterated that he was already risking his life searching for supplies. Jaehyun asked about the price of the golf club he'd seen in Hyungjun's apartment. Hyungjun was surprised by the sudden inquiry about the golf club. He told him the approximate price was around 500,000 won. Jae-hyun realized he needed to save money and couldn't afford to list expensive items in the store. After the question about the golf club, Jae-hyun tried to steer the conversation back to a more important topic. He asked Hyungjun about his experience on the day the monsters appeared. Hyungjun recalled the terrifying day the monsters first appeared. He described the horrifying experience of witnessing the monsters. Jae-hyun theorized that those who stayed home that day survived. He reflected on the individual weakness of goblins. He considered that their true strength lay in their numbers. He realized the same principle applied to humans. He decided he needed to build his own army. Jae-hyun addressed Hyungjun again and asked him to join him in searching for other survivors. The chapter opens with a view of Jae-hyun's apartment building, a solitary skyscraper still standing tall amidst the monster-infested ruins of the city. A system notification pings. Choi Hyungjun's trust in him has increased. Relaxing in his apartment, Jae-hyun notes the notification and checks the status of his other citizens. His citizen management screen displays the current roster: Hyungjun at 40 trust, Hyewon at 32, Naeon at 51, and Seoyeon at 63. His current population is a mere 4 out of a possible 600. He muses that as he continues to shelter people, he'll eventually be reunited with his family. Suddenly, the sound of shrieking goblins jolts him from his thoughts. He quickly gets up. Drawn by the cries, Jae-hyun rushes to his balcony to investigate. He's shocked to discover a group of people fighting goblins outside his building. "People!" he shouts, watching as they fight off the goblins with makeshift weapons. Observing the dire situation, Jae-hyun knows he must help, despite the limitations of his ultimate shut-in skill. As the goblins shriek, one guy winds up to throw a ball, and hits the goblin right in his face. The goblins see their buddy fall in an instant. Back in his apartment, Jae-hyun is perplexed by the strength of the survivors. Another one fires 2 arrows from her bow. Each arrow finds its mark, striking goblins in the head. One guy gets ready to take down multiple goblins with his baseball bat. He jumps, preparing to strike a larger goblin. His powerful swing connects with a bang, eliminating the goblin. Rest of the goblins flee to escape the massacre. The other survivors take cover behind a large, furry creature. I think this could be the calican from the previous chapters. After getting rid of the goblins, the survivors pause for a moment. A sudden noise grabs the archer's attention. She readies her bow and arrow. Confused by the sudden appearance of a packet of ramen, she looks up at Jae-hyun's apartment as he waves at them from the top. He calls out to the survivors from his balcony. Surprised, she looks up towards the sound of his voice. Jae-hyun frantically waves and yells from his balcony, trying to attract their attention. His doorbell rings. Someone has arrived. It appears to be Hyungjun arriving at his apartment with a box. Jae-hyun invites him inside. Hyungjun thanks him. As he steps forward, a strange glow emits from the doorframe, confusing him. He's blocked by a system, flashing the message, "Unqualified to enter the house." Hyungjun is taken aback by the sudden barrier. Jae-hyun realizes that no one can enter unless they are registered as a vassal. He ponders the limitations of his apartment's entry requirements. Can only his registered vassals enter? Still outside, Hyungjun explains that he brought everything he could find that might be used as a weapon, and hands over the box, and Jae-hyun thanks him. Jae-hyun examines the contents, a toolbox and a kitchen knife. With the tools laid out before him, Jae-hyun runs his hands through his hair. He opens his store and lists 5 bottles of water and 5 packets of ramyeon. Hyungjun is surprised by the sudden appearance of the supplies. Jae-hyun asks him to take the water and ramyeon down to the first-floor entrance. Hyungjun questions the safety of going to the first floor. Jae-hyun assures him it's safe, explaining that the goblins are only active during the day. Thinking about what he just saw, Jae-hyun decides he needs to bring the survivors into his apartment as citizens. He plans to use the food as bait, and imagines to get more followers with the help of his food supplies. He reiterates his plan to Hyungjun, instructing him to leave the supplies on the first floor. He confirms that Hyungjun should leave the box on the first floor. Hyungjun agrees, thinking the task will be easy, and bids him farewell. As Hyungjun leaves, Jae-hyun thanks him again, thinking he owed him a good deed. He reflects on his debt to Hyungjun. He opens his quest window. and creates a quest for Hyungjun, deliver the supplies and return. Hyungjun receives the quest notification and is intrigued by the EXP reward. Jaehyun explains that the EXP is similar to leveling up in a game and tells him he's currently level 9. He encourages Hyungjun and tells him he's counting on him. Relieved and slightly out of breath, Hyungjun accepts the quest. He makes his way down the emergency stairwell. He carefully descends the stairs, carrying the box and his golf club. Hyungjun continues his descent, passing floor 20. He quickly descends, the floor indicator shifting from the 20th 19th floors to the second first. Reaching the first floor, Hyungjun is relieved that he's almost finished. He walks towards the entrance, hoping to quickly drop off the supplies. Carrying the box and his golf club, he wearily hopes he can soon set the box down. And notices something amiss. He spots some figures and considers them to be goblins, causing him to panic. He tries to flee, but ends up stumbling and crashing down with the supplies. Shaking and fearing for his life, he pleads for his body to move. Noticing something behind him, he tries to protect himself from the impending danger, but gets a hello from someone and slowly opens up his eyes. Someone asks if he's all right. They appear to be the survivors from before and not the goblins. An alert blares through Jaehyun's apartment, warning him of an unauthorized entry attempt. Startled, he wonders who could be trying to get in. He suspects it might be the survivors he encountered earlier, and activates his Ultimate Eyes skill to investigate. The power of his Ultimate Eyes radiates outward. Through his enhanced vision, he spots the 6 survivors standing outside his apartment. Kim Ga-young recognizes the ramyeon packaging was thrown from this apartment building. Jaehyun realizes they are the same group he saw before. A system notification informs him that beings eligible for citizenship are approaching. The system prompts him to offer them citizenship. He considers the suggestion and recalls how he could forcibly grant citizenship during territory expansion, but realizes these outsiders have a choice. He worries they might refuse. Stressed, he wonders what to do. Suddenly, he hears a noise. He notices a call through intercom. He wonders who it could be, and decides to take a look. He walks towards his intercom system. It's Hyungjun calling through the intercom, and Jaehyun asks him to wait a moment. The system notifies Jaehyun about Hyunjun's active quest and gives him the option to edit it. He chooses to edit the quest. He begins editing, and changes Hyunjun's quest to treat 6 guests to a meal. The system confirms the update. Confused, Hyungjun questions the sudden change. Jaehyun explains it's a new quest and asks him to offer the survivors food. Hyungjun approaches the group and relays Jaehyun's offer. He returns and tells Jaehyun the survivors accepted. Jaehyun proposes citizenship to all 6 of them. The system confirms the proposal. He grants them access to the 30th floor, and the survivors enter his apartment. Reaching 10 citizens grants Jaehyun bonus EXP and money. He is pleased with the bonus and expresses gratitude for the unexpected benefits regarding good buffs while going out to hunt monsters. He checks the profiles of his new citizens and notes Ha Dongjun's high level and awakened ability. Donggin's status screen displays his level, trust rating, awakened ability, resource distribution rates, management options, and the description of his D-rank baseball throw ability. Jaehyun recognizes him as a metahuman. He considers the potential of Dongjin's baseball throw as a weapon. Jaehyun imagines the power of the amplified throw. Deciding to slowly increase Dongjin's trust, he sets the EXP distribution rate for the new citizens to 70. The system confirms the setting is complete. Jaehyun is satisfied with his passive income strategy. He envisions his citizens hunting monsters while he earns passively. Jaehyun reminds himself to get to know his citizens better, and believes they could help him reunite with his family. Dongjin's trust in Jaehyun increases. Jaehyun is surprised by the sudden increase. Kim Ga-young and Yoo Hyun's trust also increases. He is bewildered by the multiple trust increases. Hyungjun welcomes the group into his apartment. He asks his wife to prepare food for the survivors, promising to explain later. Hyun questions him about the situation. She considers his request and agrees to prepare the food. Hyun asks the survivors to wait, and they agree with a yes, thank you. Dongjin wonders about Jaehyun's character. He asks Hyungjun what kind of person Jaehyun is, to which he replies, he is not very sure either. Hyungjun admits he doesn't know much about him, other than him being his neighbor. Dongjan finds Jaehyun intriguing. He expresses gratitude for Jaehyun's help and that he is an intriguing person though. Dongjin realizes Jaehyun must be a metahuman. He believes Jaehyun has an amazing ability, and resolves to impress him. He speculates about Jaehyun's powers, considering them miraculous and on another level, and continues to marvel at Jaehyun's abilities. Hyungjun offers the survivors the use of his showers. Kim Ga-young and Yoo Hye-rin get ecstatic at the prospect. Surprised, Dongjan realizes the implications of having electricity. Hyungjun reveals they have warm water as well. Kim Ga-young and Yoo Hye-rin are amazed by the warm water, attributing it to Jaehyun. Hyungjun explains the bathroom locations to them. Kim Ji-yeon asks Dongjin if he believes Jaehyun is a metahuman, to which he agrees, stating that the main character's powers could be far more powerful than theirs. Kang Deok-soo tells Dongjan not to be discouraged, and that would give the main character a good beating, to which Dongjan gets annoyed and tells them to focus on pleasing Jaehyun instead of beating him, and begs him to just stay quiet. Kang Deok-soo agrees. Dongjan shifts focus to their goal of gathering more food. He instructs the others not to cause trouble and be mindful. Kim Ji-yeon agrees. Kang Deok-soo also confirms he understands and acknowledges their plans. He notices Moon Byung-ho's quiet demeanor and calls out to a distressed Byung-ho, while Byung-ho admits he didn't hear what was just said. Dongjin apologizes to Moon Byung-ho, blaming himself for their situation, but Byung-ho reassures him he did nothing wrong. Donggan continues to apologize for inviting them to his housewarming party. Byung-ho tells him it's all right and that he came willingly. He suggests they get food and go to Byung-ho's grandmother's place together, and Byung-ho agrees. Byung-ho fears it may be too late to save his grandmother. He feels troubled, fearing the goblins might have already found his grandmother, and the possibility of her still being alive is... He hopes she is still alive and believes they can reach her if they work together. He understands and focuses on the current task. The survivors feel a sudden atmosphere change as the apartment door begins to open. Jaehyun opens the door further. Dongjan, fearing something dangerous is approaching, grabs his baseball and gets ready to strike. As Jaehyun appears at the doorway, and everyone feels his strength in that instant. With a serious expression, Jaehyun declares he will help everyone. Dongjun lowers his hand and thinks that perhaps Jaehyun might be able to save them. From this pit of despair, Jaehyun sat with the new survivors, including Moon Byung-ho, ready to discuss their next move. Park Hee-won apologized for the cramped living space as everyone gathered around the table. The survivors reassured her, grateful for the shelter, saying, it's fine, they were the ones who came there without notice. Choi Hyung-jun announces the arrival of the meal Hee-won had prepared. He serves the meal to the eager group. Hee-won expressed her hope that the food was to everyone's liking. A delicious spread of rice, fried eggs, seaweed, rolled omelet, and seasoned vegetables is presented. Someone picked up a piece of the steaming, savory egg roll with chopsticks. Kim Ga-young was pleasantly surprised by the taste. Overwhelmed by the feast, she raved about the amazing meal. Hee-won gave credit to Jaehyun for providing the ingredients, revealing she would have only had rice and tangerines otherwise. Pop-up window states, Park Hee-won's trust in Jaehyun reached 50, increasing her level to 5. Jaehyun was surprised her trust reached 50 before her husband's. He observed the notification about Hee-won's increased trust and level. The survivors expressed their gratitude for the meal. Ha Dongjin and Kim Ga-young enjoyed their meal enthusiastically. Yoo Hye-rin savored the egg roll, finding it particularly delicious. While one person enjoyed the egg rolls with gusto, another remarked on their similarity to those served in Japanese restaurants. Hee-won confirmed the egg roll style and encouraged everyone to enjoy. Choi Seo-yeon expressed her desire for more. Seo-yeon asks her mother for some egg rolls. Her mother promises to make more for her after the others were finished. Ga-young offered to share hers with Seo-yeon. Seo-yeon rushed to Ga-young's side to accept the offer. Ga-young happily fed and offered Seo-yeon a piece of egg roll. Seo-yeon savored the egg roll's flavor. Main character invites the host family to sit and eat together, assuring them there was plenty of food. Hyungjun and Hee-won agreed, and suggested they all dine together. Jae-hyun eats the food along with the group, and reflects on how long it had been since he'd shared a meal like this, and remembers a container of food labeled, "For my son," from Jae-hyun's mother. He expresses his hope that his family is safe. Seo-yeon tells her mother she's sleepy. Hyewon agrees to put her to bed. Jae-hyun observes everyone, and calls for the group's attention to resume their conversation. He questioned Byung-ho about his inability to visit his nearby grandmother. Dong-jin reveals that goblins were preventing them from reaching her. Jae-hyun asked for clarification about the goblins. Dong-jin explains that goblins had infested the underground car park and established a base there. Jae-hyun learned the underground car park was infested with goblins, and their numbers to be at least few thousand. He realizes his apartment's protection extended only to the 30th floor, explaining how goblins could enter the building from underground. The survivors reveal the building entrances were connected to the underground car park, explaining their fear of venturing outside. Dong-jin suggested using side roads as an alternative route, recalling their original plan. He recalled encountering a monster more dangerous than goblins while trying to escape that way. The group had encountered a dangerous monster on the side roads, so he asked about the monster more dangerous than goblins. Dong-jin described the monster as resembling a wolf or a bear. A flashback showed the survivors escaping from the large creature. He reveals the group's narrow escape from the dangerous monster was only possible because it was fighting goblins. Jae-hyun pondered the wolf, or bear-like monster description. Dong-jin admitted uncertainty about the creature's exact form due to the darkness. Jae-hyun acknowledges they couldn't avoid the creatures indefinitely. Dong-jin mentioned their limited resources for dealing with monsters. Jae-hyun asked about the limitations the survivors faced. Dong-jin explained they were running low on bows and baseballs for fighting, to which Jae-hyun offered to solve their resource problem. Dong-jin gives Jae-hyun their bow and baseball. Jae-hyun's system prompts him to list the baseball in his store, and he agrees to list the baseball. Jae-hyun prepares to list the compound bow in his store. The system prompts Jae-hyun to list the compound bow for a fee, and he agrees. He asks if everyone could use bows, and purchases 5 sets of bows and arrows from the store. He gives everyone new bows and arrows, encouraging practice. System W. Window shows several citizens, including Ha Dong-jun, Kim Gae-young, and Yoo Hye-rin, experience an increase in their trust towards Jae-hyun. Moon Byung-ho gets surprised by the Jae-hyun's power, and expresses his gratitude for the bows and arrows, acknowledging their usefulness in saving his grandmother. System window shows that Byung-ho's trust in Jae-hyun greatly increased. The survivors discussed the new bows and arrows, anticipating faster hunts. Jae-hyun stresses the need to reduce the goblin population before further action, and Dong-jun asks when they would start the goblin hunt. Jae-hyun announces the goblin hunt would begin tomorrow. Jae-hyun confirmed the hunt for tomorrow, emphasizing the urgency of the situation, and promises to rescue Byung-ho's grandmother tomorrow. Hearing the main character, Byung-ho gets overjoyed by the news of his grandmother's imminent rescue. After that, Dong-jin asks how they plan to rescue Byung-ho's grandmother, to which Jae-hyun reveals they would use a bait strategy to rescue Byung-ho's grandmother. As Jae-hyun lays out his plan, everyone listens attentively, while Ha Dong-jun and Kim Gae-young considers the bait strategy. Optimistic about its potential success, Kim Ji-yeon voices concern, pointing out the plan's reliance on everything going smoothly. A system message announced Choi Hyung-jun's quest completion and reward. Ya-hyun reacts with surprise to the notification. He sees that Choi Hyung-jun had received 30,000 won for completing the quest, and contemplates using the money to level up his citizens, but decides against it for the time being. Multiple system messages flash, revealing Choi Hyung-jun's trust had increased to 50, unlocking loyalty, which then surges past 30. A system message also confirmed Choi Hyung-jun now met the requirements to become a vassal. Choi Hyung-jun's stats appear, displaying his level, trust, and loyalty, with options to give him quests or expel him. Jae-hyun registers Choi Hyung-jun as a vassal. Because of that, Choi Hyung-jun reacts with surprise, and exclaimed that something had just happened to him. System messages announced the successful registration of Jae-hyun's first vassal and granted him the vassal summon skill. Choi Hyungjun's updated status displays his new level, the title, First Servant, and his awakened ability, Strength of a Gorilla. The Strength of a Gorilla. Ability description reveals it granted strength comparable to a gorilla. The benefits of the First Servant title are explained: doubled EXP and gold from hunting, and the ability to summon him near the house using ultimate eyes. Jae-hyun notices a new button on Choi Hyungjun's status screen and wonders what it does. The system inquires if he wants to spend 1 million won to increase his vassal's level. Poor Jae-hyun's jaw drops by the 1 million won cost. Seeing him in that state, Park Hee-won asks if something was the matter, then inquires how he feels. Feeling his strength overflowing, Choi Hyungjun asks if Jae-hyun was responsible for the change, and states that he felt 10 years younger. Jae-hyun asks him to join the rescue mission as well. Surprised, Choi Hyungjun asks him to repeat himself. Jae-hyun explains the benefits of having a vassal on the mission for increased EXP gain. He instructs Choi Hyungjun to kill as many monsters as possible, to which he replies, "Alright, I'll do that." Pleased, Jae-hyun tells him he'd be counting on him. Then, armed with bows and baseball bats, the rescue team begins their search on the first floor. Kang Deok-soo questions the necessity of checking the first floor, given its poor condition, but Dong-jun acknowledges their duty as a rescue team. He recognizes this as their first mission from Jae-hyun. He explains the mission's goal: lure and kill large numbers of goblins inside the apartment building, and reminds them they need to find as many survivors as possible to achieve this. Kang Deok-soo confirms his understanding of the plan. Dong-gin instructs the team to start with Unit 101 and stay alert for goblins. The team approach apartment units 101 and 102, marked with bloodstains, and cautiously proceed down the hallway. Dong-jin stops on his track, with a horrified look on his face. Ha! Dong-jin stopped abruptly, sensing something. The other team members also react with fear and disgust. A glimpse inside a room reveals multiple victims lying in pools of blood. Undeterred, Ha Dong-jun tells the team to move on. The team cautiously approaches another apartment, its glass door shattered and stained with blood. Ha Dong-jun wipes his brow, seemingly affected by the grim scene, and urges the team to move quickly to the second floor. The hallway on the second floor is also strewn with more bodies, prompting Hae Dong-jian to groan in frustration. Exasperated, he tells the team to proceed to the third floor. As team reached the third floor, they cautiously advance down the hallway. Dong-jin knocks on a door, asking if anyone's inside. The team continues knocking on doors, searching for survivors, but they get no response. Dong-jin, looking concerned, decides to go up. The team arrives at the fourth floor, and Ha Dong-jin continues knocking on doors, announcing they are a rescue team. One door slowly opens up, and a man cautiously peers out, asking if they are really the rescue team. Ha Dong-jun confirms they are. The survivor asks for water, saying he is thirsty, to which he retrieves a water bottle from his bag and hands it over to the man. The survivor, surprised, questions if they are truly a rescue team and giving him water. And Dong-jun tells him that they are fellow residents of this apartment, but they are here to rescue survivors, and there's a safe place that they can go together. The survivor appears thoughtful after hearing the explanation. He closes the door shut and reopens it, and tells them that he's sorry for being so paranoid. His name is Hung Jung-soo, and he will be counting on them, and offers a handshake with Ha Dong-jun. Ha Dong-jun introduced himself, and instructs Kim Gae-young and Yoo Hyran to bring the rescued survivors to the 30th floor. Hearing that, the survivor gets surprised that they are going to the 30th floor and not leaving the building. His son steps forward and expresses relief and anticipation of finding a helicopter there. But Kim Ga-young explains that isn't it, and promises them a warm meal and a shower on the 30th floor. The prospect of a shower excites the man's daughter, and Kim Ga-young confirms there would be a warm shower. Hearing that, she rushes out and calls her father to stop dawdling around, and let's go up quickly. So he reluctantly agrees to go. A system message announces Jae-hyun's citizen count have increased to 40. Another system message informs him that the EXP and gold earned by his citizens had increased by 90. A notification pings on Jae-hyun's phone. His citizen count has reached 40. With the influx of new citizens, his EXP and gold earnings surge by 90. He acknowledges the increase and decides to temporarily house the children and elderly in Choi Hyungjun's apartment, and the other rescued survivors are given temporary shelter in the corridors. Dongjin reports to Jaehyun that they found 40 survivors. Pleased with the results, Jaehyun praises the rescue team. He thinks about the Choi family's apartment and notes that it's nearly full, and activates his ultimate eyes skill, this time to observe the other survivors. He watches them as they carry stuff for their preparations, and informs Ha Dongjeon that they will proceed to the next stage of the goblin hunt. All right then, he confirms. He announces the commencement of the second stage of the goblin hunt. Ha Dongjeon gathers his team and begins the briefing. Their goal: lure and eliminate the goblins hiding underground. The plan is to start clearing out B1. They'll split into 2 teams, clear B1, and then move down to B2. After clearing B1, the teams will descend to B2 to eliminate the remaining goblins. Kim Jian voices his concern about the possibility of encountering more goblins than expected. He also worries about the potential of getting trapped and what to do with the goblin corpses. Kim Ga-young confidently assures the group that her archery skills will be more than sufficient. He is somewhat reassured by her confidence. As they hear a shrieking voice, they get alerted and instantly look in its direction. On B1, the group encounters goblins. Kim Ga-young swiftly takes down several with her bow and arrows. More goblins fall to her arrows, but one of them dodges at the right moment. But Kang Deok-soo doesn't give it a chance and attacks with his baseball bat in an instant. With a wide swing to the goblin's head, he eliminates it with a single hit, sending it flying back to its fallen comrades. He surveys the scene, having taken down several of the creatures. Kim Ji-yeon questions him about bringing a bow if he was just going to use his bat. Kim Ga-young points out that the goblin corpses are disappearing. As the corpses vanish before their eyes, Byung-ho wonders if the disappearing corpses are a result of Jaehyun's ability. Ha Dongjeon orders the group to proceed down to B2. Byung-ho expresses his confidence that Jaehyun has a solution. System display shows Ha Dongjeon, Kim Ga-young, and Yoo Hyun's trust in Jaehyun grows. Jaehyun opens a bottle of water and receives multiple trust level-up notifications. He considers it good timing. He reflects on inadvertently watching over the survivors. Moon Byung-ho's trust and loyalty reached the threshold for vassal registration. The speed of Moon Byung-ho's loyalty increase surprises him and makes him realize the benefits of having more vassals for faster growth. He checks Moon Byung-ho's stats and notes his high loyalty. Jaehyun decides that his high loyalty isn't a bad thing and confirms Moon Byung-ho as his vassal. On B2, the survivors continue their hunt. More goblins are felled by arrows. Kang Deok-soo keeps delivering blows to goblins, vital points with his baseball bat. After becoming a vessel, Byung-ho experiences a surge of power and startles his teammates. The goblins react to his increased power as he unleashes his newfound strength against them. The goblins are overwhelmed by the light, blinding them temporarily. Suddenly overrun, Ha Dongjeon yells for the group to retreat, and they flee from the overwhelming number of goblins. Kim Ga-young provides cover fire as they retreat. An arrow finds its mark in a goblin's head as others fall around it. She focuses on eliminating the pursuing goblins and enters the zone state. Quickly changing her position, she shoots a barrage of arrows at them. But as those goblins are knocked down, more appear from behind like a horde, shrieking in anger. More goblins keep pouring in after them as the others are sent flying back from the attacks. Byung-ho and Dongjun realize they're overwhelmed by the sheer number of goblins. Kang Deok-soo exclaims, "It seems like even the ones in B2 all came up to B1," while Ga-young shouts, "Quick, to the emergency exit." They rush towards the emergency exit and continue their escape up the stairs as Kim Ji-yeon makes way for them, asking them to keep going. A goblin's hand reaches through the closing emergency exit door as Dongjin tries to close it, which prevents the door from closing shut. Others join in the struggle at full force. The goblins try to pull him back through the door. Kang Deok-soo urges the others to escape without him as holding the doors becomes harder. Kyung-jun yells from behind for everyone to move as he activates his Strength of a Gorilla ability. He unleashes his new strength and closes the door with a single push. Others call to him, but he tells them to just go, and holds the door closed, bracing against the goblins. Going all out, he screams, holding the door shut, determined he must stop them there, no matter what. Dongjeon informs Hyungjeon that they are safe and urges him to come up, to which he agrees and turns back. As he sprints up the stairs, he trips and falls crashing on the ground. For the love of God, someone teach this man how to run. A screeching goblin looms over him, reaching for him as he yells for the others to leave him behind. Sweating and stressed, Ha Dongjeon curses as someone rushes to save the fallen guy. It's our guy Kang Deoksu. With a ferocious grin, he strikes down the goblin with his thirstily Lucille bat. To be honest, I'm starting to like this guy. He yells for Mr. Choi, gesturing for him to grab his hand. But the goblins swarm him on the ground, their hands almost reaching for him. As one of them lunges at Hyungjun, Hyungjun disappears in the shadow, confusing Kang Deoksu as he stands there shocked. The goblins rush towards the startled Kang Deoksu, who sweats as he calls out. And one of them lunges at him to deliver a swift attack, but an arrow pierces it in the heart. Ha Dongjeon calls out to Kang Deoksu to get back to their holding position. Kim Ga-young and Jeon prepare to fire their bows. He agrees and rushes towards them. He calls out to Kang Deoksu again as he runs back towards them. Kim Ga-young and Kang Deoksu prepare their bows. Goblins keep pouring in as Ga-young and Dongjun aim to provide cover. Under the eerie glow of the moon, Jaehyun's apartment building stands tall, a solitary beacon in the monster-infested city. A monstrous bear-like creature savagely attacks a goblin, ripping it apart with desire to find more of them. Covered in blood, it roars, its appetite seemingly endless. It craves more prey. Its glowing eyes and blood-stained fur speak to its brutal nature as it demands more victims. "I need more," the bear cries out, its anger not subsiding. Leaving a trail of carnage, it notices some shrieking goblin noises, and turns its attention to Jaehyun's apartment building. A new hunting ground. Driven by bloodlust, the monstrous bear vows, "I'll kill you all." Back in the apartment, Hyunjun is pulled to safety just as he was about to be attacked by the goblins. Shaken but alive, he breathes a sigh of relief. "Phew, I nearly died there," he exclaims, and recoils in pain and confusion, wondering what just happened. To his surprise, Jaehyun appears, having used his Vassal summon skill. Jaehyun reveals he'd been monitoring the situation with ultimate eyes, and is relieved the Vassal summon worked. Hyungjun examines his bleeding leg wound, and Jaehyun checks on him, asking if he's all right. Despite the injury, Hyunjun assures him he's okay and will recover quickly. Realizing the need for medical supplies, Jaehyun decides to add them to his store, and asks him to wait while he retrieves them. He retrieves a first aid kit. Reflecting on the necessity of medical supplies, he remembers a moment from his childhood as his mother cared for him. Looking through his medical supplies, he reminisces about his younger days. Medical supplies, bottles, bandages, tools are scattered across a table. The storage container they were kept in slightly ajar. He realizes he only has 40 slots in his store and can't list all the supplies. However, an idea sparks in his mind. He selects a first aid kit from his medical supplies and lists the first aid kit in his store for 77,331. He presents the first aid kit to Hyungjun, who is surprised by its sudden appearance, and asks to see his wound. Hyungjun insists he's fine, but Jaehyun prepares to disinfect the wound. "Oh, okay." Hyungjun hesitates as Jaehyun holds a pair of tweezers and announces he'll disinfect the wound. He begins disinfecting the wound. Hyungjun winces in pain. "Ow!" he cries out as Jaehyun continues to treat his injury. Jaehyun's care for him increases his trust and loyalty, and he thanks him for his help. Wondering how the other survivors are doing, Jaehyun decides to check on them, and asks Hyungjun to stay put while he checks on the others. He closes his eyes to focus, and activates ultimate eyes to observe them. He senses them running, and navigating through the building, changing floors. Kim Ga-young fires an arrow, and hits an approaching goblin in the head. Others urge Deoksu to flee, as they keep firing arrows, and he does so, as the chasing goblins are slightly slowed down from the raining arrows. He keeps moving forward, as arrows go past him, and finally hops over the blocked path. Two of the goblins also manage to reach him, jumping at him from behind, which catches him slightly off guard. But Byung-ho comes to the rescue. He slashes both of the goblins in one swift move, sending them flying back, and vaults over the blockade in an instant, and slashes through the rest, blood spraying as two others watch in shock. Surprised by Moon Byung-ho's unexpected fighting prowess, Deoksu wonders if he was always that good at fighting. Observing through ultimate eyes, Jae-hyun is satisfied with the survivor's performance, and views Byung-ho's profile, revealing his awakened teleport A ability. He recognizes his smart decision to make him a vassal. Pounding a goblin's head, Dongjeon asks if they have got the extension socket ready. Jian confirms their readiness yes. He also questions about the water tank, to which Gaeyoung confirm their readiness. Getting ready to execute their plan, he calls out Byung-ho to retreat, and Byung-ho rushes back up the stairs. They hide behind the blockade and lift the water tank together above. A torrent of water rushes towards the goblins. As the goblins struggle against the rushing water, Dongjin shouts, "Jian, now!" Getting the command, Jian flips a switch. Electricity crackles and sparks, and flows along wet surfaces, reaching the goblins and electrocuting them all at once. Jae-hyun receives notifications of goblin kills, EXP gain, money deposit, a skill level increase, and a new skill. He reacts in surprise as his power starts to increase. Feeling a sudden pain in his head, a purple sphere starts to expand from his position. It keeps expanding to the stair, reaching further into the apartment building. Goblins on the stair are also caught in it. Jae-hyun receives an alert that hostile beings have been detected. A message indicates the commencement of their removal. Their heads start to bloat as they scream in pain and finally explode into bits. Multiple notifications appear, indicating that 6 goblins, 4 level 6 and 2 level 7, have been hunted. Goblins screech as they flee down a hallway. One goblin feels something approaching him. He stops, startled, and looks behind him. Silhouetted against the darkness, a monstrous bear looms behind him. It roars, revealing sharp teeth and glowing red eyes, and savagely attacks him. Other goblins witness the gruesome attack. The bear leaps forward, its glowing eyes fixed on its next target. It slashes its claws at one goblin. Blood sprays as its claws rip through him, and bites half the torso off another one. 3 more goblins rush to attack the bear. The bear sends one flying after ripping it into half, while 2 others grab onto it. More goblins gather around it, seeing the mass scare of their fellows. The monstrous bear swipes at a goblin with its massive paw. They bite into the bear's flesh, blood gushing from the wound. Another one bites into the neck while holding onto it. More and more goblins rush in, attacking the bear. The bear screams as the goblin bites down on its face. The bear's glowing eye is seen up close as it roars in fury, realizing something's happening to the goblins. Their heads explode in an instant, blood splattering everywhere, which leaves the bear confused by what happened. A system message appears, informing that it has been granted citizenship. Standing over a pile of slain goblins, the bear's size starts to reduce. A girl's face is seen close up as the fur disappears, and more of her human form appears. She collapses on the ground, landing amongst the bodies of the defeated. Inside his apartment, Jae-hyun clutches his chest, experiencing a surge of power. He wonders what is happening. He notices her lying unconscious amidst the carnage, and examines her through his ultimate eyes, questioning her identity. His system displays her profile, revealing her level, trust, and awakened ability, Werebear. The system describes her Werebear A ability, which transforms her into a powerful beast with maximized physical and regenerative abilities. He is stunned by her high-level and powerful A-rank ability. On top of that, system messages announce that Dongjeon and Hyeon's trust has reached 50, unlocking their loyalty. Another message announces that Kang Deoksu's loyalty has surpassed 30, meeting the requirements to become a vassal. Jae-hyun exclaims, "Awesome." He registers Deoksu as a vassal. As a result, Kang Deoksu's profile appears, showing his level, title, third servant, trust, loyalty, and awakened ability, Iron Knight. The system describes his Iron Knight B ability, which allows him to summon iron armor and a halberd. He considers the fact that vassal levels seem to be determined by their awakened abilities. and compares Hyungjun's level and C-rank strength of a gorilla ability, Kang Deoksu's level and B-rank Iron Knight ability, and Byungho's level and A-rank teleport ability. A system message explains that Vassal levels are decided based on the rank of their awakened ability. A random box appears, and he wonders if the ranks of the abilities are chosen at random. He ponders the inconsistencies in the ability ranks compared to loyalty, using Byungho and Hyungjun as examples. He continues his analysis, using Deoksu as another example, and thinks it would be helpful to know the factors that contribute to the appearance of higher-ranking abilities. He views the profiles of several citizens, unsure of whom to make his next vassal, and acknowledges the risk of registering a metahuman as a vassal without knowing the consequences. A system message informs him that metahumans can now freely move within the apartment building. He walks down the hall in his slippers and approaches the elevator on the 30th floor. He activates his ultimate eyes skill and reassures that Oh Yeonju remains unconscious on the 82nd floor, surrounded by goblin corpses. He calls for Hyungjun, and he responds to him with, yes. The elevator doors open on the 30th floor. He requests Hyungjun to bring the woman from the 82nd floor. Others are securing wires in the basement. Ha Dongjan speaks to Moon Byungho. They discuss the sudden swarm of goblins, suspecting someone caused it. Dongjun is certain that Jaehyun is responsible for those head explosions, considering the power he displayed earlier. He confirms his suspicion. He sweats nervously, reflecting on Jaehyun's abilities. He remembers when they first arrived. They already had warm water available. Also, the main character was responsible for providing the food. He realizes that it must have been Jaehyun's ability, and also thinks about Byungho, that he had an introverted personality, but he suddenly changed after meeting Jaehyun. He continues, stating Jaehyun's abilities are to be feared. As he rolls up the wires, no matter what abilities he may have, it all leads to the same conclusion. The elevator arrives on the 82nd floor. Hyungjun steps out, determined to be chosen by Jaehyun in this damned world. He runs over to the fallen Yeonju. Jaehyun observes the scene with his ultimate eyes, and everyone realizes that they must be chosen by him to survive in this new world. In a flashback, a child is seen playing with his toy car. Completely absorbed in his play, he looks back, calling Yeonju his mom as she stands there smiling. Waving at his mother, he does not realize the danger approaching. Her warm smile turns to shock and fear. Terror grips her, and she cries out. Still clutching his toy car, her child is suddenly surrounded by menacing goblins. Yeonju screams in horror as the danger closes in. Poor child realizes the danger a little too late as the goblins attack him. Tears stream down her face as she witnesses the traumatic event, reflected in her eye. The blood-splattered toy car lies abandoned, a symbol of loss and tragedy. She cries out, "No!" She jolts awake from the nightmare, gasping for air. Jaehyun checks on her, asking if she's all right. He looks down at her, concerned about her well-being. Overwhelmed by grief, she breaks down in tears. He introduces himself, trying to comfort her. Yeonju looks at him, asking pointedly, "Did you do it?" Confused, he asks her what she means. She questions him about his involvement in the goblin slaughter. He hesitates before answering. He confirms her suspicions. She stares at him, processing his confession, and reflects on his power, realizing its full extent. She contemplates his potential, wondering if he holds the key to her son's revival. She hopes he is the answer to her prayers. Clutching her hands tightly, her hope builds. A single tear falls, reflecting her desperation and the glimmer of a miracle. She starts talking and tearfully begs him to save her son. Jaehyun stands silently by the bed as Yeonju continues to sob, her face buried in her hands, saying, "One day, even if it's just one day with him, please help." A system message indicates her trust in him has significantly increased. She wipes away her tears, her grief still evident, saying she misses her son. He deduces she lost her son to the goblins. She continues to cry uncontrollably. Watching her, he wonders if there's anything he can do, and contemplates giving her a quest to kill 1,000 goblins. The quest details reveal no time limit and no penalty. The reward, her son's revival. He ponders the possibility of revival and its implications. He sweats as he grapples with the implications of this newfound possibility. A system message states the quest cannot be granted. He realizes the quest is currently impossible and acknowledges the impossibility of the quest to revive someone. A system message explains he lacks the funds to provide the revival reward. Reacting in surprise to the system message, he realizes he can revive people as long as he has the money. Making a fist, his eyes widen in manic excitement on this realization. As she quietly sobs, still grieving, he figures he doesn't know the cost of resurrection yet, but prepares to tell her something important. Responding to his call, she asks him, "Yes?" He offers to help her and tells her that bringing her son back might be possible. She asks if he can really revive her son. He confirms it's possible, but not at the moment. He reassures her it's definitely possible in the future. Desperate, she asks what she needs to do. He considers Deoksu and Byung-ho, his two awakened citizens, for a mission. He thinks about the situation, if she could join them as well. He tells her he wants to introduce her to some people. Dongjin greets her. She introduces herself to Himand and the other. She asks him whether he was the one who hunted goblins by a baseball, and also knows about the archer. Gaeyoung asks her if she knows who they are, to which she reminds them that they've met before. The group reacts in confusion, not being able to recognize her. She begins to transform, a smile spreading across her face, and transforms into her werebear form. Her transformation continues as her werebear features become more prominent. Gaeyoung reacts in surprise and points, recognizing the beast from the side path. She points at Yeonju's werebear form, identifying her as the beast from the side path. Now a giant bear, Yeonju clarifies that she is a bear. She reminds them of the time she helped them. Unbeknownst to the Dongjin realizes their meeting wasn't a coincidence. She explains that goblins are her enemies, and therefore she is friends with the survivors. Jaehyun is glad that everyone knows each other, and announces he has something to say. He informs the group they will execute the plan to save Byung-ho's grandmother tomorrow morning. He explains that Hyungjun won't participate due to his injuries and that Yeonju will take his place, much to the chagrin of the bed's current occupant. Yeonju, in bear form, says she is counting on them. The group agrees to his plan. Jaehyun calls out to Byung-ho and Deoksu. He asks them to come with him. He asks them if they know why he called only them. They look at him, confused. Byung-ho wonders if it has anything to do with their newly awakened abilities. With a sly smile, Jaehyun confirms his suspicion and reveals that both of them has indeed awakened new abilities. Byung-ho learns he now possessed the teleport ability. Deoksu discovers his new ability is Iron Knight. He decides to test their abilities before tomorrow's mission to rescue Byung-ho's grandmother. He starts by testing Byung-ho's teleport ability and outlines the quest details. Demonstrate the awakened ability within a 1-hour time limit. The reward is increases strength, and the penalty for failure is sleeping outside. He considers giving them a party quest. Deciding to proceed with individual quests for now, he turns his attention back to them. Deoksu asks him a question about his Iron Knight ability, and confirms that his Iron Knight ability is similar to Dongjin's. He expresses excitement about being able to summon armor and a halberd. Saying the word halberd, it starts to appear, surprising him, but it suddenly vanishes in thin air. Both of them make a poker face for a moment. Byung-ho tests his power and manages to teleport to a short distance. He is astonished that his teleport ability has worked, and contemplates the potential of his new power. His trust and loyalty increases. Bowing his head, he said, "Thank you." "Wait," Jaehyun stopped him. Byung-ho is confused when Jaehyun advises against going to his grandmother's immediately. He explains that it is too dangerous to use teleport without practice, and suggests his successful teleport might have been a fluke. He advises him to understand the range and potential penalties of his ability first. While talking, they get surprised as Deoksu manages to summon his armor. His eyes widens in disbelief, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Clad in armor and gripping his spear, he grinned excitedly. "This worked," he proclaims. His trust and loyalty towards Jaehyun increases after successfully demonstrating his ability. Jaehyun calls on Byung-ho to test his teleport ability, and asks him to try teleporting to a nearby building. Byung-ho pauses for a moment to think, and then agrees to try. Jaehyun issue a quest to Byung-ho, teleport to the rooftop of Building 113 in 3 minutes. The reward would be increases proficiency, the penalty, sleeping outside. As Byung-ho concentrated on teleporting, Deok-soo encouraged him. With a concentrated look, he vanishes from the spot. Leaving a gust of wind behind and emerges on the other side, he successfully teleports to the target building and celebrates, and waves from the rooftop of Building 113. He has completed the quest. Jaehyun is relieved that he has succeeded. While waving from the other building, he suddenly collapses. Both of them are shocked by his sudden collapse. Jaehyun urgently uses his Vassal summon skill to bring him back to his apartment. He is teleported, but unconscious. So they put him on the bed to let him rest. Jaehyun checks his condition, worried about his stamina depletion. Seeing his vitals indicating good health, Jaehyun concludes he simply needed rest. Deok-soo is also relieved. Jaehyun then shifts his focus to him and asks if he exercises, which confuses him a little. Jaehyun gives him a quest, exercise in his armor, 100 push-ups and 100 squats in 10 minutes. The reward is increases strength, the penalty, sleeping outside. He starts the exercise quest, struggling to do push-ups in the heavy armor. He continues struggling with the exercises. He moves to squats and pushes himself further. Exhausted but triumphant, he finishes the quest. System shows the quest completion. Jaehyun considers his stamina and potential affinity for sports, and checks his profile. System begins evaluating something, and a prompt confuses him. Deok-soo asks if his quest is over, to which he congratulates him and tells him to rest. The system finishes its evaluation. Deok-soo thanks him and leaves. Jaehyun's strength increases slightly. He is surprised by the increase. Staring at his hands as a dark aura swirled around them, he whispered, "This." He feels his increases strength and realizes it has actually grown. Jaehyun realizes the implications of his strength increasing from his citizens' quests and declares this a game changer. Next day, Dongjin warns the group to run from a horde of goblins. They run towards their designated position, and the goblins follow them. Clad in his Iron Knight armor, Deok-soo fights the goblins, insulting them as he battled. He attacks the goblins straight ahead, then goes for a double slash to attack the other goblins. More goblins join the fight. Deok-soo continues to insult them as he fights, but Byung-ho eliminates those with his arrows. He readies his bow and reminds Deok-soo not to worry about the goblins that got past him. Deok-soo gets ready to take down the ones in front of him. While Goblins reacts to his attack with caution, he taunted them. But the goblins receive another problem, shocking them. The monstrous bear appears behind them. A terrified goblin cried out, as if saying, "How is this fair?" As Deok-soo fights one goblin, Byung-ho attacks another with his bow and arrow. They slash through the goblins one by one. Dongjin yells for Byung-ho and urges him to teleport to his grandmother. Determined to reach his grandmother, he thanks others and teleports away. Oh Yeonju completes her quest. The system evaluated her completes quest. The system continues its evaluation. Eating ramen while monitoring the system, he notices an unusual money reward deposited in his wallet. He reacts to an unexpected reward notification. Recalling the strength he gained when Deok-soo completed his quest, he questions the randomness of the rewards. He wonders if the reward amount increases because the quest difficulty is higher. Byung-ho completes the quest and exhausted all his quest attempts for the day. The system evaluated his quest. The evaluation is complete. Jaehyun prepares to check the rewards from Byung-ho's quest. System message states, "Jackpot was struck. Congratulations." Stunned the news, he keeps staring at the system pop-up, with food stuck in his mouth. A jackpot notification pings, catching Jaehyun by surprise. He's startled mid-sip of his cup ramen by the unexpected windfall. The jackpot includes a skill point, sweetening the deal. Not bad, he thinks, pleased. Using his teleportation, Byung-ho reaches his grandma's home. Sweating, he looks towards it and moves forward. He opens the front door and rushes inside. He cries out for his grandmother, his voice thick with desperation. Suddenly, his eyes widen. He finds his grandmother lying in bed. He rushes to her side, gently shaking her. She stirs slightly, murmuring a response. Recognizing his touch, she weakly asks, "Is that you, Byung-ho?" Overcome with emotion, he cries out. Tears stream down his face as he's reunited with her. He embraces her tightly, thinking what a relief, and apologizes for taking so long to find her. Tears continue to flow, a testament to his profound relief. He thanks Jaehyun in his thoughts. Byung-ho's loyalty towards Jaehyun surges to 100, increasing his vassal slots. Back in his apartment, Jaehyun is surprised by the notification of Byung-ho's increased loyalty. Checking his vassal management screen, he sees Hyungjun, Byung-ho, and Deok-soo listed as his vassals. I can level them up this way, Jaehyun realizes. He checks the cost to level up Byung-ho. The system quotes a staggering 100,000 won, far more than he currently possesses. The exorbitant price shocks him. He apologizes to Byung-ho through the system, knowing he can't be heard, promising to give him quests every day. The sound of the elevator catches his attention. He wonders who it could be, and activates his ultimate eyes skill. Two people can be seen standing in the hallway. They stand there, carrying a box, and ask, "Is there any Otni inside?" Hyun wonders about the noise. She approaches the door and asks, "Who is it?" Kim Davin cheerfully introduces herself. She then introduces her younger brother, Kim Min-ho. After they state they live in Unit 171, Hyun asks what brings them here. Davin explains she needs help. What kind of help? Hyun inquires. It's a bit shameless, Davin admits, and asks, can she take a shower? Hyun is taken aback by the simple request. Just a shower? She confirms. She welcomes Davin and Min-ho in. Min-ho asks where he should put the box. Davin explains it contains canned food and other items. They open the box, revealing an assortment of canned goods. She expresses her gratitude for the generous gift. Davin shrugs off the thanks. It's the least I can do after intruding with such a strange request. Her eyes fall on the bows and baseball bats in the apartment. She continues to examine the weapons, and asks Hyun if they belong to the apartment owner. Hyun explains the situation is a bit complicated, and the equipment doesn't belong to a resident. The three of them discuss the situation. As Jaehyun monitors them, he figures, for now, they don't seem to be bad folks, and decides to visit the siblings later. He plans to ask for their help, rescuing survivors in the other buildings. A system notification informs him he's hunted a red tiger. He gains EXP, money, and increases his skill level. He obtains a new skill. What just happened? He wonders. Frustrated, he curses. Dongjin, injured and breathing heavily, reacts to the sudden change. They appear bloodied and exhausted. They look down at the defeated red tiger and their teammate in bear form. Looking at the situation, he wonders, what's happening? And tries to focus. He yells in agony as he experiences the backlash of his new skill. A system message informs him he's discovered more potential citizens. Offer them citizenship, the system prompts. Surprised there are more, he chooses to offer them citizenship. The system confirms citizenship has been granted to 10 new individuals. Jaehyun now has 50 citizens, increasing the EXP and money they earn to 100. With the increased number of citizens, the power of trust, skill unlocks for everyone. Frustrated, he wonders if anyone is severely injured. He checks on Byung-ho as he carries his grandmother. Checking on the others, he notices it does not look good, and realizes it's Yeonju who is severely injured. As they keep running, goblins appear before them. The archers shoot at the goblins from a distance. Hiren is amazed by Jeon's strength. He admits that he does not understand what's happening. Gayoung and Dongjeon also feel lighter, their breath no longer ragged. System displays the power of trust, skill, which increases all stats by the percentage of their trust value. He understands the reason behind their sudden boost in abilities, and notes Dongjin and his group all have trust levels of 50 or above. Byung-ho, still carrying his grandmother, realizes this must be Jaehyun's power. Gayoung and Hiren's loyalty surpasses 30, making them eligible to become vassals. Jaehyun decides to register both of them. As their newly acquired abilities are activated, they wonder what's going on. Their status screens appear, displaying their levels, titles, trust, loyalty, abilities, and the option to give them quests. Few goblins appear behind them shrieking. She focuses on her target and draws the bow. Her arrow hit one goblin in the head, and changes its path to eliminate multiple goblins. She's shocked by her newfound power. Jaehyun examines her piercing ability, a C-rank skill that consumes mental strength, and decides to give her a quest. He tasks her with hunting goblins using her piercing ability. He considers Hiren's ability to be more complicated and reads the description of her poison mist bee ability, which creates a deadly poisonous fog. He thinks about the potential danger to other team members if used incorrectly, and decides to examine her ability later. Gae-young completes her quest, reaching the maximum number for the day. The system evaluates her results. Finding the quest result a dud, he checks on the citizens on the lower floors. He notices one guy and observes him gathering drinking water, impressed by his instincts. Others seem to have gathered some food. He realizes they are capable of gathering food and water themselves, which explains why they didn't join Dongjin's party. He also notices someone lying on the ground and rushes to the door. He checks Kim Da-jung's profile, noticing her heal ability. She lies unconscious. Her ability, Heal B, displayed, it consumes mental strength. A healer Jae-yoon exclaims, realizing what he's found. Jae-yoon approaches Kim Da-jung's apartment 2902. He cautiously opens the door. Concerned about Da-jung's condition since she hasn't come out of her unit, he peeks inside. He's shocked by what he sees. Remembering his new skill, Jae-hyun decides to use it. The ultimate shut-in's invisible hand. Skill is displayed. Confident, he activates the skill and thinks about cutting the lock. It summons a pair of bolt cutters. He puts the cutter in position and snaps the lock into 2 pieces. He rushes into the apartment and finds Da-jung collapsed on the floor. He tries to wake her, but then realizes her condition is worse than he initially thought. He recognizes symptoms of severe dehydration and frantically searches for something nearby to help her. While doing so, he notices something. Seeing a water bottle, he ponders the situation that, why is she dehydrated? Determined to help, he looks at her with resolve. He uses his system to give her a quest, hoping it will work. The quest, Breathe Once, is granted and instantly completed using 10 million from and recovering Da-jung from dehydration. The quest is successful, and she stirs. He checks if she is awake. Da-jung wakes up disoriented, asking who he is. He introduces himself as her upstairs neighbor. Confused, she questions how he's in her apartment, and he explains he forced entry due to her condition. Overwhelmed, she sheds a tear and cries out in distress. Sobbing, she covers her face with her hands. Wondering what's going on with her, he calls out to her by her name and apologizes for the intrusion, but urgently requests her help with an injured teammate. Tears in her eyes, she listens. Still shaken, she sits up and looks up at him, processing his words. She wonders what he's talking about, confused about being able to help someone. Stunned, she finds the idea of being able to help someone unbelievable. She finds it impossible that he wants her help with treatment, and questions how he knows she's a nurse. Suspicious but curious, Da-jung decides to play along. She agrees to help and asks where to go. Jae-hyun suddenly pauses and sends a quest to her to treat Yeonju, who was injured earlier, within an hour. He thinks about treating Yeonju. He gives Da-jung some tangerines and tells her to rest while he brings the injured person to her. Da-jung is surprised. She questions about the tangerines and stops him as he's leaving. She's confused by the sudden appearance of the quest window. He states that he will explain later and tells her rest for the time being as she is currently quite weak. Still bewildered, she picks up a tangerine and wonders if she's dreaming. Jae-hyun leaves her apartment and walks back to his own unit. A notification informs him that Da-jung's trust has increased. He reflects on Da-jung's initial mistrust and understands her suspicion after he barged into her home. He thinks it's about time for the group to finally reach the apartment, but what he sees surprises him. A red tiger is seen chasing the group. As the others keep running away from it to reach the apartment building, he realizes what's happening. The red tiger roars. Its claw leaves the ground and lunges at the group, while Dongjan flees with others doing their best to dodge it. A sudden realization startles Jae-hyun, and he questions the appearance of another red tiger. They barely dodge it as the tiger's claw hit the ground. While running, Hiren twists her ankle and crashes on the ground. Others scream out to her as they see it happen. Realizing she won't make it in time, Ga-young screams out to her. The tiger, its jaws gaping wide, closes in on her just as she struggles to her feet. Wounded, she stares in shock and horror. The red tiger closes the last inches between them, its jaws snapping open for the kill. The tiger snaps forward, but in a burst of violet light she vanishes, leaving nothing but the echo of the flash. It swings its massive head from side to side, a low, rumbling growl rattling from its throat, confusion burning in its eyes. Where had she gone? In shock, she gasps for air, and coughs up few time as she appears before Jaehyun. That was close, he remarks, and thinks to himself that it bought some time for the others to gain some distance from the beast. He receives a notification that potential new citizens have been discovered. With that, Byung-ho teleports to his room in front of him and asks Jaehyun to take care of his grandmother. Wait, Jaehyun tells him, and shifts his focus to the others. Confused but agreeable, Byung-ho agrees to his request. The red tiger continues its rampage. Using Invisible Hand, Jaehyun declares that he must kill that red tiger using another method. The red tiger attacks the fleeing group. Dongjin, wondering what to do, decides to stop and fight back. He winds up the baseball clenched tight in his hand, every muscle taut as he readies to hurl it at the beast, and unleashes his attack with a boom. However, the tiger manages to dodge at the right moment. With a deafening roar, it lunges forward, jaws agape. Ga-young shouts for Dongjin as the tiger closes in for the attack. Realizing that it's too late for him, he dodges the attack and yells at the others to run away, while he tries to distract the tiger by running in another direction. The tiger chases after him, as he keeps on running with all his might. The tiger prowls closer, its jaws yawning wide, fangs glinting as it closes in for the kill. As Dongjin looks back, he grits his teeth and strains, realizing his impending doom. But the tiger stops reacting to something. Jaehyun's invisible hand lifts it up as it growls in confusion, and smashes it down into the ground with bone-rattling force. Its paws start to shake after the beating. Invisible Hand yanks back the tiger's head as it lifts it up again in the air. His jaw drops, eyes widening in stunned disbelief. The others appear, their eyes wide with surprise at the scene before them. Ga-young receives a quest and pauses, her eyes scanning the words carefully. As she understands the quest, she moves forward. Jaehyun decides there's no need for him to be there personally. He explains that he will get 4 times the loot if Ga-young does the hunting. Harnessing the power of her bow, she steadies herself, ready to strike the tiger. The tiger locks eyes with her. Fear flickers in its gaze. She narrows her focus, drawing the bowstring back as she prepares to let the arrow fly. And with a sharp exhale, she unleashes a powerful arrow that cuts through the air toward the beast. Jaehyun receives notification he has hunted the red tiger, obtaining EXP and won. Byung-ho, Ga-young, and Hiren's trust and loyalty increased. Donggon's loyalty has increased, and he can now be registered as a vassal. Jaehyun expresses his excitement, and Dongjun is registered as his vassal. Dongjin is registered as his vassal. Back in the apartment building, Da-jung begins healing Yeonju. She continues to heal her. Her scars begin to fade, vanishing slowly as she lets out a faint groan of pain. Jaehyun comments on their luck in finding her, and asks Dongjin about the red tiger. Dongjin explains that the house Byung-ho's grandmother was in the red tiger's territory. The had killed one before, but there was apparently another. Jaehyun realizes why things felt off. He remembers there were no goblins in that area. If goblins needed a nest, then Byung-ho's grandmother wouldn't have been safe, and considers it fortunate she was in red tiger territory. He thinks of it as incredible luck, and hears a system notification sound. Ga-young's quest results are being evaluated. 70,312. 1 was used for the quest. Da-jung announces she's finished healing. He thanks her for her work. She asks if she can go home now. Kyung-jun nervously interrupts her. He jokes about them always gathering at his house. Observing the survivors, Jaehyun tells them, there's no need to worry, he only has to tell them what comes next. He announces that Unit 2901 is empty and will have all necessities provided, and addresses Dabin. Shish, she replies with a yes. He tells her about available units 21011 and 21012 with utilities, offering them so other survivors can use the shower and toilet, and suggests that they can share a unit if they want, while the rest will share other unit, which surprises them. He adds that he has a favor to ask, and she agrees without hesitation, and asks Dabin to be a messenger between him and the other survivors. She considers his request for a moment. He explains, the team who kills 100 goblins the fastest will be given an empty house, unlimited water, gas, electricity, and food. Jaehyun adds, and if the team accepts 10 additional survivors, those survivors will also enjoy the same benefits. He reminds Dabin, tell the others that providing the perks may take longer depending on their floor. He thinks to himself, and decides that, from now on, only those who prove their worth will receive benefits. With that, he grants a goblin hunting quest. Indicating whether they will accept the quest or not will decide if they will get any supplies. Someone appears exhausted and panting. He's running from goblins in the parking garage, desperately trying to reach the somewhere before they catch him. A screeching horde of goblins gives chase, closing in fast. Gripped by fear, he yells in frustration as the goblins gain on him. Just steps away, he urges himself to keep running. Goblins almost grab his jacket, nearly pulling him back into the horde. Kicking the goblin away, he dives through the closing doors and yells for his teammates to activate their plan. His teammates congratulate him, but little annoyed by the sheer number of goblins he lured. They start spearing goblins through the half-closed doors. They keep striking them down as more goblins jump in. One goblin gets hit so hard on his face, he is thrown back into the horde. He witnesses his teammates getting stabbed by the group. Bewildered as his companions are slaughtered, he tries to escape, but the team spots him running away. Sun Yup grins, satisfied with their successful goblin hunt, and tells his teammates he has something fun to show them. Gripping his spear, he prepares to demonstrate his fun idea, and throws his spear with incredible force towards the escaping goblin, leaving a trail of blue energy. The spear goes straight for the running goblin in the center, and pierces him in through his back as he coughs up blood. He boasts about his spear throw, asking his teammates if they saw it, and asks how many goblins they killed, and each teammate reports their count. The team calculates their total kill count, realizing they've slain over 100 goblins. The guy who lured the goblins confronts his teammates about the unexpectedly high number of goblins. Furious, he asks Sun-yeob if he really thought there were only 10, as initially claimed. Sun-yeob questions what he is unhappy about, highlighting their success. Still furious, Sung-min repeats his question, did he really think there were only 10 goblins? Sun-yeob tries to appease him, pointing out the positive outcome of getting a new apartment, but he is still enraged about nearly dying. Sun-yeob tries to calm him by calling him Lil Bro and asking who planned the hunting method. Sun-yeob takes responsibility for the plan and reminds Sung-min of his earlier confidence. He explains the spear plan was developed with the twins. He suggests removing Sung-min instead, claiming his presence makes no difference. Their other teammate tries to de-escalate the situation, praising both of their performance. One of the twins laughs nervously and scolds him and tells him to apologize. Sung-min apologizes to Sun-yeob, who still finds the situation annoying but amusing. Sun-yeob accepts the apology, and the team heads to the 21st floor to claim their reward. Sun-yeob anticipates receiving their new apartment, but Dabin informs the team that another team has already claimed the reward. They react in shock to the news. Dabin confirms that a team killed 100 goblins before them. He demands Dabin stop joking and give them their promised apartment, to which she tells him that she is not joking. She directs them to someone, and points out the family, explaining they were the first to kill 100 goblins. Sun-yeob is taken aback upon seeing them. They appear to be an older couple standing beside her brother. He explains to Dabin the deal he made with Jaehyun, exchanging his cooperation for his family's safety and provisions. Dabin questions if Jiho's daughters are underage and therefore exempt from quests. They explains that the daughters are adults, despite looking young, but expresses relief that their daughters are safe and well provided for. Her brother informs her that Jaehyun provided them with bows and arrows. She questions if the bows and arrows are for continued goblin hunting, which he confirms. He accuses Dabin of giving special privileges to that family, and confronts Dabin about the perceived special treatment, to which her brother curtly responds, "Ah, right." He admits it may seem unfair and reveals Jaehyun asked her to send the second and third teams to the 30th floor for their rewards. She instructs them to go to the 30th floor where Jaehyun is waiting. Sun Yap, now contemplative, heads towards the elevator. Inside the elevator, one teammate remarks to another that Jae-hyun seems younger than them. He mocks Dabin's respectful tone towards Jae-hyun. His teammate dismisses the idea of him as a god, calling him a cult leader at most. Another teammate expresses unease about speaking ill of him, given his protective abilities, and reminds his teammates they are all trying to win Jae-hyun's favor. He angrily calls Sungmin a bitch. The elevator arrives on the 30th floor, and tells him that they will talk later after their meeting with Jae-hyun. They find Jae-hyun walking towards them, and says hello with a sinister smirk. As he approaches, their confidence crumbles, tumbling away like stones down a steep hill. Sung Yap introduces himself. Jae-hyun shakes his hand and compliments his hunting strategy, surprising him. Stunned, he asks how he knew about their tactics. Jae-hyun tells him he'll provide utilities to apartments 131 and 52. Sung Yap questions if that's truly possible, and he confirms it is. He tells them that since they hunted 100 goblins, they qualify for the apartments. Jae-hyun clarifies he has no intention of becoming a god or a cult leader, which surprises them. Fearing he has been listening to them all along, they feel a sense of dread. Subtly scheming, he raises a finger to his lips as he tells the group that he has a request. In the next scene, they runs frantically from a horde of roaring orcs. Our GigaChad main character uses their same strategy to lure out a group of orcs. They veer sharply, changing direction in an instant. Sun Yap continues his escape from the pursuing orc horde alongside his group. He shouts out to Dongjian, urging him to throw a spear. Dongjian receives the urgent plea and prepares to throw his spear at the oncoming orcs. He steadies himself, muscles tightening as he prepares to hurl the spear with all his strength. His stats appear, noting his throw and stab abilities. He analyzes Dongjian's throw and stab abilities, considering their effectiveness against the orcs. He also notes Dongjian's knight title and its benefits, contemplating his growth potential. The spear slams into the orc's chest, the sheer force lifting him off his feet and hurling him into the warriors behind. Another orc charges forward, oblivious to the impending attack, and reaches Dongjin, threatening to attack him. But from behind him, another arrow whistles through the air, flying to shield him from harm. It finds its mark, piercing the orc's skull in a single, deadly strike. The arrow had been loosed by Gaiyang, standing firmly behind him. He grips another spear, raising it into position as he readies to throw, and shoots it towards the last standing orc. Catching his breath, he stands over the slain orc. Jae-hyun receives a notification confirming the completion of the orc hunting quest. When the battle ends, they discover a handful of survivors. He steps toward them with a calm smile, easing their fear. As the survivors make it safely to the building, system notifications appear. Jae-hyun notices the arrival of the 3 potential citizens, and decides to offer them citizenship. With the addition of Dongwoo, Syed Biol, and Hyunsung, the total citizen count reaches 200, unlocking the tax collection skill. Jae-hyun learns about his new skill. The tax collection skill returns a portion of the money they earned back to him. However, he realizes a drawback of the tax collection skill, and contemplates the 10-month time frame, realizing it's too long to save his parents. To speed up his plans, Jae-hyun sets the EXP distribution rate to 30%. His house declaration skill levels up to level 10. He reacts to the strain of the skill leveling up. His apartment territory expands to encompass the entire building. He receives a notification about declaring the entire building as his own and unlocks the construction function, and considers the new function. He reviews the available facilities for construction with the cost of each facility, including solar system, a store, and a gym. He questions the yearly production of the solar energy generator, and thinks about the time it would take to break even on the investment would be about 5 years if he manages to maintain it. He is prompted to confirm construction of the generator. Rejecting the idea, he thinks of better ways to use his money, specifically investing in Dongjin's growth. But has a sudden realization. He notices the substantial construction funds he received, and discovers the funds can only be used for facilities. He realizes the distinction between his construction funds and his wallet money, and decides to build the facilities. He confirms the construction of the solar energy generator. Construction begins with a 24-hour countdown. He wonders if he can build another one. and is informed that only one can be built per apartment building. He selects the store option in the construction menu and is pleased with the store facility, understanding that it is better than he thought. He learns that it's a facility linked to the ultimate shut-in store skill. The items he has registered can be sold there. What's unique is that no personnel is required for this store to operate. It's a system that produces an object in real time when money is paid. That's pretty good. With the store around, the residents can just buy what they need. He contemplates using the store to increase money distribution rates. Realizing he can control pricing and thus money distribution, he decides to build the store immediately, and is prompted to choose a location for the store. He chooses Unit 101 for the location of the store. Store construction begins with a 48-hour countdown, and he considers the gym as his next project. He reads the details of the gym facility, which increased the citizens' efficiency from 200 to 300% based on their level. Jae-hyun is impressed by the training benefits, and thinks of granting quest rewards with something this good. He is prompted to choose a location for the gym, and decides to convert the second floor into a gym, initiating a 72-hour construction countdown. He reviews the ongoing construction projects. His store skill levels up, adding the commodification function. He learns about the new function. He seems intrigued by something in the store skill. The items that were previously only sold in bundles can now be purchased individually. With a click, he activates the water menu list, and is surprised by the expanded list of items in his store. He examines the expanded list of different water bottle sizes. He notices that there are far more items available than before and decides to check the other items. He scrolls through a list of individual ramen packets. He expresses satisfaction with the commodification function, thinking it to be quite useful. Back to the fighting scene. Deok-soo protects himself from the orc's dagger with his shoulder pads. The orc's dagger breaks on making the contact. Seizing the opening, he swings his halberd with brutal force, cleaving the orc cleanly in two. Catching his breath, he pauses for a moment, only to hear Dongjin calling out to him. He asks him what would happen if he threw his halberd. While Deok-soo thinks about it, he asks him to borrow it for a moment, to try something with it. He grabs the halberd without asking, and with a surge of power, get ready to throw it. He sends it flying in the air, shocking his friend. Deok-soo reacts in shock, asking, why would he actually throw that? Dongjin tells him to just cancel the summon before summoning it again. After realizing what his friend wanted him to do, he cankles and summons the halberd again. As he does that, it instantly appears into his hand. He praises his idea, saying that he is a genius. Gae-young expresses concern about her low arrow supply, and then notices something. She is surprised to find a full quiver of arrows has materialized near her. System message shows Jae-hyun's new skill, Omni-Focus. It allows him to utilize other skills while observing with his absolute eyes. Gae-young sprints across the battlefield, firing multiple arrows at once. Jae-hyun earns experience and money as another orc falls. Multiple citizens complete their quest. Also, the reward triggers Gae-young's level up. Jae-hyun realizes quest rewards could boost stats. This was a game changer. Their situation, once dire, now holds a glimmer of possibility. He calculates the distance and travel time to his parents' house. Taking a deep breath, he steps outside his apartment for the first time in days. Reaching the roof, he surveys the cityscape. Gripping the edge, he stares out at the horrifying vista of the ravaged city. The devastation fills him with dread. He needs to hurry, and decides to check on Dongjin's party first. He selects Byung-ho's profile to assign him a new quest, and decides to utilize Jeon's C-rank reconnaissance skill while he focused on other tasks. He considers pairing him with Dajung and Yeonju, thinking it will be far better for him to join up with them. But unlike Dajung, who has already been registered as a vassal, Yeonju's loyalty isn't high enough to become a vassal yet. He reviews her awakened abilities, Warrior Bear, Ancient Lifeblood, and Primal Frenzy. Those who started with awakened abilities had a distinct advantage. Was reviving someone with an awakened ability his only option? He sets the quest reward, the revival of her son. A system message flashes, insufficient funds. Not having enough money, he thinks of increasing the quest difficulty as much as he can, considering a level 40 monster will definitely be strong, and will guarantee huge rewards in turn. He sets a 24-hour time limit. The penalty? Death. Again, the system informs him of insufficient funds for the revival. The sheer amount of money required shocks him. Another system message appears next to him. It states that an orc hunt yields more money and experience. Seeing that, he wonders if a party quest could be the answer. He resolves to create the party quest to see if it is doable. Thinking that he first need to get her completely on his side, he grants the quest. Frantic knocking echoes from his door. It is Yanju. She asks him to please open the door. He turns towards the sound and slowly opens the door. She opens rest of the door by herself in an instant. Overwhelmed and heavily breathing in front of him, she asks about the quest she just received. He tells her about the possibility of her son's revival, but the time limit was crucial. Hearing that, she collapses on her legs. Tears streams down her face. "Thank you so much," she cries. She expresses her joy and longing to see her son even just for one day. Yeonju's loyalty surges, making her eligible to become a vassal. He considers his next move. He looks up, and the lights turn on. Next, he turns to the water tap, and it starts flowing. With satisfaction, he states that he has gotten used to the dignity preservation skill to a certain extent, feeling like he has become a mage. He thinks he can properly control electricity, water, and gas. A pop-up window shows the store's revenue being calculated, and 320,981 won has been deposited into the wallet. He adds that 320,000 won at a 20% profit means today's sales surpassed 1.5 million won. Dark energy swirls around Jaehyun's eyes as his absolute eyes activates. He observes the residents moving around and shopping in the store. As one guy wonders about their savings, another states the price of the bow to be 150,000 won, and they got 10,000 won today, so it will take them 15 days to purchase it. He replies that they also need to get ramen and water for the next 15 days, to which the other one states that he should calculate everything himself then. Jaehyun notes the positive shift in atmosphere since sharing the money from the rewards. His gaze falls upon the first-floor store. After the mysterious place, no, as the store appeared on the apartment building's first floor. The little money that comes out of hunting goblins now started to stimulate everyone's desires to hunt. The survivors now had to venture outside the complex to hunt goblins, and the community was steadily growing. His population count and bonuses increased. System display shows the numbers continued to climb, further increasing his bonuses. He thinks that things will kick up exponentially from now on. Another orc falls, adding to his growing resources. Yeonju makes short work of the goblins, slashing through them with ruthless precision. She suddenly emerges before a goblin, cutting off its escape, and sinks her sharp teeth into the goblin, tearing into its flesh. After getting rid of the goblins, she slowly turns back into her human form. Seeing her like that, Da-jung expresses concern. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Da-jung asks her. She reassures them that she's fine. Even if she get hurt a bit, it won't matter to her. On being told not to push herself too much, she apologizes that she wasn't trying to hog the kills, to which they tell her that is not the reason they are worried about. She nods as if thinking of something else, most likely her son. While monitoring them, he thinks that pairing Yeonju and Da-jung had been a good idea. Their current performance was exactly what he'd expected. Yeonju's profile updates, reflecting increased trust, loyalty, and new abilities. Her warrior class abilities are shown: a 50 boost to close combat damage, A-rank ancient lifeblood regeneration upon injury, and S-rank primal frenzy, increasing her physical abilities by 300 upon seeing blood. A loud noise startles them, their expressions shifting instantly from calm to tense. A powerful orc roars from the shadows. It appears before them with a loud thud, forcing them to raise their guard. The scarred orc grips its club, a guttural growl rumbling from its throat as it looms into view before them. A powerful orc, growling menacingly, charges forward with a spear. Yeonju, starting to transform into her werebear form, calls Da-jung. Changing into her bear form, she looms over the orc, ready to attack. The other two shout as the werebear bursts into flames and charges towards the orc. She turns her fury towards the orc, preparing for a new confrontation. The orc captain swings his spear, ready to fight. She keeps on attacking the orc from all directions, but the orc captain manages to deflect her attacks with his weapon. Amid the clash, Gayoung raises her bow, taking aim to join the fight. She focuses all her attention to the enemy position and looses an arrow, a trail of radiant energy streaking through the air behind it. With astonishing speed, the arrow streaks toward the orc. But the orc fiercely thrusts his spear forward, managing to deflect the arrow just in time. Yeonju seizes the moment and leaps at the orc captain, and she slams him to the ground with a resounding crash. Terrified for his life, the orc captain lets out a horrified scream as she looms over him, jaws spreading wide. Blood splatters against a dark background, evidence of her brutal attack. She growls, blood dripping from her mouth, then slowly begins to calm after the kill. Jae-hyun receives notifications. He has defeated the orc captain, gained EXP, and won. Yeonju is credited with killing the leader of Jeonpo Station, fulfilling a requirement and unlocking the outpost base for construction. He sees the specifications for the outpost base, a safe zone that can be built outside his apartment's territory, requiring 3 citizens with the knight title or higher to be present. He considers building the outpost base, now that he has plenty of money after the orcs have been killed, and is prompted to build the outpost base. Construction time, 7 days. Requirement, 3 citizens with the knight title or higher. He contemplates the time commitment. Dajung, Yeonju, and Dongjun would need to stay there for a week, and recognizes the biggest loss will be time, visualized by a clock and calendar. He decides against building the outpost at Jeonpo Station since Dongjeon's team has already cleared most of the monsters in the area. He selects will not build. He reflects that the rewards from the orc hunt are still a good harvest, even without the outpost, and thinks about building an outpost base near his parents' house for their safety. He imagines his parents safe within his territory, and acknowledges the difficulty of bringing his grandparents to his apartment. He desperately hopes they are still alive, and decides to send Dongjin's team to his parents' place tomorrow. The scene shifts to a dark subway tunnel. Kim Ji-yeon cautiously looks around. Seeing Yeonju ripping an orc apart with her bare hands, he exclaims, "This is absolutely nuts." As she continues her brutal attack on another orc, he questions how a human can rip an orc apart with their bare hands. The monstrous bear continues its attack as Kim Ji-yeon realizes Yeonju isn't human, which explains her strength. He notes that she was already strong before receiving Jaehyun's blessings and wonders how he convinced her to join them. The monstrous bear mauls an orc. Kim Ji-yeon recalls Yeonju's obsession with killing goblins and wonders if she gained a new ability, which would explain her increased strength. A party quest notification appears. Return within 1 hour. A small amount of EXP is offered with no penalty for failure. He notices the other team members approaching. Dongjin tells him that they're going back, and he agrees. He calls for his crow to return, and it lands on his arm. He affectionately calls Blackie a good boy. Dongjian asks Jian to scout ahead, and Jian acknowledges the request. He pets the crow and tells him to be careful. A close-up of his crow's eye reveals a focused gaze. The crow soars through the air at incredible speed, getting out of the tunnel, into the clear sky above the city. Jian observes the city and reports to Dongjin that there are no immediate problems and they can proceed. The group starts moving through the subway tunnel. Jian notices something, seemingly surprised. He realizes that it was just a rat. He tries to confirm his suspicion, but finds nothing. The rat jumps out of the hole he had been hiding in. It lands on its feet and leaps forwards. It reaches some stairs leading out of the subway. The scene shifts to Jae-hyun's apartment, where he bows his head and asks for the help. Everyone thinks for a moment, looking at each other. He acknowledges that the chances are low. Dongjin asks if his family is in the same apartment complex, to which he replies that he is not sure. Byung-ho shouts, declaring that we will help you. Dongjin expresses his deep gratitude to Jae-hyun for their survival and his willingness to help, and asks Jae-hyun what do they need to do. Jae-hyun thanks the group and tells them to follow the subway line to Seomyeon Station as the orcs at Jeonpo have been cleared out. He continues that Jigalchi Station is the closest to his parents' house, and they just need to get out from exit number 2 when they get there. And once they are out, he will guide them to where his parents should be. He adds that he does not want everyone to go immediately because he knows that this is just something that he wants, and asks them to focus on taking over the Seomyeon Station for now, to which they agree. He thanks them again and tells them to rest before they put their plan into action. Yeonju stops them for a moment. Gathering her thoughts, she states that she has a question. She asks him if he is unable to bring his family members here with his ability. Thinking to himself, he states that he tried. He thought of having a target teleported as a quest reward, and he could bring all of his family members with Byung-ho's teleport ability. But that could not be done as a quest reward. He previously realized that the system's denial was because his influence didn't reach Byung-ho's grandmother's location when he tested it as a reward of his teleportation. As his own family is out of his range, he won't be able to bring them here as well. He states that his power has limits, but he will keep the promise he made to her. A system message appears, showing her trust in him has increased. With a subtle smile, she thanks him for being honest. "Thank you all. Get some rest," Jaehyun says, dismissing the group. As the group leaves, Dongjeon tells him to have a good rest as well. With that, he turns his attention to a new notification. The notification states, "Unauthorized individual attempting entry. Approaching potential citizens." And he quickly initiates a citizenship proposal. And it quickly gets accepted. Her profile reveals her level, low trust, and awakened ability, Queen of Rats. He gets surprised as she isn't awakened. With his ultimate eyes, he sees the new citizen. Apparently, a rat, which surprises him. 1 hour ago, the rat looked around, bewildered. Who are these people, she wondered. She'd witnessed their prowess against the orcs. Their strength astonished her. Are they all awakened, she questioned. Surely not. And decided to follow them. She needed to understand their abilities and how they manage such a large group. My ability alone should be enough, but I'll observe for now, she thought. She scurried into the shadows, her eyes fixed on the survivors, and darted along the streets, keeping pace with the group. At a playground, a different scene unfolded. She heard a child calling for her mom, and saw others playing around without any care in the world. She got shocked by the children in the playground, and wondered, why are there so many people inside? Looking at the apartment building, she wondered what on earth is this place. Intrigued, she decided to investigate further. With a powerful leap, she moved towards the building, but got hit by an invisible barrier. A sharp pain pierced her head as she cried out. "Entry is prohibited," a system message declared, confusing her. Another message followed. "Would you like to obtain citizenship?" Without hesitation, she accepted. Looking at the system window, she questioned if it is impossible to become a citizen as a rat. But another window suddenly appeared stating, "You have obtained citizenship." The small rat pumped its tiny fists. Squeak! It worked! Thrilled, she ran into the building, eager to explore, and moved inside the building. Watching a rat, someone screamed in fear. A foot stomped down, aiming to crush her. But she narrowly dodged the attack. She tumbled down the hallway, avoiding a flurry of stomps. Exhausted and bruised, she paused to catch her breath, and watched others working out in the gym. She continued to observe them, doing different exercises. Some working on their biceps while others doing chest exercise. What kind of place is this? She mused. Back in the present, she opens her eyes in the subway, her head throbbing with pain. But then, a mischievous grin spreads across her face. She laughs as she has finally found a way to survive, and thinks that the problem would be getting there. She somehow needs to get to Jeonpo Station, and nervously, weighs the only method available to her. She can do it if she moves through the subway rails, but the issue would be that monster at the station. Her resolve hardens, thinking she actually has a chance, because there's no place she can't get into. After hunting a tamed rat, Jaehyun gains a small amount of experience and 1,416 won. He learns about Seo Yejin's A-rank Queen of Rats ability, which allowed her to control tamed rats and share their senses. He realizes this ability allowed her to control rats. Using absolute eyes, he thinks that an A-rank awakener has approached his apartment and decides to make her his vassal. He wonders where she is within his territory. Unable to locate her nearby, he decides to issue a quest to bring her to his apartment. He creates a Visit Apartment Unit quest for Seo Yejin with a 48-hour time limit, a reward of cola and a chocolate bar, and no failure penalty. But pauses before granting the quest. He remembers being asked if he could bring his family to the apartment using his ability. He reveals his failed attempts to teleport his family because they were outside of his range of influence. He considers the limitations of his powers and wonders. He could summon those to whom he has granted citizenship should be within his influence. He realizes any monsters his citizens killed, anywhere, granted him rewards, and modifies the quest for Seo Yejin, shortening the time limit to 10 seconds and adding a summon failure penalty. Yejin successfully creates the quest and realizes he could exploit the quest's failure penalty to summon people to his apartment, and plans to use this method to bring his family to safety. He wonders about sending Dongjun's party to build an outpost and test his theory, and imagines granting his family citizenship and summoning them, and using the system quest function to summon them to his location. His plan seems solid, but he needs to know the cost. How much would it cost? He decides to test his plan by issuing a summon quest, and hopes the summoning cost is less than 1,000,000,000 won. Yejin fails the quest, costing him 31,674,894 won. Relieve the cost is only 30 million won. He deems it manageable. Yejin is suddenly summoned to his apartment, disoriented by the abrupt transition. He is excited that his summoning method worked. As he stands in front of her, she is shocked and is confused by her sudden change of her location. He greets her with a hello. She questions him how he knew her, and he reveals he has granted her citizenship, and explains to her that she is in the top level of the apartment complex that she has seen through her rat's eyes. He apologizes for summoning her so abruptly and offered her a cola and chocolate bar, which was her initial reward, and formally introduces himself. She hesitantly accepts the cola and chocolate bar, stating that there was a strange quest she received earlier, to which he confirms that he issued the quest that brought her there. She lights up hearing that and starts to state a request. She tells him that she has been looking after some people and asks him if he can accept them as well, and further explains her failed attempt to bring everyone to his apartment due to the distance. He asks how many people she has with her, and she answered 35. He is surprised, because he did not think that she would have other people with her before summoning her, and tells her it would be difficult to bring all 35 people to the apartment, confusing her a little. He tells her that it would be impossible for him to bring all of them here with his power. But she pleads for her mother and younger sibling and desperately begs him to help her family, promising to do anything. Thinking about the situation, he asks for a moment to think. He realizes his territory, recognized the rat as a part of Yejin, enabling him to grant her citizenship remotely. He realizes his territory, recognized the rat as a part of Yejin, enabling him to grant her citizenship remotely, and believes that his plan might work. Checking out her profile window, he is surprised at the level of trust she has placed in him, thinking that maybe she is in a situation where she has no choice but to trust him. He addressed her by her name and asks if she is willing to do anything to save her family, to which she affirms her willingness to do whatever it takes. He declares that he does have a way to do this, and instructs her to trust him completely. He tells her that if she trusts him completely, he will surely be able to save her family. Listening intently to him, she pledges her trust and agrees to his plan to save her family. Her trust and loyalty increases significantly, unlocking her eligibility as a vassal. To continue with the plan, he registers her as a vassal. Seo Yejin is enveloped in a blue aura as she becomes his vassal, which surprises her. Her profile updates, showing her new titles and increased trust and loyalty. He reads about the Tamer ability, which increases her stats and her tamed rat's growth rate based on her loyalty and trust, and asks her if she has any tamed rats near her family members. She listens to him, as he instructs her to use her rats to reach her family directly. She uses her ability to connect with her rats, and Jaehyun focuses using his absolute eyes. He sees through one of her tamed rats. The rat appears near her family, surprising them. They recognize it as Yejin's rat. A window from Jaehyun's system appears above the rat. As they wonder what is going on, multiple supplies including water bottles, chips, ramen, along with some other stuff pop out of the system window, surprising them. On sudden appearance of the food, they wonder if Yejin sent those. Her trust increases significantly twice. Jaehyun is pleased that his plan is working. He realizes Yejin's ability and his absolute eyes worked perfectly together, and marvels at the potential of seeing through thousands of rats in the sewers. With sinister grins spreading across his face as dark energy crackles around him, His eyes widen with excitement, as he just got his hands on the best recon troops possible. After that, they continue their conversation. She asks him if Nambumindong is the area near Songdo-si, to which he confirms. He thinks that coincidentally, she has been to the area because her parents lived there, and it would be more advantageous for her to go on the first recon trip over Dongjan's party, and added that she could also send her rats to assist. Using that alone, he can confirm whether his family is still alive, and it will be far easier for him to send over rescue supplies. She confidently assures him she would handle it. Seo Yejin's trust and loyalty towards Jaehyun increases. Jaehyun asks if she could begin the reconnaissance immediately, and she confirms that she can. He suggests using the Busan Line 1 subway, because he plans to use that line as a future rescue route. She vehemently objects, and warns him about a monster at Seomyeon Station. Hearing the mention of a monster, he contemplates the situation, and asks her to send a rat to Seomyeon Station to investigate. The rat scout arrives at the station, and notices something unsettling. A goblin is seen hanging, with half of its body in the giant snake's mouth. The snake quickly swallows the whole goblin in a single gulp, and then notices the rat scout. The frightened rat manages to hide behind a pillar, but the snake finds him instantly, surprising it. The snake opens its mouth, and gets ready to attack the trembling rat. As it goes for the bite, the rat dodges it with an athletic style, and dashes away from it in another direction. The snake flicks its tongue, tracking the rat. As the rat keeps moving forward, Jaehyun keeps on monitoring the situation, and is surprised by the monster's size and level, and wonders if it could be higher than 40. Yejin tells him that using Seomyeon Station is impossible because of that monster, and suggests using Byeomnaegol Station, one stop away, confident in his teammates' skills, stating that they won't have an issue getting past that place with their skills. He agrees to her suggestion, and assigns her to apartment 2701, also warning her that it needs cleaning. She gratefully accepts the apartment. He muses that he might have devised the same plan before meeting her, and moves to install a solar energy generator. Construction begins with a 24-hour timer. Solar panels start appearing on the apartment building's roof. He notes about the generator's good efficiency, but it's far from enough electricity for a population close to 800, and plans to increase the workforce to save money and install more facilities. He considers implementing a 3-shift system, and the same goes for the new public facilities. After contemplating his next move, he decides to initiate more monster hunting quests. The scene shifts to the Dongjan's team rushing through the subway tunnel. He warns the team about something approaching. All of them instantly stop and assume a fighting stance. Screeching mutated bats catch up to them in the tunnel. They shoot their arrows all together, sending them flying through the tunnel with a blue aura, hitting all the mutated bats, and dropping them on the ground one by one. Ga-young checks on her team, while Hyren worries about the giant snake at Seomyeon Statio and if they can really defeat that by themselves. Ga-young reassures her that there's nothing to worry about and that Jaehyun can summon them if things look really grim. Dongjin agrees, telling them not to worry, and they continue their journey towards the station. As they arrive at Seomyeon Station, they react in fear to what they see. It's nothing short of a massacre of goblins, their bodies scattered like broken dolls. Dongjin urges the team to press on and bear with it for just a bit longer. As they keep pushing further, they come to an abrupt stop, every sense alert as they raise their guard. Dongjin gets terrified by the sight. Before them, the giant snake slithers into view, massive and menacing, trembling and terrified. Deoksu screams in fear, wondering how they can defeat such a monster. Without a hint of warning, a massive explosion thunders from where the snake stands. Dongjin yells for everyone to get down. Screaming, the team throws themselves to the ground for cover. The subway rumbles on, still quaking from the force of the impact. A party quest appears. Hunt the giant snake in 10 minutes for a large amount of EXP with no penalty for failure. As the team finally manages to get up, still disoriented, wondering if it was an earthquake, a system notification pings on Dongjin's interface. Jaehyun assigns a party quest to Dongjin and Yeonju hunt the giant snake. A giant snake? Dongjin exclaims in disbelief. His surprise quickly turns to apprehension. The monstrous snake comes into view. Both Dongjin and Ga-young gasp. "What's it doing?" Dongjin asks, puzzled by the snake's strange behavior. A section of the giant snake's massive body has been blown apart, smoke still rising from the blast. Dongjin and Yanju stare, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. While trying to make sense of the situation, he draws a weapon, preparing to engage the monstrous serpent, and throws it at an incredible speed at the giant snake. The snake recoils from the impact of Deoksu's attack direct in its head. Going back a few minutes, Jaehyun thinks that a giant snake would be able to each swallow its prey whole. But for a single rat, it wouldn't worry at all, even if it tried to swallow it whole alive. So the rat jumps, and with an elegant display of spinning in the air, no one could have anticipated the chain of events that the rat's entry would trigger. After that, Jaehyun opens his storage interface. He considers using his storage and store skills in conjunction, activating storage skill inside the giant snake's body. He summons a cloud of flammable gas, aiming to create an explosion within the snake, along with some burning tissues, triggering a fiery blast inside the snake. A roar of pain echoes through the tunnel as the snake writhes in agony, and explosion erupts from within it, engulfing it in flames. Startled by the deafening roar and the ensuing blast, Yejin gets a sharp headache. Jaehyun checks on her, making sure she is fine, to which she replies that she was just a little surprised and brushes it off. He praises her quick thinking, and pauses for a moment, considering his next move. He thinks that it absolutely cannot be killed by him, and it has to be the knight vassals who kill it, so that he can get the 6 times experience and gold split. So he creates a quest for them, making them the ones to attack the snake. The attack rips through the snake's flesh, sending a sizzling shockwave through its body. Yeonju, transformed into her werebear form, joins the attack. She gets under the screaming snake, readies herself for the finisher attack. With a single, brutal strike, she pierces its head, blood erupting in a violent spray. Striking the final blow, she crashes back to the ground, her monstrous form fading as she becomes human again. She stands tall, anger burning in her eyes as she looks back, certain the fight is finished. Notifications flood Jaehyun's interface, confirming the successful hunt, the experience gained, the gold reward, and the possibility of establishing an outpost at Seomyeon Station. Jaehyun's skills level up. His house declaration reaches level 15, granting him valuable skill points. He groans, feeling the strain of his increasing power. His apartment territory expands to encompass the entire building. He discovers a large group of potential citizens. 200, he exclaims, surprised by the number of survivors, and then grants them citizenship. As he grants citizenship to all 200 survivors, his citizen count reaches 1,000, unlocking baseline skills for everyone, which makes him wonder about the meaning of this new baseline skill. He examines Kim Min-ho's status, noting his level, trust, loyalty, and lack of an awakened ability. He realizes the significance of the baseline skill. Even with a 0 EXP distribution, he can still get 100% of the EXP and gold separately. After that, Yejin approaches him, asking if he could bring the people she was with to this apartment building. He thinks for a moment, and tells her, of course, that is the least he can do for her. Her voice soft, she thanks him, eyes shimmering with heartfelt gratitude. He asks her if she could control the rat again, to which she confirms that she can. He decides to use her rat to guide the team to her people. The giant snake's lifeless body lies sprawled across the subway tunnel. Yejin's rat squeaks, leading the way. The team follows the rat through the debris-strewn tunnel. As Rat navigates the treacherous path, Dongjin notices something. Yeonju stands there with multiple goblin bodies behind her. She tells them it wasn't her who did this. They wonder if this was an orc territory. Guided by the rat, the group passes the bodies of slain orcs. Stay alert, Dongjin cautions. Even though we defeated the boss, there could still be stragglers. The rat squeaks, signaling something ahead. Byung-ho wonders if that rat part of Jaehyun's abilities. The group continues to follow the rat, and Jaehyun monitors them as they move forward. He surveys the scene and deems it safe, then focuses his attention, honing in on a specific detail. A system notification displays skill points, 3 points. Thinking of investing those points, he considers his options and decides the first investment should be the Ultimate Eyes skill, because it synergizes well with Yejin's ability. So he invests his skill points in Ultimate Eyes. He winces, feeling the power surge through him. and a groan escapes his lips as the upgrade completes. A wave of energy floods him. His ultimate eyes, now upgraded, lock onto the team, and for the first time, the goblins' levels appear above their heads. Deoksu sends one of the goblin flying. Information about the goblins appears on Jaehoon's interface. He remarks that it is perfect, and he was just in the need of an ability like this, and explains that first he needs to find monsters of appropriate levels. He then can assign quests to others and save the costs required for resurrection this way. Thinking of his next action, he decides to focus on his dignity preservation skill. Trust and loyalty are paramount, as he will be meeting many people from now on. Therefore, he levels up dignity preservation. A sudden gunshot rings out, startling Jaehoon. His eyes widen in shock as he processes the sharp crack of the gunshot. A gunshot rings out, triggering Jaehoon's attention. He wonders where the disturbance originated. Goblins armed with guns raid the subway station, shocking the team there. Jaehoon is surprised to see goblins wielding firearms. The goblins continue firing, catching the survivors off guard. As everyone notices them, realizing the danger, someone from the team urges the others to flee. They hide from the gun-toting goblins on the side platforms. Gayoung and Dongjun narrowly avoid the gunfire as they flee. They realize they can't confront the armed goblins head-on. Despite the danger, Dongjun has an escape plan. He reminds the group they have Byungho, whose teleportation ability can help them fight back. He teleports and eliminates a gun-wielding goblin, creating an opening for the survivors. After that, multiple goblins lunge towards him to attack, but in a single swift motion he chops their heads off. Watching his allies being slaughtered, a goblin shrieks and aims his gun along with few other goblins. But an arrow pierces his hand the next second, leaving a trail of blood. Deoksu, in his Iron Knight armor, and Yeonju, who is in her werebear form, take the opportunity to attack as Gayoung fires arrows at the goblins. Together they jump into the group of goblins ready to pummel them. They slash and rip them apart one by one, surprising the other members of the team with their power. With an amazing display of their abilities, they combine their strength to wipe out all of the goblins. Jaehoon registers the dropped goblin gun into his store and sees the price for the gun and its bullets in his store inventory. He contemplates the implications of the gun's appearance and realizes he cannot list the gun for sale due to its potential for disrupting the balance of his community. He considers the advantages of firearms, acknowledging they would make monster hunting more effective, and thinks about how firearms would empower even lower-level citizens to hunt stronger monsters like orcs, and that the availability of firearms would drastically increase the EXP and money earned by his citizens. He acknowledges the difficulty of trusting every citizen, especially with access to firearms, and reflects on the randomness of his acceptance criteria for new citizens, that he has no specific standards for granting citizenship so far. He explains he accepted everyone due to his confidence in controlling the situation within his domain. While acknowledging the overall benefits of a larger population, there will be potential for conflict with the introduction of firearms. A revolver and several bullets lie on a flat surface, foreshadowing a shift in the existing power dynamic. Some individuals might harbor malicious intentions, amplified by access to guns, like envy, resentment, and jealousy. He predicts an inevitable incident and fears someone might be killed because of the guns, and decides that only trusted individuals with high loyalty should have access to firearms. And based on that high loyalty, he already knows exactly who should get one first. The bodies of gun-wielding goblins lie scattered in the subway after being defeated. Byungho is surprised, as a gun starts to appear in front of and falls on the ground along with an ammo box. Intrigued, he reaches for the weapon, and thanks Jaehoon for the powerful new weapon, demonstrating his loyalty. The group, along with Yejin's rat, explore the subway station further after clearing out the goblins. They reach the destination, which appears to be a door. Dongjin carefully opens the door and cautiously enter a dark room filled with people. Their expressions are a mixture of apprehension and unease. The scene shifts to the outside of the apartment building. Jaehoon is satisfied that his domain now includes the walking trail, giving him more territory and potential resources. He meets with Yejin, who thanks him for meeting her outside, and he mentions taking his first walk in a while. He is notified that someone unauthorized is trying to enter his territory and realizes Yejin's family has arrived. He receives a prompt to offer them citizenship and chooses to do so. Yejin is called out to by her family. Her mother and sibling express joy and relief upon finding her. She reunites with her mother, who scolds her for leaving without saying anything. Her sister comments about her smelling nice, to which she confirms that they have warm water so she can properly shower, and assures her family of the comfortable living conditions within this territory. He calls Yejin aside for a private conversation and informs her about the allocated apartment unit, acknowledging its limited size for more than 30 people. She reacts to the information about the apartment with some concern. Looking back at her mother and sibling, who stands anxiously beside her, she wonders what they should do given the small apartment. Seeing her predicament, he offers her 3 more rooms, recognizing her contributions. She expresses her gratitude for the additional rooms and promises to work hard. Notifications of increased trust and loyalty from Yejin and her family appear. He smirks, pleased with the increased trust and loyalty, but suddenly realizes that he leveled up and forgot to check his new skills. Opening the Beast Management skill. He wonders what it is, and is shocked by the $1,000,000,000 cost of the Beast Summon skill within the Beast Management category. While wondering about his new skill, someone calls him and asks if he has a moment. He greets Hiren, who enters looking distressed. She indicates she needs to talk to him about something important. Seeing her nervousness, he encourages her to speak freely. Visibly distressed, she prepares to speak, and apologizes and expresses her desire to leave the party. Stunned, he asks for clarification on what he just heard. She elaborated, feeling her abilities were not needed, and the party would be fine without her. But he encouraged her to be honest about her reasons. She hesitated, her face contorted with unspoken feelings. Overcome with emotion, she tearfully confessed her fear of the monsters, and described her terror of the goblins, orcs, giant snake, and crimson tiger they had encountered. Tears streamed down her face as she recounted the near-death experiences and the fear they instilled, and apologized to him for being a burden and not contributing enough, acknowledging his constant rescue efforts. Sobbing uncontrollably, she confessed feeling inadequate and unable to meet his expectations. Jaehyun, looking thoughtful, acknowledged sensing her feelings for a while. He recounted his participation in dangerous missions, such as rescuing Byungho's grandmother, and while exterminating orcs and fighting the Crimson Tiger were all missions that put lives at risk, and he acknowledged her limited direct contributions to the group. However, he didn't blame her for her lack of direct combat abilities, and pointed out the dangerous nature of her poison mist ability and the difficulty in using it without harming allies. He acknowledged that she risked her life despite the perceived lack of results from her ability, and contemplated how to best utilize her abilities, and explained that they were short-handed, suggesting a need for her assistance. He brought up Kim Dabin and her exhaustion from handling everything alone, and explained he was looking for someone trustworthy to help Dabin. He asks for her help, trusting her capabilities, and waits for her response. He reassured her about her value and the importance of those willing to step up, and acknowledges the difficulty of controlling her poison ability, but hopes her to master it one day. He expresses confidence in her potential and promised to call upon her when her ability was needed. Till then, she can work internally in the building. Deeply touched by his words, she covers her mouth to stifle her emotions. Tears well in her eyes, and she struggles to speak, processing his words and their implications. Her loyalty reaches 100, increasing his vassal capacity. She apologizes to him for showing her weak side, and promises to do her best for the community. After she took her leave, he considered using the Beast Summon skill, and decided to use it. As he activated the Beast Summon, 1,000,000,001 were consumed for the summoning. A bright light flashed before his eyes, starting the summoning process. A magical circle appeared beneath on the ground. Unable to bear, he shielded his face from the intense light. A large, glowing egg appeared within the magic circle, and began to crack. He groaned from the strain of the summoning light. Slowly opening his eyes, he noticed something. A close-up of a black bird's eye, and then its tail. A small, black, 3-legged crow appeared, standing at the center of the circle, activating his ultimate eyes skill. The system identified the crow as a 3-legged crow, Lev 1, and described the crow as a divine bird born with the power of the sun, requiring high-quality sunlight to grow. He greeted the crow as a bead of sweat moved down his cheek. It chirped in response. He wondered what to name the crow, and had an idea for a name. He suggested the name Blackie due to its pitch-black feathers. The crow chirped happily, seemingly liking the name. It chirped again, confirming its approval. After that, he asked if it was hungry, and opened a bag of chips for Blackie. And Blackie eagerly ate the whole packet of chips. It chirped contentedly after eating, and drooled, indicating it was full and sleepy. Hence, it fell asleep on the spot, and Jae-hyun remarked on its carefree nature. He received a notification. Blackie leveled up, increasing the efficiency of the solar energy generator. The system described the solar energy electric generator and its benefits. Looking over the cityscape, he noted he still needed to install solar generators on 10 new buildings, and reflected on the substantial investment already made in the existing facility. He recognized the game-changing potential of the solar generators due to Blackie, because as it levels up, it further increases the solar generator's efficiency, and calculated the tripled annual return from the solar generators. So, he decided to build solar generators in all 10 buildings. A timer appeared, showing the construction time for the solar generators. Jae-hyun visited Choi Hyun-jun's apartment, number 3001. Jae-hyun rang the doorbell. Moving to next scene, after knocking at a door, he identified himself. Hyung-jun opened the door and greeted him. He asked about his visit, to which Jae-hyun said he had something to ask him. Hyung-jun asked what he wanted, to which Jae-hyun told him that he would like to entrust him his money. Not expecting that kind of request, he yelled in surprise. Previously, after contemplating his newly acquired tax collection skill, he decided to entrust some money to a trustworthy citizen to generate profit, and calculated that despite a 10 initial fee, the investment would yield a 10 monthly profit margin. He pondered which of his citizens was the most trustworthy to handle his funds, and reviewed Hyung-jun's stats, level 25 title, the first servant, 89 trust, 98 loyalty, and the strength of a gorilla ability. Hyung-jun was the obvious choice due to his high trust and loyalty scores. So he gave him 1 billion won for a money-making quest, explaining the 10 fee and base cost. His trust and loyalty increased to 100, expanding Jae-hyun's vassal limit. Shocked and grateful, he asked if he really intended for him to keep such a vast sum. Slightly surprised by him reaching maximum loyalty, he also allowed him to use a portion of the funds if needed. Overjoyed, he profusely thanked him. Jae-hyun simply stated he would be counting on him. On to the next matter. Dabin asked Jae-hyun if she could freely choose her team members. He confirmed she could choose anyone, including Hyren, and offered to double her weekly pay since she would be the team leader for 2023. He offered to double Dabin's weekly pay since she would be the team leader for 2023. Dabin, ecstatic at the prospect of double pay, had dollar signs in her eyes. Her loyalty increased due to the pay raise. She enthusiastically thanked him and promised to do her best, and took off taking Hyren with her. Jae-hyun walked down the hallway of his apartment building, contemplating his next actions, and decided it was time to handle more sensitive matters. He arrived at apartment 2609 and greeted everyone, inquiring about their well-being. Dongjin replied that they were fine, but questioned the reason for his visit. He explained that the subway track near Seomyeon stations was now monster-free, and also informed them there were almost no monsters remaining near other two stations, presenting an opportunity. He stressed the importance of acting before more monsters swarmed the area. As he observed Hyren's emotional plea, he realized something important. He acknowledged the risks his citizens took to fulfill his requests, and that he is also thankful to Yejin for her warning about the monster at Seomyeon Station, which had averted a disaster. He expressed his determination to protect and save his family, understanding his desire might be perceived as selfish, and asked the team to head to Jagalchi Station the next day. Next scene shifts to his own apartment. Blackie chirped as Jae-hyun drank his coffee. The solar energy generator's efficiency doubled as Blackie reached level 5. He was impressed by Blackie's rapid growth. He also gained partial power from Blackie, awakening basic elemental magic. So he wondered how to use his newly awakened magic. A flickering flame burst from his extended fingertip. He noticed the magic felt similar to using his dignity preservation skill, and thought to test it further. Finding a secluded area outside, he decided to practice his magic more freely. He closed his eyes and visualized his magic practice, and imagined unleashing a massive burst of flames the size of a house. With a shout, he unleashed his imagined fire magic. The fire appeared to be fusing at a center point, creating a fireball. But as he opened his eyes, the scene wasn't what he imagined. He stared at the small flame hovering over his outstretched hand, muttering about its size, and admitted the magic wasn't that impressive yet, but he thought of an improvement despite the initially underwhelming result. A huge blast occurred as he combined the gas created from the dignity preservation skill. He concluded the combination had great potential despite its current low level, anticipating Blackie's continued growth. Satisfied with his magical experimentation, he decided to end his practice and eat something. The construction of the solar energy generators was complete. Blackie's rapid growth had increased the generator's efficiency 8-fold, creating a surplus of energy. He realized the excess energy might be converted directly into money for his wallet, and sensed Yejin's arrival at his apartment. She thanked him for the time to rest and recuperate. He told her the compensation was simply for her valuable ability, which had greatly expanded their capabilities, and asked her to do her best again that day. He informed her about Dongjon's party's current location at Seomyeon Station, and asked her to escort them, and she tells me that she had already sent some rats along the subway route. After being told that they can get as far as Choryang Station, he questioned her about potential issues beyond Choryang Station on the subway route. She identified Busan Station as the problem area, and suggested he witness the situation at Busan Station for himself and used her Queen of Rats ability. At the station, the path seemed blocked by the fallen debris, and the rest of it was flooded. His face tightened with concern as he declared they won't be able to get through. She confirmed the flooded tracks and explained she had tried sending rats above ground instead, and appeared troubled as she revealed another problem with her above-ground reconnaissance attempt, and showed him a devastated cityscape above ground with no path to traverse. He was shocked by the complete destruction he witnessed. He observed that not a single building remained intact above ground, and was stunned by the collapsed buildings and wondered what had happened. A rat scout squeaked as it discovered something unusual on the ground. Seeing something peculiar, he noticed large footprints amidst the destruction, and finally understood why no buildings were left standing. He realized the devastation was due to a powerful force, evidenced by the destroyed Mr. Office building. Observing the completely destroyed roads, he was shocked and horrified by the true extent of the destruction, finally realizing what caused it. In that same instance, a massive earthquake shook the whole building. She cried out, clutching her head, and he tried to keep his balance. He yelled in anguish and frustration, fearing that, at this rate, the building may end up collapsing. In the next scene, the building finally stabilized after shaking violently for some time. Jaehyun checks on Yejin, asking if she's all right. She tells him she is fine, but wonders what caused the tremors. A sense of foreboding washes over him as he contemplates the tremors. Someone frantically calls for him, urging him to see something important. With a look of urgency, he tells her that they need to leave and see what's happening. Hyungjun apologizes to him and says they need to go to his apartment first. As they head towards his apartment, Jaehyun notes the ominous nature of the situation and being able to clearly see the Seomyeon Station area. He recalls the loud explosion from earlier and how Hyungjun is urgently pulling him along. Entering a room, he is shocked by what he sees. Hyungjun urgently directs him, pointing and yelling, "This way!" His wife looks on with concern, and he curses under his breath. He laments his constant misfortune. Confirming his bad premonition, a colossal monster, let's call him Cyclopes, stands destroyed everything and stomping on buildings. The Cyclopes continues its destructive descent, its massive body causing further devastation. Its menacing presence is clear as it shakes the ground and causes more destruction. Watching the devastation, Jaehyun activates his Vassal summon skill, and his baseball team appears, confused about their sudden summoning. Byung-ho asks why they are there, suggesting the recent earthquake as the reason. But then they notice it, and their hearts sink to the bottom of the despair. The Cyclops, with its glowing red eye, stares directly at them. They see the massive Cyclops standing over the ruined city and question what it is. And then it begins to move, causing more tremors and destruction. It continues its rampage, destroying more buildings as it moves. Hyungjun panics, shouting that the Cyclops is coming towards them. Jaehyun realizes they need to stop the Cyclops, but wonders how they can possibly do it. He questions if his ability can withstand the monster's attack, while gritting his teeth in frustration. Someone snaps him out of his thoughts. Yeonju pleads with him to let her fight the Cyclops. Surprised by her request, he looks at her in amazement. She stands firm, her fighting spirit burning against the giant Cyclops. Impressed by her determination, he subtly smiles and asks her if she thinks she can defeat the Cyclops. She fiercely declares that she will make defeating the Cyclops possible. So he grants her a 24-hour quest to hunt the Cyclops. The reward, the resurrection of her son. The penalty for failure, extreme pain, Yeonju accepts. He gives a mission briefing, outlining the quest to hunt the Cyclops, asking everyone to listen carefully. After laying out the plan, he asks his team if they have understood the briefing. They reply with a yes as he stands in front on them. He divides his citizens into 3 teams. Team 1 with Donggun, Deoksu, and Daejung. Team 2 with Gaeyoung, Byungho, and Jeon. And lastly, Team 3 will consist of himself and Yejin. He states he will handle things in his apartment, instructing everyone else to move to their assigned positions. As he states he will be counting on them, they instantly acknowledge his instructions and rush to their positions. Hiren calls out to him and reports that those with military service have been sent to the front gate and the rest to the underground parking lot. He thanks her and instructs her to also head to the underground parking lot, but she expresses her desire to help. Despite her fear, she insists on helping, even if just a little. Noticing her shaking hands, he asks her if she will be okay, to which she admits that she is scared, but declares she will try to be brave. Reassured by her determination, he smiles and tells her they will head to the front gate together. They arrive at the front gate of the apartment complex and count the residents gathered there who have completed military service. Looking out at the assembled residents, he thinks, out of over 1,200 people, only 101 have completed military service, and believes it to be a ridiculously small number. One guy, whose name I no longer remember, asks what they should do. He asks him about Sung-yeop and the twins, wondering where they are. He nervously tries to answer him, and even without an answer, he realizes that they ran away. Sung-yeop and hundreds of others are revealed to have pretended not to notice anything and escaped to the underground parking lot. Enraged by the news, he calls them cowards. He thinks about the gathered residents, emphasizing their bravery and understanding of the situation that they will all die if they don't fight. They came to protect their families and themselves. He recalls a quote about courage. That courage isn't about not feeling fear. It's about not yielding and taking action despite their fear. He thanks everyone while thinking that to survive in this world consumed by fear, we need people with greater courage. Therefore, he will purchase 101 handguns and ammunition from his store. The handguns and ammunition appear in front of the residents. And also, he adjusts the experience points and loot share rate to 100 for everyone present. He instructs them to pick up the guns and ammo placed in front of them, and with this, maybe they have a chance. He decides that those who choose to face their fear will be rewarded. With that, he turns back and activates his ultimate eyes, stating, "It begin." The colossal Cyclops roars as it crashes into the city, sending shockwaves through the buildings as it gets closer. Dongjeon, armed with a spear, watches the Cyclops as he hides in a building, waiting for it to move a little further. Waiting for the right moment, he throws the spear hurling through the air towards the target, finding its mark, piercing the Cyclops' thick hide and drawing a roar of pain from the beast. The Cyclops bellows in fury and pain, its single eye fixated on its attacker. In an instant, the Cyclops manages to find him hiding in the building. Fearing an incoming attack, he steps back, gritting his teeth. The Cyclops draws back its colossal arm, every motion promising a devastating impact. But Yeonju, transformed into her monstrous bear, appears from behind. And with a savage slash, it tears into its leg, claws gleaming like razors. A deep growl rumbles from the Cyclops as its single eye locks onto her. And in a blur of speed, it lifts its massive foot off the ground. With a bone-rattling crash, its foot obliterates the earth. She escapes the strike by a hair's breadth. but still gets affected by the impact. With pain reverberating through her body, the impact launches her through the air, slamming her into the wall with brutal force. Embedded in the wall's rubble, she exhales weakly. The Cyclops draws back its massive fist, ready to pound her deeper into the wall. But just as the blow is about to fall, a sharp noise pulls its attention away. Deoksu yells back at the Cyclops through a megaphone, his voice amplified by the device. Gripping his halberd, the armored knight bellows, "Monster lard ass!" into the megaphone. For a moment, the Cyclops lingers in stillness, as if wrestling with a thought. It lowers its head, glaring at the spear embedded in its flesh. Deoksu wonders, why is it looking at him like that? Its single eye narrows on him, the beast seeming to believe the weapon he grips is the same that pierces its flesh. Fueled by the thought that he was the one who wounded it, the Cyclops storms toward him with murderous intent. Deoksu yells in fear as the Cyclops closes in on him, and screams and bolts, terror propelling him as the monster looms behind. Sensing the Cyclops' approach, Jae-hyun declares, "It's coming," and warns his citizens to prepare for the Cyclops' imminent attack. He anticipates the Cyclops' arrival. Exhausted and terrified, he continues to run, yelling as the Cyclops draws nearer. Sweating and at his limit, he finally manages to enter the barrier, yelling, "Now!" With that, Jeon's crow dives from the sky, cutting through the air at blistering speed. The bird strikes true, driving its beak into the Cyclops' glaring eye, forcing a scream from the monster. Gayung readies herself. Seizing the moment, she raises her weapon, aiming straight for its eye, and releases the arrow, a glowing, empowered projectile streaking towards its target. Even after shredding through its hand, the arrow finds its mark, striking the Cyclops' eye with a thunderous thud. Roaring in pain, the Cyclops opens its maw, unaware that Byung-ho has already teleported into the air above it. Holding multiple rats in his arms, he releases them into its gaping maw, like paratroopers diving straight into battle. He shouts Jae-hyun's name, signaling that his task is complete. Jae-hyun uses gas summon inside the Cyclops, observing the situation unfold according to plan. The Cyclops' eye swirls in dazed confusion as gas fills its massive body. Jae-hyun prepares to deliver the final blow. He begins the basic attribute, magic, as he creates fire within the Cyclops' body. A fiery explosion erupts from his attack, engulfing the Cyclops. Smoke billows from the impact site, obscuring the monster from view. The Cyclops' knees slams into the ground, sending debris flying through the smoke-filled air. His citizens watch anxiously from behind a defensive barrier. They notice the Cyclops leaning precariously towards them. He calmly instructs his citizens to hold their positions, and observes the situation, noting that everything is proceeding as planned. Thinking that now the citizens will concentrate their firepower towards the fallen creature's head over the defensive wall. He contemplates that it would be better if the finishing blow is dealt by the Vassals, but the problem is that they haven't arrived yet. With a quiver in his tone, Hyungjun cries out, urging him to look behind. He dismisses Hyungjun's warning, predicting the Cyclops will fall over the defensive wall. But when he looks back, his reaction betrays sheer astonishment at the sudden, unexpected turn. Through the shimmering wall, the Cyclops glares at him with burning intensity. He expresses his astonishment that the Cyclops withstood the combined assault. And against all odds, the Cyclops begins to rise, its massive form shaking off the effects of the attacks. With a defiant roar, the Cyclops raises its fist high and slams into the barrier, unleashing a powerful shockwave of energy that ripples outward. As a colossal Cyclops attempts to smash its way into Jaehyun's territory, a system notification alerts him that an unpermitted subject is trying to enter. They watch in tense silence as the blue hexagonal barrier holds strong against the monster's initial assault. Staring at the monstrous face pressed against the barrier, Jae-hyun realizes with a jolt of fear that his defenses are being seriously tested. To his immense relief, the system's protective barrier successfully blocks the Cyclops' powerful punch. Inside the safe zone, Hyungjun rallies the armed citizens, shouting for them to open fire on the gargantuan threat. Following his order, the citizens raise their handguns and unleash a coordinated volley of bullets at the Cyclops. Despite the barrage, the bullets merely spark against the creature's stone-like hide, proving largely ineffective. Enraged by the puny attacks, The Cyclops lets out a deafening roar of frustration, its power undiminished. Watching the ongoing firefight, Jae-hyun grimly notes that while they've stopped the beast for now, the barrier might not withstand another hit of that caliber. He grits his teeth, knowing that if the barrier is breached even once, the consequences for his community will be catastrophic. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, he prepares to activate a powerful skill he's been saving for an emergency. He unleashes his invisible hand, gigantification ability, a feature unlocked by investing skill points, preparing to counter the Cyclops' next move. Anticipating the monster's next punch, he plans to use his newly activated skill to defend his territory. The Cyclops swings its massive arm back, ready to deliver another devastating blow to the shimmering barrier. The citizens cry out in panic, fearing the barrier will finally shatter. The system repeatedly alerts him of the unpermitted entry attempt as the Cyclops relentlessly pounds against the barrier. Some of the citizens express their awe and disbelief, amazed that their defenses are holding up against such a powerful monster. The armed residents continue their desperate assault, shouting encouragement as they fire at the giant, hoping to find a weak spot. Though their bullets only cause superficial damage, the Cyclops still roars in anger from the relentless attacks. Jae-hyun observes that while the attacks aren't decisive, they are managing to chip away at its health. He calculates that the combined damage from the mouse bombs and pistol fire is steadily racking up against the Cyclops. And a flicker of hope appears as he thinks they might actually be able to take the monster down if they maintain the pressure. However, he knows they still need a decisive, powerful blow to finally finish the fight, as a spear comes flying through the air, causing the Cyclops to roar in pain as it pierces its thick hide. Sensing an opportunity, he gives a determined smirk, knowing his heavy hitters are about to enter the fray. Dongjong, after throwing the spear, alongside Yeonju and Dajong, ready themselves for the attack. The Cyclops roars, its single eye glaring with fury as it prepares to retaliate against its attackers. Trusting his team, Jae-hyun tells them he's counting on them, and begins summoning a standard supply spear. Calling out to Dongjin, he materializes a rack of glowing blue spears for his vassal to wield. With intense focus, Dongjin prepares to unleash his full strength against the towering enemy. Letting out a fierce battle cry, he dashes forward with incredible speed, brandishing the summoned spears. He closes the distance in an instant, delivering a flurry of powerful attacks against the Cyclops' massive body. Arrows are shot from the side, each one aimed to inflict maximum damage on the gargantuan beast, making it growl in anger. From a safer distance, Gayoung draws her bow, announcing that her team will provide cover fire for the close-range fighters. She lets loose a volley of energy-infused arrows, striking the Cyclops and adding to the relentless assault from the ground team. Amidst the chaos, a system notification announces that his summoned crow has leveled up, maximizing the solar generator's efficiency. He is then informed that he has inherited a portion of the crow's power, causing his basic fire magics to evolve into intermediate fire magics. Suddenly, a new alert appears. The three-legged crow, Blackie, has detected the Cyclops and is requesting permission to release its power. Jae-hyun is taken aback by the unexpected request, questioning what power release could even mean. Deducing the enemy must be the Cyclops, he skeptically eyes the tiny Blackie, wondering what it could possibly do. After giving his permission, he is utterly shocked when the system announces that a staggering 300 million won will be consumed. An immense surge of golden energy erupts from the solar generators atop the apartment building, bathing the area in brilliant light. Blinded by the intense light, he struggles to comprehend the massive power being unleashed. The beams of light converge, gathering into a powerful blast that shoots from the building's rooftop. He looks up in astonishment at the source of the incredible energy surge, and watches in disbelief as his small crow, Blackie, transforms into a magnificent, fiery, phoenix-like creature. The transformed Blackie then opens its beak, gathering the solar energy into a concentrated, blindingly bright blast. Now a formidable divine beast, it faces down the Cyclops, ready to unleash its ultimate attack. The powerful beam of light shoots past Jae-hyun and his citizens, heading straight for the colossal monster. Striking the Cyclops with devastating force, penetrating its upper body with ease. The sheer power of the attack throws the giant off its feet, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. Mortally wounded and spewing blood, the Cyclops lets out one last, agonized roar. Dongzhong can only stare in stunned silence, completely speechless at the overwhelming power he just witnessed. But Yeonjo does not wait. Seizing the moment, the she leaps from the ground, soaring through the air toward the fallen Cyclops. She surges forward, covering the gap in an instant, and lands with a devastating impact, delivering the final, crushing blow to the defeated monster's head. A system notification confirms the successful hunt of the level 51 Cyclops, depositing an astronomical sum of nearly 32 billion won into Jaehyun's account. The massive influx of experience causes his skills to level up multiple times in quick succession. The overwhelming surge of power proves too much for his body to handle, causing him immense pain. The excess power radiates outward, causing his entire territory to expand dramatically in a flash of purple lightning. With the battle won, a new notification congratulates him for declaring dominion over Apartment Complex 1, rewarding him with a 10 billion won construction grant. As the backlash finally subsides, he collapses to his knees, utterly spent from the ordeal. Panting heavily, he is greeted by Blackie, who has returned to its normal, tiny size. Blackie lets out a soft caw and strikes a proud pose, while Jaehyun looks on in exhausted disbelief. He lightly scolds his familiar, reminding it that it just spent 300 million won without his explicit permission. But despite the cost, he smiles, acknowledging that Blackie's incredible attack was the decisive factor in their victory, and gently pets the small crow, praising it for a job well done, much to Blackie's delight. He reflects on the incredible cost-effectiveness of the attack, turning 300 million into 30 billion, though he notes summoned beasts seem to be confined to his territory. Convinced by the amazing performance, he decides there's no need to hesitate and moves to summon all 10 of his available beasts. However, when he checks the beast summon option, he discovers that it's now inactive. But his eyes widen in shock as he sees the price for the next summon has skyrocketed to an unbelievable 10 billion won. He then shifts his attention to something else. His moment of financial shock is interrupted by a new notification on his status window. Looking at his displays, he sees a message concerning Yeonju's quest. He sees Yeonju standing atop the defeated Cyclops as a system notification rings out. The system announces that she has completed her quest and that over 324 million won has been consumed as the reward. Overwhelmed with emotion, she cries tears of joy, her deepest wish, the resurrection of her son finally fulfilled. In a desolate shelter, a man calls for the next person in line. With a gesture, he materializes pure water, filling a grateful survivor's bottle. The woman thanks him for the precious resource, a small moment of relief in their grim reality. The man, Lee Junhyuk, turns to the group and informs them that their food supplies have finally run out. He explains that while he can create water, but the food they'd scavenged from monsters has all but disappeared, and admits that his water creation ability has also reached its absolute limit. As he considers their grim options, a violent tremor suddenly throws everyone off balance. The survivors cry out in alarm, mistaking the sudden shaking for an earthquake, and his friend screams his name in terror. He desperately urges him to get up. Panicked, the man scrambles back to him, stammering that a terrible monster has appeared. Without another word, he flees the rooftop, racing up the stairs. As they rush to the edge of the roof to witness the source of the chaos, Junhyuk stares out at the city in disbelief. He watches as the colossal Cyclops, the monster from a previous battle, rampages through the ruins. His shaken companion asks what they should do, suggesting they hide underground and wait it out. Overwhelmed with despair, he grabs his head, shouting that there's nothing they can do against such a creature. But as he vents his frustration, a brilliant golden light pierces the sky. He tells his friend that all they can do is pray. The monster doesn't come their way, just as a massive explosion engulfs it. Stunned into silence, both men watch as the source of the golden light becomes clear. Junhyuk looks on in awe as a sudden realization dawns on him. He understands instantly that the light came from an awakened being, one on a completely different level from himself. With newfound certainty, he turns to his friend and declares his plan to gather their people. His terrified friend points towards the battle and asks if he's seriously thinking of going over there, to which he confirms his intentions with grim determination, stating that he has to stick with that powerful person. Led by him, the desperate group of survivors walks through the ruined streets, having run out of food and options. He pauses, catching his breath as they finally approach their destination. Believing he's found the right place, he leads his group towards the LH Complex 2 apartment building. His companion marvels at how clean the building is compared to the surrounding ruins, before being repelled by an invisible barrier. To their confusion, the group is stopped by a barrier displaying the words, "Access restricted." Suddenly, a system window appears before them, asking if they wish to obtain citizenship. Deciding to take the chance, they accept and are immediately granted citizenship. A party quest materializes, instructing the new arrivals to locate the 30th floor of Building 114 within 1 hour. Upon reaching the 30th floor, they are greeted by Jaehyun, who extends a hand and welcomes them. He formally introduces himself to the weary group of survivors. Junhyuk stares, completely starstruck, realizing he's face to face with the one who defeated the Cyclops. A shadowy aura seems to emanate from Jaehyun as he comprehends the immense power of the man standing before him. His instincts scream at him, telling him this is an opportunity he absolutely cannot miss. He firmly grasps Jaehyun's hand, introducing himself as Lee Junhyuk, determined to seize this chance. He bows deeply, exclaiming how pleased he is to meet him, to which Jaehyun can only respond with a simple, "Okay." Junhyuk knows with absolute certainty that no matter what, he must not let this opportunity go. Meanwhile, Yeonju sits peacefully in Jaehyun's apartment. She watches over a lavish breakfast of fried eggs, ham, and rolled omelets. Smiling warmly, she calls out to her resurrected son, Siwoo, and asks if the food is tasty, and he enthusiastically confirms that it's yummy. The young boy curiously asks if it's someone's birthday, as he spots seaweed soup on the table. She looks at the traditional birthday soup, a symbol of life and celebration. With tears in her eyes, she tells her son it's simply because he likes it, and he cheers with joy. Jaehyun enters the room, and Siwoo excitedly greets him as the wizard uncle. She asks him how the new arrivals are faring, and he confirms he's helped them settle in with some food. He then awkwardly apologizes, and she asks what for. He feels bad that she can't leave his apartment, and he honestly didn't expect it either. Gently stroking her son's hair, she says that just being together is more than enough for her, and embraces Siwoo, telling Jaehyun that right now, she's perfectly content. A system notification alerts him that her loyalty has reached 100, increasing his vassal capacity. However, he reflects that even without the system's confirmation, he already knew how she felt. He could tell from her expression and attitude alone just how deep her gratitude and loyalty ran. As Siwoo asks to watch his dino cartoons, she happily agrees to indulge her boy, and Jaehyun understands perfectly what she is feeling in this precious moment. Siwoo's favorite cartoons start. The living rock, Stegodino. He cheers excitedly for Stego as he watches, with his mother holding him and Jaehyun watching from the couch. Observing the happy scene, his thoughts drift, and he begins to wonder how his own family is doing. He pictures his mother, worrying if his parents are eating well or if they've been hurt. A wave of anxiety hits him as he considers the possibility that something might have gone wrong. As Blackie playfully chirps at Siwoo, he forces himself to calm down, telling himself not to panic, and reminds himself of how hard Yeonju fought for this single day of peace with her son. He reassures himself that he's taken action. One of Yejin's mice is already on its way to his parents' house, and is confident that once the mouse arrives, it will be able to deliver the necessary supplies to his family. With his plan in motion, he resolves to focus on the present, and decides that for today, he'll simply watch and appreciate the reunion he made possible, and cherish this shining moment where Yeonju's one and only dream has finally come true. He sits back, quietly observing the pure, simple joy of a mother and child reunited. He offers the main bedroom to a surprised Yeonju, who is holding her son, Siwoo. Despite her hesitation to accept, he insists that she and Siwoo rest comfortably, and playfully calls it an order to ensure she accepts his kindness. Grateful, she bows her head and thanks him, while Siwoo also expresses his gratitude. As she carries him into the room, Siwoo cheerfully wishes Uncle Wizard a good night, and watches them go, a small, satisfied smile on his face. After some time pass, from the bedroom, her gentle voice can be heard singing a lullaby to her son. Jaehyun, trying to sleep on the couch, listens to the soft melody meant for Siwoo. As the lullaby echoes through the apartment, he finds himself being lulled by the sound. Though he tells himself he's too old for lullabies, he admits that listening to it is making him drowsy. The comforting sound brings back a distant memory of his own mother caressing his head as he fell asleep. The next day dawns peacefully, marking the start of the precious, limited time they have together. He enjoys a meal prepared by Yeonju, with Siwoo playfully feeding both him and Blackie, and they spend the time watching Siwoo's favorite comics together. He watches the boy cheer enthusiastically, sharing a quiet, happy moment with him. A comical scene unfolds as Siwoo excitedly chases Blackie around the room, much to the divine bird's annoyance. Their day is filled with peaceful activities, including napping together after playing with toys he bought from the store. A heartwarming drawing by Siwoo depicts his family, his mom, himself, Uncle Wizard, and Blackie. As the sun begins to set, he reflects on how quickly and precious the time is passing. With Blackie on his shoulder, he reflects sadly that this single day of happiness was all he could give them. In the bedroom, Yeonju and Siwoo share a hug as he watches, knowing their time is almost up. Siwoo looks up at his mother and innocently asks if she's crying. She tries to deny it, but can't hold back her sobs as she clutches her son. Overwhelmed with emotion, she continues to weep, unable to hide her sorrow from him. Siwoo gently insists, "You are crying," as he continues to hold his mother, and comforts her, pleading, "Mom, don't cry." Caressing his face, she struggles to speak through her tears, and finally confesses her deepest fear, telling him that she's terrified of a world without him. He embraces her tightly, a look of concern on her face as he says, "Mom, I'm right here," he says, his voice a source of pure comfort for his weeping mother. Siwoo's warm, comforting voice is like sunlight, causing her to finally break down completely. She cries uncontrollably into her son's shoulder, releasing all her pent-up grief and fear. He pulls back slightly to look at her, promising that he'll always stay with her. Looking into her tear-streaked face, he promises, "I'll always stay right by your side. You know that, right?" Overcome with emotion, she can only cry out her son's name. As he begins to fade away, she protests that there's still so much she wanted to do for him, and promises to make him all his favorite foods. But his image becomes more transparent against the sunrise. Siwoo struggles to get his last words out as his form dissipates into light. With a tearful, bright smile, his last words are, "I love you, Mom." She collapses to the floor, realizing with horror that another inevitable farewell has come. She screams his name in anguish as his form completely vanishes into motes of light. With a heartbreaking smile through her tears, she tells her disappearing son that she loves him too. Siwoo's final, tearful farewell is a simple, "Bye-bye," as he dissolves completely. As white petals of light float through the room, Siwoo is gone, leaving his mom and Jaehyun in the quiet apartment. She remains on the floor, clutching the space where her son just was, and stays there, grieving, until the very last trace of his warmth has faded away. Jaehyun reflects on the nature of hope, musing that it is a flower that only blooms in the depths of despair, and concludes his grim thought, "Those who can grasp hope must therefore always be surrounded by despair." A single petal of light remains on the floor as he internalizes how cruel this cycle of hope and despair is. He reaches out his hand to the grieving Yeonju, telling her not to be too discouraged, and offers her a sliver of hope once more, promising that this won't be the last time she sees her son. Looking up at him with tears still streaming down her face, she asks if what he's saying is true. His face hardens with determination as he considers her question. Taking her hand, he makes a solemn vow. "If given the chance, I'll always make it happen." His promise is a devilish temptation, to which Oh Yeonju willingly listens. A system notification announces that Oh Yeonju's trust has reached 100, and Jaehyun has acquired the skill, Ancient Vitality. Elsewhere in the complex, Sun Yup lets out a roar of frustration. He furiously lists off his stolen belongings, his supply spear, his orc spear, to his two equally distressed companions. Kicking the ground in anger, he yells that everything he had was stolen from him. One of his companions confirms his own supplies were also missing when he woke up. The other survivor reveals he's looked into it, and there are others whose things were stolen, all with something in common. He explains that they all ignored the call to defend the front gate, noting that the veterans who did go seemed to be fine. One of them mutters that he should have just gone to the front gate when called. Sung Yup grabs him by the collar, angrily asking if he's trying to shift the blame onto him. He shouts that they all agreed, reminding his friend that he was the one who called those who followed orders. Puppets. The terrified companion quickly apologizes to the enraged Sung Yup, and he lets go with a shove, still fuming over their situation. The reality of their insubordination sinks in as he worries that they could be kicked out of the safe zone. He recalls that expulsion isn't just a threat, it's happened before, and remembers a rumor about a man who was expelled for misbehavior and was later found dead in the street. Realizing that with more survivors gathering, his defiance will not be tolerated, he fears he'll be the next one kicked out, and grits his teeth in frustration, cursing his predicament. His anger focuses on Sungmin, who answered the call and was rewarded with a gun for his efforts. Grabbing his head in despair, Sung-yup wonders how his situation spiraled so out of control. Unseen, Jae-hyun declares that what Sung-yup has gone through is only the beginning of his punishment. With a sinister glow in his eyes, he wonders what kind of treatment Sun-yup will now receive from the other survivors. A quest window suddenly appears before Sun-yup's group, ordering them to hunt 20 goblins within 24 hours. Sung-ya-yu stares in disbelief at the quest, as Jae-hyun explains that he will learn about responsibility. The quest details a failure penalty of 1 minute of intense pain, leaving the delinquents to wonder what that entails. His final thought makes it clear, this is the price they must pay to remain within his safe zone. As a reward for Yeonju's trust reaching 100, he acquired her A-rank skill, Ancient Vitality. This powerful ability drastically increases regeneration based on the severity of an injury. He is surprised to receive an actual skill from a citizen as a reward for maxing out their trust. However, he initially deems the skill useless for himself, reasoning that as a non-frontline combatant, he is unlikely to get hurt. Since he hardly ever leaves the house, he figures he won't get injured enough to need such a powerful regeneration skill. Still, he acknowledges that gaining a skill this way is a noteworthy development in his power set. His attention then shifts to Moon Byung-ho, whose trust is also approaching 100, and he begins scheming to acquire his awakening ability next. Jae-hyun eagerly anticipates obtaining Byung-ho's teleport skill, an ability that would allow him to move to any location he can see. A new strategy forms in his mind. What if he activates an outpost base first? Then, from that remote location, he could use his Ultimate Eyes skill to expand his vision. He theorizes that with enough mental strength, this combination would grant him unprecedented mobility. The outpost base skill allows him to create a temporary safe zone outside his house, but it requires a citizen with a knight title or higher to be present, and concludes that by establishing an outpost, he should be able to teleport directly to it, effectively extending his reach across the city. Realizing the immense power this would grant, he decides to prioritize mental strength boosts as quest rewards to fuel his new plan. His strategic planning is interrupted when Yeonju calls out to him. With things now stabilized, she formally asks for permission to leave. Yeonju is stunned into silence by his unexpected and decisive offer, knowing that he delayed their operation by a day to give her time with her son. She closes her eyes and thanks him for giving her that invaluable time, and then expresses her desire to repay his kindness and consideration for her feelings. Internally, he notes that she's voicing the exact thoughts on his mind, as he was just about to ask for her help, and laughs nervously, feeling both grateful for her understanding and a bit embarrassed that his impatience was so obvious. She reassures him, saying that if she were in his shoes, she would have felt the same way, and smiles warmly, acknowledging the universal truth that everyone values their family above all else. He understands that her gratitude stems from the precious, albeit imperfect, day she had with Siwoo. As she thanks him one last time, he observes that her eyes no longer blaze with anger, but are now filled with profound trust. Relieved by their mutual understanding, he thanks her for her cooperation, and directs her to wait with Dongjun's party in Unit 2001, promising to join them shortly. He reflects on why he didn't send the teams out immediately after gathering them. The reason becomes clear. The giant Cyclops' rampage had completely destroyed the subway tracks and underground area at Seomyeon Station. With their primary route blocked, he realizes they need to forge a new path to their destination. Fortunately, Yejin has been diligently using her rats to scout and secure an alternate route since yesterday. So he activates his ultimate eyes to check in on her reconnaissance mission. However, as he focuses, he notices something very unusual about the condition of the rats. One of her scouts has evolved into a tamed giant rat, now at level 7. It evolved, he exclaims in shock, caught completely off guard by this development, and quickly theorizes that the evolution must be a result of the new ability Yejin gained when she became his vassal. His train of thought is cut short as he notices what the evolved rat is frantically fleeing from. The view fills with the grotesque faces of a zombie horde, ranging from level 9 to 13. He can only stare in disbelief at the unexpected appearance of the undead. As the evolved rat sprints for its life, he confirms the unbelievable truth. Zombies are real. The rat squeals in terror as the zombies corner it, as it is quickly swarmed by the relentless undead. Watching the carnage unfold, Jae-yoon grimly thinks to himself, "It's over," and laments the meaningless loss of his reconnaissance assets, and thinks of the possibility of a gas explosion to sweep away the zombies. But the giant rat isn't giving up. The evolved rat turns with a determined squeak and races in the direction of the zombies. With surprising speed and power, the rat leaps between their legs, shocking him. The giant rat proves to be a formidable fighter, using its tail to whip and trip the clumsy zombies. He can't help but be impressed, thinking, "What a tough little guy." Following Jae-hoon's guidance through their shared vision, he directs the rat towards a nearby exit. A sliver of light appears at the top of the stairs, signaling that freedom is just a little further. The rat scrambles over a pile of bones, almost reaching the exit. But a low growl stops it in its tracks as a massive, shadowy creature awakens before it. Both the rat and Jae-hoon, watching through its eyes, are frozen in terror by the sudden appearance of the new monster. Before it can react, the creature, a horrifying land shark, opens its massive jaws and swallows the rat whole. The psychic connection is violently severed as the rat is instantly killed, and cries out as the painful feedback from the rat's death slams into his mind. He struggles to process what just happened, questioning the land shark he just witnessed, but another realization hits him. He recognizes the location his rat scout had reached. It was Nampo Station. A wave of panic washes over him as he realizes the station is only a few kilometers from his parents' house. Filled with a new sense of urgency, he knows he can't waste another second. They need to hurry. Elsewhere in the building, Davin is busy organizing supplies. She pauses for a moment, wiping sweat from her brow after a long stretch of work. Suddenly, she's startled when someone calls out her name. She turns to see Jae-hoon approaching, telling her that she's been working hard. She cheerfully dismisses the difficulty of her work, joking that she's being paid for it, before asking what he needs. He becomes uncharacteristically flustered, stammering, and unable to get his words out. She observes his strange behavior, noting his hesitation with a confused look. His nervousness makes her extremely anxious, and she nervously encourages him to speak freely as her mind races with worst-case scenarios. He continues to struggle, trying to find the right way to phrase his request. Finally, he manages to ask if he could borrow Yuhiren for a while. Davin is stunned by the question. Her face drains of color as she dreads the possibility of having to do all the work alone. Oblivious of her internal panic, he smiles and says he'll be counting on her for the next 2 days. With a dark expression, she grits her teeth and calls out his name. Springing to her feet, she demands to know if she'll be getting overtime pay for the extra work. A confident smirk spreads across his face. Without hesitation, he holds up 2 fingers and declares, "I'll double it." Instantly, all of Dobbin's complaints vanish, replaced by pure, money-fueled excitement. Hiren's potent poison mist enters inside the storage space, ready to be stored. She concentrates intensely, pushing her ability to its limit to produce a massive quantity of the poison. With a final surge of power, she completes her task, her eyes gleaming with the green energy of her ability. After that, he gathers his core team for a crucial mission briefing. With everyone present, he officially begins the briefing for their next major operation, and starts by explaining their primary obstacle. A giant monster has made passing through Seomyeon Station nearly impossible. Unwilling to waste the subway line entirely, he calls on Yejin to present an alternative route. She reports that her rat reconnaissance has confirmed the path from Seomyeon Station to Baeum-nagal, and Shoryang is clear of monsters. Tapping on a hand-drawn map, she declares their first objective, and reveals their goal is to secure the route to Baeum-nagal Station, showing the simple path he has mapped out. The team stares blankly at the crude map, their chibi-like expressions. Deoksu momentarily breaks the serious tone of the meeting, and with a goofy grin, he enthusiastically praises her for her excellent map-drawing skills. Getting the meeting back on track, she continues the explanation of their perilous journey, and points to a specific area on the map, identifying it as the main danger zone they must be cautious of before reaching Jeonpo and Baeum-nagal. The danger is revealed to be a horde of at least 500 orcs that have taken over a large supermarket in the area. Concerned by the sheer number of enemies, Dongjin asks if they really need to clash with such a massive orc force. But she clarifies that their goal is not to fight the orcs, but simply to reach and utilize the Baeum-nagal Station subway line, and reassures the team that her rats have already scouted the safe path, instructing them to swiftly handle any minor monsters and head for the station. Jaehyun mentally recalls his preparations, having poured a significant amount of money into leveling up Dongjun's party. Thanks to his investment, nearly everyone in the party has reached level 30, with only Hyungjun and Hirin lagging slightly behind. Confident in their new strength, he believes that mere goblins will no longer pose any threat to Dongjun's team. She explains that once they're in the subway, reaching Shoryang Station should be easy, but the real issue lies at the next stop, Busan Station. A nervous Deoksu asks if another giant is waiting for them there, but she confirms that isn't the problem, much to his relief. With a grim expression, Yejin reveals the true horror isn't a single monster, but the state of the subway tracks themselves. She drops a bombshell on the group. The tunnel between Shoryang and Busan stations is packed with a massive horde of zombies. The team realizes that without an ability capable of wiping out monsters in a confined space, taking this route would be a major setback, which makes them stare at panicking Hirin to use her ability. Overcoming her fear, Hirin stammers, trying to get the group's attention. Barely able to speak, she nervously calls out to Yejin as she gathers her courage, and, with newfound determination, declares that she thinks her poison mist ability might be the key to their success. A system window confirms Hirin successfully stored 100 kilograms of poison mist, but has exceeded its weight limit. Wiping off her sweat, she finishes the job. Jaehyun approaches the exhausted her, commending her for a job well done. Concerned, he checks on her, asking if she's feeling all right after the immense strain. She reassures him that while it was exhausting at first, a sudden surge of strength has left her feeling completely fine. Jaehyun internally reveals that he secretly accessed the Vassal management window mid-process and used his funds to level her up. He smirks to himself, reflecting that while it cost a fair bit, his billions in earnings made it a worthwhile and ultimately correct decision. She voices her concern about not physically joining the mission, but he reassures her that her contribution was essential. With all the necessary preparations finally in place, he readies himself to commence the operation. Dark energy swirls around him as his eyes glow ominously, signaling the start of their zombie extermination plan. Deep within the dark subway tunnels, a horde of zombies stirs, alerted to a new presence. One of the zombies growls questioningly, sensing something approaching in the darkness. The entire zombie horde turns its attention to a small figure rapidly approaching from down the tracks. A lone, level 3, tamed rat, sent by Yejin, fearlessly sprints toward the undead horde. The lead zombie lets out a monstrous roar as it charges forward to intercept the tiny intruder. From the safety of his apartment, Jaehyun remotely activates his storage skill to unleash their secret weapon. As the zombies close in on the rat, a massive cloud of green poison mist erupts, engulfing the undead. The rat zips through the billowing toxic cloud, leaving the zombie horde to choke on Hirin's poison. Jaehyun explains that Hirin's poison mist has a paralysis effect on living creatures. The inhaled poison slows movement and hampers bodily control, as seen when one of the zombies stumbles. Ultimately, the poison paralyzes the diaphragm and intercostal muscles, leading to suffocation. However, he notes a critical flaw in this plan. Since zombies are already dead, not breathing isn't exactly a problem for them. With the poison's primary effect nullified, he coolly initiates Plan B, calling on Yejin to proceed. On her command, Countless glowing red eyes emerge from the shadows of the subway tunnel and descend upon the paralyzed zombies. The ravenous rats begin tearing into the immobilized zombies, devouring them piece by piece. One rat burrows its way into a zombie's eye, biting it off. The zombie horde is quickly overwhelmed and consumed by the relentless swarm, leaving nothing but splatters of gore. System floods with notifications as he gains EXP and money from each zombie hunted by the rats. Suddenly, Yejin cries out in pain, alerting a shocked Jaehyun that something has gone wrong. With her rats, as they begin to squeal and writhe in agony, the rats that feasted on the zombies begin to mutate, transforming into tamed giant zombie rats. A newly zombified giant rat lets out a horrifying mutated shriek, its eyes glowing with red malevolence. Watching the terrifying transformation, shaken he admits that the outcome was far too close for comfort, and realizes the critical danger. Coming into contact with zombie blood leads to zombification. He shudders, realizing that if Yeonju had been bitten or clawed during her earlier fights, she could have become a zombie werebear. A truly worst-case scenario. And checks in with a strained Yejin, asking if the mutated zombie rats are still following her orders. She confirms that while they have become much more aggressive, her mutated rats are still under her command, pleased that despite the unexpected mutation, everything is still going smoothly. With the path clearing, he allows himself a moment of hope, believing he might finally reunite with his family at Jagalchi Station. His brief moment of peace is shattered by a system alert warning him of an unauthorized entry attempt. The system presents him with an unexpected offer: grant citizenship to a massive group of 107 people who have appeared near his base. Without hesitation, he accepts the offer, deciding to expand his community even further. And with the influx of new survivors, his citizen population reaches 3,000, unlocking a new skill: economic activity subsidy. He looks at the notification for his new skill, which promises to bolster his community's economic power. He can barely contain his glee as he realizes the potential of his newly acquired skill, and concludes that this unexpected turn of events could be very, very good for his future plans. Jaehyun's newly unlocked economic activity subsidy skill allowed him to assign official titles and pay his citizens a daily wage, separate from his own funds. As he examined the new system, he realized it was a game-changer for managing his growing community, and immediately thought of assigning titles to Dabin and her public facility management team. He noted with satisfaction that the 100,001 daily wage for staff perfectly matched the 700,001 weekly salary he promised, and now there was no longer a transfer fee. Since the money was essentially free through the subsidy, he decided to greatly expand the number of personnel managing public facilities, and calculated that if all 300 staff positions were filled, it would inject 30 million won into his community's economy every single day. Realizing the massive potential, he tallied up the wages for all available roles. The total daily payout came to a staggering 50 million won. He grinned maniacally, knowing this influx of cash would boost his own revenue through his tax collection skill and purchases at the community kiosks. Concluding that assigning titles was highly beneficial, he began considering what other roles to create. He brainstormed positions like infrastructure maintenance, cleaning, and security, though he couldn't think of any others for the moment. Deciding to start with security, he planned to assign the roles to the citizens who would help defend the main gate. His first official act was to appoint the highly capable Dabin as a general manager. As he made the appointment, Jaehyun suddenly recalled that Dabin's team members included Hyunjun and Hyerin. As expected, the significant promotion maxed out Dabin's loyalty, automatically registering her as a new vassal and increasing his capacity. This confirmed his theory. When a citizen's loyalty hits 100, they become a vassal and awaken a special ability. Eagerly, he prepared to check what powerful new ability his newest vassal had acquired, and brought up her status to view the details of her profile. However, his attention was immediately drawn away by the sight of Hyerin, fast asleep and drooling on the couch. He was startled to see her sleeping so soundly in his living room. Yejin, who was also present, chuckled softly and asked if she should wake the exhausted girl. "No," he replied, explaining that Hyerin had already more than fulfilled her duties. He reflected that she'd only pretended to be fine, clearly overworking herself, and deserved a reward for her efforts. Deciding to let her rest, he activated his invisible hand skill to gently move her. With a tender gesture, his invisible power carefully tucked a blanket around the sleeping Hiren. Looking on, Yejin commented on how tired Hiren must be, and he quietly agreed. Turning his attention back to the mission, he asked Yejin if she was okay. She reassured him that she was fine, and reported that her scout rats had successfully entered the tracks at Nampo Station. But just as she said he could count on her, her confident smile vanished, replaced by a look of stunned confusion. Sensing her abrupt change, he immediately asked what was wrong. She stammered, trying to explain that her link is not working. Startled, he asked if the connection was cut off suddenly, and told him to hold on. She closed her eyes to concentrate, trying to reconnect with her distant scouts. After a moment, she explained that the psychic link had become too weak because the distance was now too great. He questioned how that was possible, since it had been working just moments ago. She clarified that while a link could only be initiated near Central Station, an active one could be pushed beyond that range. Frustration boiled over for him, who clenched his jaw in anger at this critical setback, and internally cursed his luck, as his entire plan was to use the rats to check on his parents' safety past Jigalchi Station. Clenching his fist, he asked her to try re-establishing the link from Central Station. Without hesitation, she agreed to try again. A blue aura surrounded her as she focused all her mental energy on the task. Far away, in the dark subway tunnels, her zombie rats responded to her call. Jaehyun steeled his resolve, determined to exhaust every possible method to ensure his family's rescue. Clasping his hands, he sent a desperate plea into the universe, praying for his loved ones to remain safe and sound. The new plan was illustrated on a subway map. Dongjun's party would travel overland to Shoryang, providing a closer relay point for Seo Yejin's rats to advance toward Jigalchi. As planned, the team soon arrived at the desolate and ruined Choryang station. They ascended the stairs to the surface. Emerging into the twilight, Jian was taken aback by the scene, with his crow, Blackie, perched calmly on his shoulder. The entire team was left awestruck and horrified by the apocalyptic wasteland that was once their city. "This is incredible," Jian muttered, before turning to Blackie and ordering it to begin scouting. Blackie screeched an affirmation and took flight, soaring into the ruined cityscape. It flew high above, scanning the area for any immediate threats. After a moment, Jian reported back to the team that there didn't appear to be any monsters nearby. Deoksu added that not a single goblin was seen, concluding the chaos from the giant's attack would make their passage easier. Jian agreed, reasoning that no sane person would dare venture into such a devastated area now. Dajung nervously asked if they would be okay traveling as night approached, suggesting they find a safe place to wait until morning. Gaeyoung confidently reassured her, explaining that, since they knew goblin behavior, it was actually safer to travel at night when the creatures tended to hide. Taking charge, Dongjan confirmed they were moving out immediately. He reminded the group not to worry, as Jaehyun would summon them back to safety if they encountered any real danger. A sudden squeaking sound announced the arrival of a guide. The group looked down to see one of Yejin's rats had arrived to lead the way and decide to follow it. Without a word, the team fell into formation and followed their small, furry guide through the ruins. Their guide led them to the edge of a massive, flooded crater where Busan Station used to be. Jian wondered aloud if the giant was responsible for turning the entire station into a lake. Gaeyoung agreed, theorizing that the surrounding buildings must have crashed into the ground, creating the gaps that filled with water. Suddenly, a figure with long, dark hair emerged silently from the murky depths. Jian stopped abruptly, sensing that something was amiss. "I just heard a sound," he said, his eyes scanning the water's surface. He spotted the figure in the distance and urgently pointed, shouting that someone was over there. The team saw what looked like a woman with long, dark hair rising from the water. But as the figure lifted its head, revealing a monstrous glowing eye, they realized their horrifying mistake. An ear-splitting shriek erupted from the creature, blasting the team members off their feet with concussive force. Dajung screamed for everyone to cover their ears as the sonic blast washed over them. The creature revealed its true form, a monstrous being with a gaping maw and terrifying eyes, a siren. The siren's powerful psychic attack overwhelms Dongjin's team, trapping them in horrifying illusions of their past traumas. They scream in pain, wondering what is happening. They find their bodies moving against their will, a helpless puppet under the siren's terrifyingly long-range influence. He and Yanju are helplessly flung through the air by an unseen force. They crash into the flooded ruins of Busan Station as others screams their names. Plunged into the murky depths, the two are immediately disoriented and separated in the chaotic water. As Yanju struggles for air, her thoughts instinctively turn to Deoksu's fate. A sense of dread washes over her as she realizes that Deoksu, unable to swim, is in mortal danger. Just as the thought crosses her mind, a monstrous, webbed hand bursts from the darkness to seize her ankle. Her eyes fly open in shock as she is ensnared by one of the siren's underwater minions. Dragged deeper into the abyss, she muffled struggles, are useless against the creature's immense strength. A swarm of smaller, fish-like monsters converges on her, their intent predatory and merciless. On the surface, a powerless Dongjin watches in despair, crying out as his team is picked off one by one. The team's healer, Da Jung, endures the psychic assault until a brilliant golden aura suddenly emanates from her body. She unleashes her hidden power, shouting, "Magic armor!" as a wave of protective aura shields her nearby allies. Now protected from the mental attack, a stunned Jion asks her about the nature of her incredible new power. Though the ability leaves her exhausted, she immediately urges the others to press their advantage and save Deoksu and Yanju, only to be cut off by a new, massive shape disturbing the water's surface. Head of a reptilian sea creature emerges from the depths, its glowing yellow eyes locking onto the survivors. The team can only stare in shock as an entire army of smaller, spear-wielding amphibious warriors appear. The reptilian monsters surge forward, hissing as they raise their tridents. The battle erupts as they jump into the water and move towards our team. Wasting no time, Dongjin roars for his remaining teammates to brace themselves for the incoming reptilian charge. With grim determination, he watches as the horde of monsters closes the distance. The first wave of reptilian attackers crashes onto the platform, carried by a massive surge of water. One of the creatures leaps high into the air, aiming its trident down at the beleaguered team. With a fierce cry, Dongjin intercepts the blow, his spear holding the monster at bay. He shoves the creature back and immediately counters with a powerful, two-handed thrust. The monster lets out a final shriek, an arrow finds its mark, ending its life. However, for every monster they defeat, several more leap from the water to join the relentless assault. Back in the fight, Gyeong curses in frustration, realizing they are being overwhelmed by sheer numbers. And the survivors are quickly surrounded, forced into a defensive circle against the endless tide of reptilian soldiers. Dongjin knows they can't afford to be bogged down like this if they're going to save their friends, and reaffirms their priority to rescue Yeonju and Deoksu, just as the lead monster seems to direct a tactical assault. In a surprising turn, something begin attacking the siren's minions, sending them flying out of the water. Jumping out of the water. Yanju carries Deoksu, saving him from drowning. Deoksu sputters back to life, coughing up water and exclaiming that he thought he was going to die. His teammates cry out his name, overjoyed and relieved to see him alive. He looks up to see Yeonju in her werebear form and thanks her for the rescue, to which she replies that it's the least she could do. Their brief reunion is shattered by the furious roar of the lead reptilian monster, reminding them the battle is far from over. The team regroups, but the endless horde of reptilian soldiers gives them no time to rest. Tired of being on the defensive, Deoksu declares, "Fine then," and activates his Iron Knight ability. Now fully armored, he charges headfirst into the enemy ranks, vowing to take the fight all the way. The monstrous bear roars in tandem, charging alongside him to rip and tear through the enemy line. The bear's primal fury is unmatched as slaps one monster away. With a devastating swipe of its paw, sends one of the reptilian soldiers flying through the air. The monster's body slams into a massive concrete support pillar with enough force to crack it. The damaged pillar begins to topple over, threatening to crush everyone on the battlefield below. Spotting the danger, Deoksu yells for everyone to get back as he prepares to deal with the falling structure. Their pillar falls on the ground, getting destroyed on the impact. Byung-ho rushes to check on a bewildered Dongjin, who is stunned by the bizarre scene revealed in the aftermath. Even Deoksu and Da-jung are speechless, staring in disbelief at what lies in the center of the clearing. Amidst the rubble, there is a large wooden cross, upon which a goblin has been crucified. As the team gathers around the grim sight, one of them urges the others to look up. Confused, the survivors raise their heads, their faces slowly filling with a dawning horror. They see another victim, a muscular orc, similarly crucified high above them. Looking further, they see a forest of crosses stretching into the darkness, each bearing a victim. Dongjin realizes with sickening dread that they've been fighting beneath a gruesome monument to a massacre they hadn't even noticed. His face twists in rage at the sheer cruelty of the reptilian monsters. The team finally comprehends the horrific scale of the slaughter. Countless victims, both monster and human, crucified without distinction. The bow suddenly drops from Gae-young's limp, trembling fingers. A choked, horrified gasp escapes her as she recognizes one of the bodies displayed above. Her eyes, reflecting the horrific scene, well up with tears as the devastating truth crashes down on her. Clutching her face in utter shock and grief, she whispers a single, heartbreaking word. "Dad?" As she stands paralyzed by the discovery, a reptilian monster silently closes in from behind. Dongjin's eyes widen in panic as he spots the creature about to strike his vulnerable teammate. He screams, "Gae-young!" as the monster lunges, too far away to intervene in time. As a reptilian monster lunges for the catatonic Gae-young, Dongjin screams her name in terror. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out. The bullet strikes the monster in the head, saving her at the last possible second. The reptilian creatures reel from the unexpected counterattack. His gun still smoking, Byung-ho anxiously checks to see if she is okay. Impressed by the shot, Dongjin praises his teammate before turning his attention to her. He quickly realizes something is terribly wrong as she remains collapsed on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Amidst the chaos, Jian calls out to Dongjin, getting his attention. With a look of grim determination, he announces that he's figured out a way to handle the overwhelming situation, and reveals that he's identified the Siren as the enemy commander. Through Blackie's eyes, he confirms his theory about the Siren's role in the battle. She sits perched above the battlefield, directing her army of reptilian monsters. He explains that he noticed a pattern. Whenever the Siren moves her mouth, the monsters react. The Siren's sharp-toothed mouth opens and closes, issuing silent commands to her troops. As she commands them, the reptilian monsters move in perfect unison. So he proposes a clear objective: if they can take down the Siren, her army will likely fall into disarray, giving them a chance to win. Dongjin agrees that targeting the commander is their best bet, though he knows it won't be easy. He notes that the reptilian monsters will surely protect their leader, roaring as they form a defensive line. Deoksu confidently asks if taking out the Siren is all they need to do to win. Despite his own uncertainty, Dongjin steels himself and agrees to the plan. "I've got a plan," Deoksu declares, vowing to take the Siren down himself. From her perch, the Siren watches the hero's movements with a sinister smirk. She opens her mouth, preparing to issue another command to her army. At her signal, the reptilian monsters let out a ferocious war cry and surge forward. "Damn it, they're changing formation," Dongjin yells, realizing the monsters have figured out their plan. Looking nervously at his teammate, he asks Deoksu if he can really pull off his plan. "Of course. Have faith in me," he says with a grin, believing their aggression will work to their advantage. With unwavering confidence, he tells the team to just clear a path for him to the Siren. Dajung rushes to the traumatized Gae-young, promising to protect her while the others fight. At his command, the team charges headfirst into the horde of reptilian monsters. Dongjin leads the charge, smashing through the enemy lines with his polearm. The team fights in concert, with Byung-ho and Jian providing covering fire, while Dongjin engages in close combat. Clearing the monsters, he shouts out to him. Unfazed by the surrounding enemies, Deoksu focuses intently on his target. With a powerful heave, he hurls his massive, glowing battle axe toward the Siren. The axe soars through the air like a missile, cutting a swath through the monster ranks. The Siren narrows her eyes, bracing for the incoming projectile. The glowing axe reflects in her eye as it closes in, but at the last moment, she dodges, saving herself. The team watches in horror as Deoksu's axe sails past its target, moving further away. His teammates are left speechless and terrified, believing their one chance has failed. Deoksu, however, remains perfectly calm, a knowing look in his eyes. The Siren smirks, believing she has effortlessly avoided the attack. As the team yells at Deoksu for his apparent failure, Her smirk turns into a cackle of mocking laughter. The reptilian minions join their master, jeering at the hero's failed attempt. Have you forgotten? Deoksu asks with a sly grin, hinting that all is not as it seems. What are you talking about? Dongjin yells back in frustration, worried Deoksu has doomed them all. But a flash of understanding hits him as he remembers Deoksu's unique ability. Deoksu reveals his true plan, recalling his axe from the water behind the siren and asking, "Do you know the best way to deal with fish?" "Get a hook through them," he declares, as the recalled axe rips through the siren's back from underwater. She lets out a final, agonizing shriek as the unexpected attack impales her. A system notification confirms the kill, rewarding the ultimate shut-in with a massive bounty of experience and over 350 billion won. With their commander gone, the reptilian monsters freeze in fear and confusion. Their morale shattered. The entire monster army breaks formation and retreats back into the water. As the team breathes a sigh of relief, Deoksu smugly boasts about his genius plan to a congratulatory Kim Jion. Now that the battle is over, Dongjin immediately rushes to check on Gayoung. Holding the still-shaking young woman, Dajong desperately asks him for help. Confused by his teammate's behavior, he asks what's wrong. In a trembling voice, Gayoung reveals the source of her trauma. "My dad is hanging up there." His face drains of all color as he struggles to process her horrifying words. In complete disbelief, he mutters, "No way. Why would my father-in-law be up there?" And desperately tries to convince himself that she's mistaken, that it's just a tragic coincidence. But Gayoung's heartbroken sobs tell him it's the truth. His eyes fall upon one of the crucified victims, noticing a familiar-looking jacket and ID badge. The name on the ID card, Kim Deokun, confirms his worst fears. It truly is Gayoung's father. The devastating realization hits him with physical force, causing his legs to buckle beneath him. The victorious team is now silent, brought to their knees by the grim and personal discovery. Staring at the pitiful sight of Kim Deokun's crucified body, the group is overwhelmed by the cruelty of their new world. Faced with Gayoung's profound grief, Jaehyun creates a new quest offering the chance to resurrect her father, but with the grim warning that it's impossible for those who die outside his territory. Overwhelmed by the weight of his decisions, Jaehyun begins the quest process. He grits his teeth and forces himself to act, fighting through the emotional turmoil caused by the psychic link to his team's suffering. Sensing his distress over the sudden and intense quest change, Yejin calls out his name with concern. Inside his apartment, he is lost in his own mind, struggling with his guilt while a worried Yejin watches from the floor. He tries to justify his inaction, telling himself that he trusted Dongjin's team to handle the situation, and rationalizes that if it had been a truly life-threatening situation, he would have summoned them back without a second thought. Clenching his fist in frustration, he admits that summoning them without an outpost would have been too risky, leaving him with what he desperately calls no choice. However, his conscience immediately strikes back, forcing him to question if he truly had no other option. He can't deny the truth. Being dragged underwater and surrounded by weapon-wielding monsters was undeniably a life-threatening crisis. The image of Dongjin comforting the grieving Gayoung flashes in his mind, a stark reminder that his desire to protect his family isn't unique. He acknowledges the painful reality that everyone else has families to worry about just as he does, and finally confronts his own selfishness, admitting he pretended to be focused only on his own family's rescue. He recognizes that his entire team willingly deferred to his priorities, a fact he's always known but is only now truly facing. Steeling his resolve, he officially accepts a new quest for the grieving party. A party quest notification appears for the team: make a grave, a somber task with a small EXP reward and, mercifully, no failure penalty. Gayoung stares at the notification, her face a mask of tears and disbelief. Overcome with sorrow, she collapses into Dongjin's arms on the rainy, desolate street. Back in his apartment, he feels the sharp sting of their shared grief. He clutches his head in agony, cursing his powerlessness to prevent their pain. The team fulfills the quest, constructing a makeshift grave of rocks and a wooden cross for Kim Deokun. With the grave complete, the party stands in somber silence, paying their respects to their fallen comrade's father. Dongjin gently asks a grief-stricken Gayoung if she's certain about their chosen burial site. Looking at the grave, she quietly affirms her decision, stating that her dad would have liked being buried near the railroad tracks, and explains that her father was a proud workaholic, deeply connected to his life on the rails. She tells the solemn group how he used to sing about wanting to be buried along the railroad, a wish they are now fulfilling. She gently places her father's nameplate on the rocky grave. She recalls thinking his wish was absurd when she was little. With tears in her eyes but a faint smile, she acknowledges that his strange wish has now come true. As Jae-hyun watches, he narrates that every word from Ga-young was like a dagger to his heart. A chilling fear grips him as he realizes her tragic story could easily become his own if he fails to protect his loved ones. Witnessing their grief firsthand, he makes a solemn vow to himself and to them. He will never let them grieve like this again. To fulfill that promise, he knows he must cultivate even stronger allies. His mind immediately focuses on the individual he believes holds the most untapped potential. The scene shifts to Junhyuk, who is skillfully manipulating water to fight off monsters. He effortlessly dispatches a goblin with a powerful kick, demonstrating his combat prowess. As he fights, a system notification alerts Jae-hyun that his loyalty has reached the threshold for vassal registration. Without hesitation, Jae-hyun initiates the vassal registration for him. One of his companions cries out his name in shock as his body begins to radiate a mysterious energy. He looks down at his own body, bewildered, as he's enveloped in a powerful blue aura, and senses an immense power surging through him, a feeling he's never experienced before. His status window updates, revealing his new title as the 12th Servant and the awakening of two new high-rank abilities, Water Bomb and Control Water. Jae-hyun immediately issues a quest, challenging him to test out his new powers. Looking at the quest notification, he instantly understands that this incredible power-up is a gift from Jae-hyun. As the quest window hovers before him, he prepares to unleash his newfound strength. When his friend asks what's happening, now focused, simply tells him to wait and watch. A confident, almost sinister grin spreads across his face as he realizes the potential of his new abilities. He turns to face a crowd of goblins, declaring that he now has plenty of targets to practice on, and summons a vortex of water, channeling his newfound power into his hands. He gathers the water into a dense, swirling sphere of energy. The goblins can only screech in confusion, completely unaware of the devastating attack about to be unleashed. With a manic expression, he roars out the name of his new skill, Water Bomb, and launches the compressed sphere of water, which detonates with incredible force, sending the goblins flying. After the massive explosion, all that remains are scattered droplets of water falling from the sky. The aftermath is a scene of total devastation, with a newly formed crater and the mangled bodies of the goblins littering the ground. Not finished yet, he raises his hand to test his second ability. He focuses his will, activating his rank S skill, Control Water, and effortlessly manipulates the ambient water droplets, causing them to float suspended in the air around him. His two companions stare in absolute awe at the mesmerizing and terrifying display of power. One of them stammers, asking if this incredible feat is really his doing. He simply stands amidst the floating water orbs, taking in the sheer scale of his new power, and erupts into a fit of triumphant, crazed laughter, completely intoxicated by his sudden evolution. Overcome with gratitude and awe, he collapses to the ground, and kneels and shouts his thanks towards the sky, pledging that he will never forget this incredible favor from Jae-hyun. His bewildered companions can only watch on, concluding that he must have gone crazy from the power-up. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun receives a flurry of notifications confirming the quest's completion, a significant increase in Junhyuk's loyalty, and the deduction of the quest fee. He is shocked, realizing that Junhyuk has just awakened a powerful rank S ability. This makes him the second rank S awakened being under Jae-hyun's command, right after the formidable Yeonju, and reflects on Junhyuk's original rank B, Create Water skill, admitting he never expected such a massive leap in power. Pondering the unexpected outcome, Jae-hyun suspects that Junhyuk's high initial level might have played a role, concluding it wasn't just pure luck. Regardless of the reason, he's pleased with the result and begins to strategize. With another powerful piece on the board, he contemplates how he should best utilize Junhyuk's new skills. Visualizing his vassals as game pieces, he briefly considers placing Junhyuk into Dongjin's main combat party. However, he quickly dismisses the idea, recognizing that the main party is already well-balanced, and adding another powerful member might disrupt their synergy. He wisely notes that the group Junyak arrived with is tightly knit around him, and separating their leader would only lead to chaos, and decides the best course of action is to let him continue leading his own team, empowering them as a separate unit. As he plans, notifications continue to roll in, showing him that his citizens are actively hunting goblins and earning him passive income. He is surprised to see so much activity so late at night, a testament to his citizens' growing diligence. The constant influx of EXP and funds from their hunting efforts is clear. Suddenly, a system alert announces a major milestone, his house declaration. Skill has reached level 20, granting him skill points and a new, unknown skill. Before he can even process the level up, Heist caught completely off guard by another sudden event. A massive system message declares that his entire territory is now expanding. An immense surge of purple energy erupts from him, throwing him into chaos as her screams in pain. He is racked with agony as the raw power of the territory expansion tears through the apartment. From an outside perspective, the entire apartment complex is engulfed in a cataclysmic dome of purple lightning as Yejin screams his name in terror. As his territory expands, he writhes in agony, while a worried Yejin calls out to him. The pain is unlike anything he's ever felt, like being stabbed by a giant needle, as Yejin desperately urges him to breathe. She panics, wondering what to do while Jaehyun struggles to stay conscious from the overwhelming strain. After some time passes, Jaehyun slowly opens his eyes, groggily trying to understand what happened during the intense level-up. His last thought before blacking out was that he had simply collapsed from the sheer shock of his expanding power, and awakens to find a flustered Yejin leaning over him, seemingly about to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Startled, he pushes her back and asks what she's doing, causing a surprised Yejin to jump back in apology. She awkwardly explains that she thought he wasn't breathing and was about to perform CPR, but he assures her he's all right. Nearby, his little crow familiar, Blackie, chirps worriedly by his side with tears welling in its eyes. He gently reassures the crying Blackie, telling his small companion that he's fine now. Despite his reassurances, the lingering pain is immense, so he activates his ultimate eyes to survey the aftermath. Using the skill, he realizes the scale of his newly expanded territory is far more enormous than he had imagined. His domain now encompasses the entire west and northern zones, swallowing up all roads within a 1-kilometer radius of the complex. He finally understands why the expansion hurt so much. His territory has grown to its largest scale ever. Exhausted but knowing he can't rest yet, Jaehyun accesses his system menu to use his newly acquired skill points. He notes the 3 skill points he received upon reaching level 20 and prepares to allocate them. With a clear goal in mind, he decides to level up the most crucial skill for his current operation. Jaehyun invests a point to level up his ultimate eye skill, feeling a surge of new power course through him. The system confirms that his ultimate eyes has reached level 4, unlocking a new function. A multi-vision function is added, causing his own eyes to glow with newfound perceptive power. He can immediately feel his field of vision expanding, allowing him to see multiple locations at once. The new multi-vision feels like sitting in a security room surrounded by CCTV monitors, giving him unprecedented oversight of his domain. However, maintaining the broadened view drains his focus, and he realizes that for now, 3 simultaneous views is his limit. With 2 skill points remaining, Jaehyun moves on to his next critical upgrade. He levels up his Dignity Preservation skill, which reaches level 5 and adds a new Mystic Draw feature. As a bonus for unlocking the feature, he receives 300 crystals and wonders what they're for. He quickly realizes the 300 crystals are for 1 free try at the Mystic Draw. Seeing no reason to refuse a free roll, Jaehyun decides to test his luck immediately. He presses the Mystic Draw button, activating the new gacha-like feature. A brilliant golden light suddenly erupts from the floor, startling him and everyone else in the room. The blinding light forces both him and Yejin to shield their eyes as Blackie chirps in surprise. The light fills the entire room, signaling the arrival of a special reward from his Mystic Draw. A shimmering ring of communication materializes from the light, an item that delivers his voice directly to his vassals. He examines the glowing ring that has appeared on his finger, contemplating its function. Realizing it conveys his voice, he immediately thinks it would be the perfect tool for his general manager Kim Dabin. The thought reminds him that he recently registered Dabin as a vassal, prompting him to check her stats. He opens the vassal management screen for her, his 11th and most recent servant. He is completely stunned to discover that her newly awakened ability is telepathy. A grin spreads across his face as he realizes how insanely perfect that skill is for someone managing the entire survivor community. Just then, his new multivision alerts him to a disturbance. 50 people are crammed into a single apartment. He focuses his vision on the commotion, surprised by the source of the unrest, and sees Dabin trying to explain the situation, but the new survivors angrily reject her explanation that the crowded arrangement is temporary. The crowd grows more aggressive, shouting that they saw vacant homes and demanding better sleeping arrangements. Their demands escalate as they plead for empty rooms, at least for the children to sleep comfortably. A flustered Dabin tries to de-escalate the situation, explaining that their policy doesn't allow it. Watching the scene unfold from afar, his expression darkens with annoyance. He recalls his new ultimate shut-ins door skill, which allows him to connect doors within his territory. This skill, gained at level 20, is perfect for the situation, though he didn't expect to use it so soon. One of the men aggressively argues that in an emergency, they should all be helping each other, accusing Jaehoon's group of being entitled. A voice from behind startles the man, coolly stating, "It's me, the one who supposedly trespassed." Jaehoon appears through a newly connected door, calmly confronting the troublemakers as Kim Davin looks on. With an icy glare, he tells the man to kindly get out of his house if he doesn't like the rules, which infuriates the survivor. Before the man can finish his insult, Jaehoon calmly orders the system to evict Sung Yoon-sik, who is instantly vaporized. The other survivors who were with Yoon-sik flinch back in absolute shock and terror. Jaehoon turns his chilling gaze on the rest of the group and asks if anyone else has any complaints. The survivors bow their heads in terrified silence, not daring to speak a single word. As punishment, he announces that he's shutting off the electricity, water, and gas for their entire unit, shocking the dissenters. He coldly turns their own entitled questions back on them, asking what they think is going on, and questions if it's a mere coincidence that they all showed up immediately after his people defeated the giant Cyclops. He stares them down, accusing them of coming here only because they judged his group as capable protectors after witnessing their power, and explains that hundreds of people with the same selfish idea show up every day, hoping to freeload off their safety. He lays out the first problem with giving in to their demands. Empty rooms would quickly run out, leaving no space for new arrivals. The second problem, he continues, is that the existing residents who follow the rules would begin to feel spiteful and resentful. Finally, he states that if he gives in once, their demands will become endless, and he makes it clear this is a line he will not cross. He shouts that the basic rights and welfare they expect simply do not exist in this new, brutal world. Pointing to the ruined city outside, he reminds them that the government has collapsed, and he is not its representative. He acknowledges that they might see him as a tyrant abusing his power, but he doesn't care, and asserts that the world is too brutal for naive ideals like rights and welfare, and that any privileges must be earned. He points out that other, more deserving survivors are enduring harsh conditions, sleeping in shifts, and seeking advice to adapt. Even in their discomfort, these people look out for the children and the weak, striving to survive together as a true community. He condemns the complainers for choosing to make demands rather than seeking solutions like everyone else. Having made his point, he roars at them to act on his command, and points menacingly, ordering them to return to their assigned accommodations immediately, thinking they've become far too comfortable. His final threat hangs in the air: they better comply, unless they want even more things taken away from them. As their group approaches Jaehyun in the hallway, two of Sung Yoon-sik's former associates look back nervously. Visibly relieved, Davin places a hand on her chest, sighing as she thanks him for saving her. But he deflects her gratitude with a sly smile, telling her that he should be the one thanking her. Startled by his comment, Davin asks him if he finds her new telepathic ability fascinating. She admits that she finds it fascinating as well, prompting him to hint that she might be able to perform similar feats herself. He explains her new telepathy skill, instructing her to focus on a person and speak to them in her mind. As Dabin successfully uses her newfound power, he congratulates her and advises her to practice to learn its limitations. Internally baffled as to why her ability is working so well, he simply smiles and offers a polite, "Thank you." A man's hand trembles with anxiety as he prepares to plead his case before Jae-hyun. A member of the dissenting group cautiously approaches Jae-hyun and Dabin to speak on behalf of the banished Sung Yoon-sik. Sweating nervously, the man looks down as he timidly tries to get Jae-hyun's attention. He turns to the anxious man with a calm expression, asking if he has something left to say. The man admits his request is shameless, struggling to find the words to ask for forgiveness. He bows deeply before Jae-hyun and Dabin, begging them to forgive the expelled Yoon-sik just this once. Jae-hyun calmly challenges the man, asking him why he should grant forgiveness. The man explains that while Yoon-sik was the loudest, the entire group shared his opinion, making it unfair for him to be the only one punished. Bowing to the floor, he pleads for mercy, promising they will accept any punishment in return. Jae-hyun reveals that he was already considering letting Yoon-sik back, as he can't justify taking a life merely to set an example. As a system window confirms Yoon-sik has been waiting at the door, Jae-hyun calmly accepts the man's plea. Jae-hyun asks for the man's name, and he introduces himself as Han Kyung-hoon. Addressing him directly, Jae-hyun agrees to restore Sung Yoon-sik's citizenship as a gesture of respect for Kyung-hoon's loyalty. Han Kyung-hoon stares in disbelief as Jae-hyun adds that he will also restore their electricity and water, but not their gas. Jae-hyun clarifies that this is a one-time exception made for Kyung-hoon's sake, who then bows deeply and offers his sincere thanks. As a grateful Kyung-hoon runs off, system notifications confirm that Yoon-sik's citizenship is restored and Kyung-hoon's trust has soared. Jae-hyun internally justifies his decision to withhold the gas supply, reasoning that it wouldn't be a proper punishment otherwise. He concludes that the discomfort of cold showers is a fitting consequence for their actions, just as Dabin calls his name. She smiles warmly at him, observing that he seems to have a really kind heart. Genuinely surprised by her compliment, he simply responds with a quiet, "Me?" Dabin playfully teases the flustered Jae-hyun, who can only clear his throat and thank her for the kind thought. Quickly changing the subject, he brings up the crucial task of managing the shared facilities across the newly expanded territory. Dabin is utterly shocked when he suggests assigning management teams to each of the 25 apartment buildings. With tears in her eyes, she tells him her current management team only consists of 15 people. He cheerfully proposes expanding her operations to 100 members, breaking it down to 4 people per building. Her despair turns into starry-eyed excitement when he announces that he'll pay every member 100,000 won per day. As the elevator dings, arriving at the 21st floor, he notes that this new pay scale should ensure stable operations. Walking down the hallway, he reflects that establishing this formal management structure will also strengthen his own authority. They are surprised to find a new group of survivors waiting for them in the hall. A man with glasses and a goatee steps forward, confirming they are new to the building and have come for a specific reason. They step forward, formally asking if the community is in need of a medical team. He introduces himself as Dr. Lee Sungmin, an associate professor of nephrology from Busan Park Hospital. After speaking with the doctor, Jae-hyun decides that such skilled personnel must be treated with the respect they deserve. He suggests dedicating a space for them and creating a hospital, an idea that Dabin enthusiastically supports. Trusting her capabilities, he delegates the entire setup and operation of the new medical team to Dabin. She enthusiastically accepts the monumental task with a sharp salute, promising him that he can leave it all to her. As Dabin leaves to begin her new assignment, the door quietly slides shut. Returning to his apartment, he is greeted by Ye-jin, who asks if his business meeting went well. He reassures her with a confident smile that everything went according to plan with no issues. With his local affairs settled, he activates his ultimate eyes to check on Dongjin's expedition. His omniscience allows him to see the entire team making their way through the planned route. With his enhanced vision, he confirms that the party is safely en route to Jigalchi Station. Satisfied that his team is safe for now, Jae-hyun decides it's time to use his remaining skill points. He carefully considers the best way to invest his final skill points for maximum impact. He chooses to level up his ultimate storage, increasing its capacity and adding a new preservation function. The new passive skill, preservation, will maintain the exact physical state of any stored item from the moment it enters storage. He acknowledges that the doubled capacity will make his storage more flexible and useful. His attention, however, is captured by the new preservation ability as he begins to ponder its true potential. Suddenly, a wild and game-changing idea strikes him as he realizes how to exploit the new skill. He immediately accesses his store, purchasing an SWM-60 revolver and 100 rounds of ammunition, and realizes that if he stores a fully loaded gun, the preservation skill means it will be instantly reloaded every time he summons it. With the new revolver in hand, Jae-yoon prepares to test his groundbreaking and potentially terrifying theory. He tells Ye-jin to cover her ears for a moment. When a confused Ye-jin asks why, he simply warns her that it's about to get loud. She screams in shock and terror as she finally realizes he is holding a real gun. Just before pulling the trigger, he quickly stores the round he is about to fire into his ultimate storage, and unleashes a live round with a deafening blast. After taking multiple shots, a system alert immediately confirms that the fired round has been successfully captured in his storage. He notes with satisfaction that his experiment has worked perfectly so far, and calmly walks out onto his balcony, ready for the final, crucial phase of his test. Still reeling from the gunshot, a terrified Ye-jin asks him what he's doing. Ignoring her, he extends his hand out over the city below. With his face shadowed in grim determination, he issues the command, "Summon." The live round he just stored materializes from a system window and rains down from his balcony. A maniacal grin spreads across Jae-hyun's face as he realizes he has discovered the perfect method to provide long-range fire support for his team. Deep underground, the blood-splattered sign for Jagalchi Station marks the team's destination. A goblin lets out a final scream as a bullet pierces its skull. It falls lifelessly to the tracks as the rest of the horde growls in confusion. Seeing Dongjun's party, the goblins desperately escape the scene. Dongjun expresses his relief as they near the end of their perilous journey. The weary but resolute team finally lays eyes on their objective, confirming their arrival at Jagalchi Station. Back in his apartment, Jae-hyun taps into his powers, his eyes glowing as he prepares to contact his team remotely. His voice echoes through the desolate station, which a startled Dongjun immediately recognizes as Jae-hyun's. Looking up into the empty space where the voice is coming from, Dongjun confirms he can hear his loud and clear. Jae-hyun explains that this will be their method of communication and instructs Dongjun to lead the team through Exit 2. Following their leader's command, the team makes its way towards the designated subway exit. They cautiously ascend from the dark, abandoned stairwell of Jagalchi Station, stepping into the unknown. Upon emerging, they are immediately struck by the sheer devastation of the city above ground. The landscape is a mess of shattered buildings and rubble, a grim testament to the chaos that has unfolded. Jae-yoon informs the team that they are now in uncharted territory, as Ye-jin's attempts to reconnect with her scout rat have failed, and that they are now operating completely blind. Dongjun asks for their next move, now that they are in an unprepared zone without any reconnaissance. He directs them to follow the main road for about a kilometer to get near their destination. Suddenly, the ground beneath them erupts as a massive creature bursts forth, sending shockwaves through the ruined street. Dongjun looks on in shock as the ground continues to tremble and break apart around him, as they finally notice. A monstrous land shark, identical to the one that devoured Ye-jin's rat, lunges at them with a ferocious roar. The team barely has time to react, lamenting that they just fought their way past an army of fishmen, only to face a new nightmare. Staring up at the terrifying maw of the land shark, they are frozen in disbelief at this seemingly endless gauntlet of monsters. The land shark lets out a deafening roar as it prepares to attack the stunned survivors. But with a look of grim determination, Ha Dongjun breaks from his stupor and prepares to charge the massive beast. He propels himself forward, aiming his spear directly at the land shark's eye. Seeing the attack isn't enough, Jian shouts Dongjun's name and opens fire with his handgun. The bullets strike the land shark's head, but appear to have little effect on its tough hide. Dongjun slides across the ground, narrowly dodging a devastating counterattack from the enormous creature, and screams with exertion as he drives his spear with all his might into the land shark's vulnerable underbelly. Taking the opportunity, Yeonju jumps in the air towards it, glowing with power, lands hard. pounding the shark's head with an immense force. Suddenly, a system notification confirms the successful hunt of the shark, rewarding the team with experience and Jaehyun with a hefty sum of over 13 million won. With the immediate threat gone, she growls, with her red eyes scanning the perimeter for any remaining danger. Thinking quickly, Dongjin orders Jian to scout ahead and assess their surroundings. Jian uses his enhanced senses, sending a scout crow flying over the ruined cityscape. His eyes widen in terror as he processes the information relayed back from his familiar. Panicked, he shouts a warning back to Dongjin, exclaiming that the entire area is swarming with enemies. A massive fissure cracking open in the ground hints at the source of a new threat approaching from below. Suddenly, a colossal, grotesque red monster crab erupts from the chasm, its maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Jian points in horror at the new swarm of monsters, desperately warning his teammates of the incoming danger. Looking up, the team realizes another threat is descending upon them from the sky. A bizarre, fish-like creature with a massive yellow eye stares down at them from above. The sky fills with a swarm of these winged monstrosities, prompting a survivor to cry out, "What the heck are those now?" The team is immediately beset from all sides as Theo's monsters dive bomb them from the air. As the chaos erupts, Dongjin screams out a warning to Deoksu. Deoksu and Byungho stand back to back, ready to fend off the charging monsters as Dongjin shouts, "Stop them!" With a furious cry, Deoksu activates his Iron Knight ability, his glowing axe poised to strike, and unleashes a powerful sweeping attack, cutting down several of the airborne monsters in a single blow. From his apartment, Jaehyun receives a notification that a sky blue marlin has been hunted, earning him a small amount of EXP and money. The rest of the team joins the fray, with Gayoung loosing arrows and others providing covering fire with their handguns. Several more sky blue marlins are struck down by the team's combined ranged attacks. Gayoung grits her teeth in frustration, realizing they're not making progress by taking the monsters out one by one, but then shifts her attention to someone else. The monster targets the team's healer, Dajung, who desperately tries to fend it off with her pistol. The sky blue marlin easily dodges her bullets and closes in, its sharp beak ready to deliver a fatal strike. Watching from his apartment, Jaehyun decides it's time to intervene and activates his storage summon skill. Just as the monster is about to kill Dajung, he summons a live round, hitting the monster directly on its head. Another system notification pops up, but the reward for the kill is still disappointingly low. He realizes that sniping the monsters directly from his storage yields a miserable payout, and that he needs a more efficient strategy. He calls out to Yejin, who has been trying to re-establish her psychic link with her rats. Interrupting her, he hands her a gun and asks her to shoot for him, much to her confusion. Hesitantly, she takes the weapon and asks where she is supposed to aim. He tells her to aim anywhere, causing her to panic at the strange and urgent request. Under pressure he shouts to hurry. A startled Yejin squeezes the trigger. As she fires, he activates his skill, instantly depositing the live, fired round into his storage. He frantically orders her to keep shooting as he perfects his new long-range artillery system. He concentrates, realizing his plan is working. He can store the bullets she fires in real time. With his storage now full of live rounds, he reaches out his hand and prepares to summon them. He deploys the stored bullets directly onto the battlefield, creating a devastating and unexpected barrage. The summoned bullets rain down on the swarm of sky blue marlins, netting him a much larger payout this time. She shouts that she's out of ammo, but he immediately tells her to reload and keep firing. He notes the six-fold increase in efficiency and, while feeling sorry for her, knows this is a necessary tactic. She continues to fire round after round, feeding him remote-controlled assault on the battlefield. The continuous sound of gunshots awakens Hiren, who bursts out of her room demanding to know what's going on. She looks out her door and is shocked to see Yejin firing a gun inside the apartment. Completely bewildered, she concludes she must be having a very weird dream and wonders why she can't wake up. Back on the battlefield, the massive red monster that emerged earlier finally makes its move. As they barely manage to dodge the attack, the monster stays at its position, revealing a hard, crab-like shell and multiple glowing red eyes. Standing beside the Yeonju, Dongjin stares in disbelief and frustration at the new enemy. He grits his teeth and wonders aloud how they are possibly supposed to defeat a monster of this scale. The colossal crab continued its relentless assault on the team. Dongjian and Yanju desperately dodged the creature's powerful strikes. Preparing to strike, Yanju got on its side and called out for Dazhong to buff her. Dazhong answered the call, enveloping her in a powerful golden buff. Empowered by the buff, she became wreathed in flames and lunged forward for a powerful attack, grabbing one of the crab's leg. With a ferocious roar, she put all of her strength into the attack. The attack connected, managing to sever its leg out. As the monster reeled, Dongjong shouted Jaehyun's name, preparing to follow up with his own attack. He channeled his energy into his spear, preparing to strike with all his might, and then unleashed the energy, sending a powerful blue beam rocketing towards the monster. The blast struck the monster's shell, but exploded harmlessly against its incredible defense. And taking her chance, Yanju appeared behind it, ready to attack. She delivered her best punch at its head, but it only left a scratch on its thick armor. To everyone's shock, the monster was completely unharmed by their combined assault. Byung-ho, seeing the futility of their attacks, ordered everyone to fall back. He provided covering fire with his revolver, trying to create an opening for their retreat, and unloaded his rounds into the monster's eyes, hoping to distract it, but all the bullets bounced off it. Dongjian stared in disbelief at the monster's insane defense. Frustrated and out of options, he wondered what they should do. The team looked up at the massive, seemingly invincible monster, feeling utterly hopeless. From his apartment, Jaehyun analyzed the situation, concluding that the monster's shell needed a blunt, hammer-like impact to break. A sudden realization struck him as he formulated a new plan. With a new idea sparked, he exclaimed, "If that's the case," and frantically searched his apartment with his ultimate eyes for a specific item. He also scanned the gym area, certain he had seen the perfect object there before. Finally, he spotted his target. He immediately accessed his storage skill to retrieve the item. Using his ring of communication, he instructed Yeonju to jump onto the crab's carapace on his signal. She acknowledged the order, ready to execute the plan. He explained that he had seen something that could break the shell before, and prepared to summon the item he needed. He summoned a heavy barbell, teleporting it directly from the gym, and mentally apologized to Kim Minho, who was in the middle of a workout, promising to replace the borrowed equipment. He used his ability to maximize the barbell's kinetic energy, letting it fall to build up momentum. Just before impact with the ground, he stored the supercharged barbell, locking in its immense kinetic energy. With his new weapon prepared, he got ready to deploy it onto the battlefield, and activated his skill, preparing to summon the weaponized barbell. He summoned it directly over the colossal monster's head and yelled for Yanju to move now. The kinetically charged barbell smashed down with devastating force, shattering the monster's nigh impenetrable shell. With the monster's defense broken, Yanju leaped onto its back, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Going for the weakest spot on its head, she let out a monstrous roar, with her blood-red eyes fixed on the target. With a flash of light and fury, she blasted straight through the crab's armored bulk, cleaving it from top to bottom. Jaehyun received a notification confirming the hunt was successful, earning him experience and over 931 million won. After the giant crab's defeat, the path forward was littered with countless aquatic monsters, like a grotesque seafood market. The team had to fight their way through hordes of fish-like humanoids to continue their journey. Their path was blocked by all manner of crustaceans and other sea monsters, forcing them into constant battle. Jaehyun acknowledged that without his constant long-range support, his team would have surely perished. He gritted his teeth, realizing the harsh truth of their situation, and admitted to himself that even for a party of powerful awakened ones, this part of the city was overwhelmingly dangerous. He was filled with despair, knowing that after traveling only 1 kilometer, his elite team was already completely exhausted. Steeling himself, he forced himself to admit the grim reality he had been avoiding, and finally accepted that the probability of his family having survived in this hellscape was close to 0. His legs trembled with fear, a feeling that grew heavier the closer he got to his parents' home. But despite the overwhelming odds, he refused to let go of the 1% chance, the thread of hope, that his family might still be alive. As the party reached a familiar-looking ruined street, he recognized that his parents' house was just beyond the next alley. His eyes widened as he spotted something completely out of place in the ruined cityscape. Standing alone amidst the rubble was a large, healthy tree, something that shouldn't have been there. He immediately ordered his team to halt their advance, and angrily asserted that he knew this city inside and out, and something was terribly wrong. He explained that there were never any trees on this boulevard, and even if there had been, they would not have been left standing. His eyes narrowed as he realized the true nature of the out-of-place tree, and his suspicions were confirmed as his ability identified the object as a level 38 tree giant, a monster born from the world's collapse. Having identified the new threat, he prepared to issue orders to his team, and got Dongjin's attention and asked if they saw the enormous tree in front of them. Looking up from the ruined street, the team confirmed they saw the strange tree. With a crazed look, he revealed the shocking truth. The tree was a monster. Without hesitation, he commanded his entire party to attack it. As the team charged, the tree giant awakened, its bark splitting open to reveal a massive, glowing red eye. The tree giant fully revealed its monstrous form, ready to face Dongjun and the others head-on. As the battle against the tree giant begins, Gaiyang unleashes a flurry of arrows with deadly precision. Her piercing arrows find their mark, destroying its hide to some extent. The tree giant responds by stomping one of its massive roots into the ground, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Its single glowing red eye glares menacingly from within a jagged maw as it prepares to assault the team. Undeterred, Dongjin charges forward, unleashing a powerful, glowing slash with his weapon. Despite the force of the blow, his attack fails to penetrate the monster's dense exterior. The tree giant stumbles back slightly, momentarily stunned, but otherwise unharmed by the powerful impact. As the monster recovers its footing, they brace themselves for a counterattack. Cursing under his breath, Dongjin realizes their conventional attacks are proving useless. Byungho joins the fray, firing his handgun at the colossal creature. He unloads a full clip into the monster's trunk, desperately hoping to find a weak spot. However, the bullets simply spark and ricochet off the tree's impenetrable bark. Seeing her teammates struggle, Yanju transforms into her monstrous bear form and charges in. The tree giant reacts instantly, lashing out with tendril-like roots to intercept her. She dodges the initial attack and barrels forward, successfully closing the distance to the giant. She collides with the creature in a devastating tackle, blowing a hole in its center. But more powerful roots suddenly erupt from the ground, wrapping around her limbs before she can react. Trapped and struggling, she lets out a roar of pained frustration. The rest of the team watches in horror as they shouts her name in alarm. The tree giant begins to constrict its roots around her, readying a final blow. A massive, sharpened root descends from above, aiming to impale the helpless Yanju. As the deadly spike plummets toward the monstrous bear's torso, she lets out a cry of desperation, bracing for the inevitable impact. In a desperate move, Byungho throws himself into the path of the attack, hoping to intercept the blow. As the spike reaches him, mere inches away, it suddenly stops, frozen in the air, leaving him stunned and breathless with confusion. Seeing the opening, Dongjun urgently yells for him to act immediately. So he teleports along with Yanju, escaping from the roots. And reaching to the rest of the team's location, back in his apartment, Jaehyun ponders the strange pause in the monster's attack. He recalls how, for a moment, the tree giant completely stopped its assault for no apparent reason. A sudden realization dawns on him as he connects the dots of the monster's strange behavior, and relays a new strategy, ordering Dongjin to have Yanju fall back while the rest continue forward. Despite his doubts, Dongjin puts his trust in him and agrees to follow the command. He quickly relays the orders to the rest of the team, and instructs Yanju to guard the rear while he and Deoksu's group advance toward the giant. He reassures a worried Deoksu that his solid defense will be enough to protect him. Deoksu nervously agrees and prepares to move forward. As the human members of the team cautiously approach, the tree giant steps back. The entire team is bewildered as the monster that was just trying to kill them now moves back. Dongjin contacts Jaehyun, confusedly asking what's going on. He reports that the wooden monster has simply stopped moving and returned to its original spot. Watching from afar, Jaehyun hypothesizes that the tree giant might not be hostile towards humans. He realizes the monster only started attacking after Yeonju transformed and had focused all its attacks solely on her. To Yeonju's shock, Jaehyun concludes that her beast form must have been what provoked the monster. Just then, the tree giant's eye cracks open again, its attention drawn to a new arrival. The tree giant rises to engage another monster it senses. The last shark roars in challenge, completely unaware of the doom it has just summoned. The tree giant immediately lashes out with a root, ensnaring the new monster instantly, moving its spike-shaped roots. It pierces the shark into oblivion, proving Jaehyun's theory correct. His eyes gleam with confirmation. His risky hypothesis was right on the money. He confidently informs his team that the monster doesn't attack humans, only other monsters. With this new information, he calmly gives his next command and instructs the party to ignore the now passive tree giant and proceed to their destination. The team cautiously walks past the colossal, dormant tree giant, which now seems like a harmless landmark. Dongjin suddenly stops, a look of dawning horror spreading across his face. He nervously calls out to Jaehyun, hesitant to voice the terrible thought that has just occurred to him. Jaehyun waits in dreadful silence, his eyes wide with a shared, unspoken fear. Dongjun asks the question Jaehyun has been dreading, if this tree is standing exactly where his parents' house should be. In denial, he argues that they must be in the wrong place, that there has to be a mistake, and clenches his fist in anguish as the crushing reality begins to set in. With cold certainty, he confirms that this spot is, without a doubt, his parents' home. A bittersweet memory of his parents surfaces, a stark contrast to the monstrous reality before him. He then recalls his grandparents, his entire family, who should have been safe in this very place. As the mental image of a cherished family photo shatters, he is forced to accept their likely fate. Seething with rage, he declares that the monster has no right to exist on his family's sacred ground, and vows to destroy the tree giant immediately, believing its obliteration is the only thing that can satisfy his grief. He quickly concocts a plan to blow the tree up, intending to summon his vassals back at the last possible second. But just as his rage is about to boil over, a system notification stops him cold. A blood relative has been detected nearby. Back on the ground, an unseen person bellows, demanding to know who is there. Startled, Dongjin and his team are confronted by an unfamiliar voice asking who they are. An elderly man emerges from the darkness, flanked by two others, angrily asking why they dare to bully their little poppy. The elite monster hunting team can only stare in utter disbelief at the furious group of senior citizens. An elderly man gently touches the tree giant's trunk, fretting over the damage it has sustained. His companions share his sorrow, lamenting the large hole pierced through their beloved poppy. Nearby, Dongjin sweats nervously, realizing the village chief is going to be heartbroken over the incident. They angrily confronts the team and demand to know if they were responsible for the attack. As his companions join in the scolding, he questions why they would harm Poppy, who has never hurt anyone, forcing an apology from the team. Spotting movement in the distance, he looks past the team and calls out to his approaching villagers. A villager arrives with a smile, announcing that their guardian, Papa, has once again done them a great favor by providing food. The team looks on as the villagers skillfully butcher a massive monster corpse, a task that is clearly routine for them. As he watches, a senior complains that the stress is raising his blood pressure and that the monster meat doesn't even taste that great. One guy states that it does not taste that great. Another one replies that does he think this is the time to complain about taste. If you don't like it, don't eat it. From the safety of his apartment, his eyes narrow as he begins to piece together the truth of the situation. As the full picture forms in his mind, his gaze intensifies. Suddenly, everything becomes clear. He connects the existence of a tree monster that only attacks other monsters, with the memory of an enormous, unique tree that grew only at his family's house. He flashes back to his childhood, remembering how his house was always filled with plants lovingly tended to by his grandfather, and recalls the yard, which was always vibrant with flowers that changed with every season. He also remembers the rooftop, home to many kinds of fruit-bearing trees. After retiring, his grandfather had proudly cultivated a small farm on that very rooftop. Jaehyun smiles at the memory of his younger self, eagerly awaiting the fresh vegetables that would appear on their dining table. The pieces click into place. If the passive tree monster and the giant tree are both manifestations of someone's awakened ability, and that person has awakened an ability on a level similar to his own, then there's only one possibility. He focuses his thoughts on the one person it could be, his grandfather. Back in the present, Jae-hyun is overwhelmed with relief, collapsing slightly as he whispers, "Thank goodness," and covers his face, finally admitting to himself the deep-seated fear that he had thought everyone was dead. He recalls the brutal reality of this new world, where high-level monsters freely roam the land and sky, and gives a dark laugh, remembering how he had completely lost hope, wondering how any human could survive out there. A concerned Yejin snaps him out of his reverie, asking what's wrong. Putting on a brave face, he simply smiles and tells her he's just relieved that everyone is safe. His eyes glint with renewed purpose as he decides to get confirmation. Dongjin offers the villagers to help with their work, which they gratefully accept. He confirms if this will be enough, and they approve. Using his remote connection, Jae-hyun gives him his next instruction. He tasks him with a simple but crucial question: find out the name of the village chief. So he approaches one of the villagers to carry out his request. The villager is surprised by the question, asking if he somehow already knows their chief, and reveals the chief's name is Lee Bongyol. And Jae-hyun's world comes to a standstill as his greatest hope is confirmed that it really is his grandfather. The villagers leads the team into their settlement and suggests they pause for a moment before meeting the village chief. He stops beside the massive carcass of a land shark, which is being expertly butchered by the community. The entire village seems to be involved, with people carrying large chunks of meat through the streets. Others are seen relaxing and enjoying a meal, a scene of shocking normalcy in a ruined world. The camera pans over fresh fish sizzling in a pan, a sight the team hasn't seen in ages. Dongjin can only stare in open-mouthed awe at the bustling, thriving community before him. Watching through his skill, Jae-hyun is equally stunned, estimating there must be more than 100 survivors, and notes that it feels as if the entire, lively Jagalchi market has been miraculously relocated to this small pocket of civilization. A skilled man with a goatee expertly slices a massive piece of monster meat. This man, called Old Man Park, looks up as he's hailed, explaining that Popeye did them another favor and that these young men helped clean up. As a reward, he orders Old Man Park to treat the team to a plate of fresh sashimi. In moments, a beautifully arranged platter of glistening sashimi is ready. He heartily encourages the dumbfounded team to eat their fill. However, when Ga-young politely asks for chopsticks, she's gruffly told there are none and to just use her hands. Just as she resigns herself to eating with her hands, a pair of glowing blue chopsticks materializes in front of her, courtesy of Jae-hyun. She thanks him aloud, completely baffling the cook who has no idea what just transpired. With her new chopsticks, she prepares to take her first bite. And as she do, her eyes widen in shock as she exclaims that the monster sashimi is unbelievably delicious. The entire team quickly follows suit, digging into the unexpected delicacy with gusto. As they eat, one member voices what they're all thinking: it's been ages since they last had sashimi. Back in his apartment, a smiling Jae-hyun extends his hand, preparing another surprise for them. Bottles of soda suddenly materialize from thin air, hovering in front of a shocked Dongjin. The villagers erupt in disbelief, recognizing the long-lost luxuries of cola and cider. A member of team generously offers the rare drinks to the villagers, who can hardly believe their luck. But Jae-hyun isn't done yet, as packages of instant noodles and other supplies begin to appear as well. Old Man Park throws his hands up in utter shock, demanding to know what is happening. A massive pile of gifts materializes, including essentials like toilet paper and canned Spam, leaving the villagers speechless. Dongjin smiles and explains that these are all gifts prepared for them by Jae-hyun. The villagers are completely overwhelmed, and whether they should even accept such generosity. A stern voice cuts through the noise, demanding to know what all the commotion is about. The crowd falls silent as they see their village chief, Jae-hyun's grandfather, standing majestically atop one of the world tree's massive roots. Jae-hyun's eye widens in pure shock, his composure finally breaking. Seeing his grandfather's face clearly, he can only think his name in utter disbelief and joy. A system notification pops up, revealing the truth of his grandfather's power. He is the World Tree's Guardian, a mythical grade awakened being. A system notification confirmed his grandfather's identity and revealed his mythical-grade awakened ability, Guardian of the World Tree, which in turn unlocked the Annex Building construction option for Jaehyun. To demonstrate his power, the old man summoned a massive root from the earth, standing atop it to address the awestruck villagers. Jumping from it in an instant, he slides down it with a Giga Chad style. And with an agility that defied his age, Jaehyun's grandfather then leaped down from the root, landing firmly among his people. Jaehyun was stunned. His once frail grandfather now looked incredibly healthy and far stronger than he remembered. He confirmed to himself that this wasn't just his imagination. His grandfather's transformation was real and profound. And recalled how his grandfather's legs had grown weak with age, a stark contrast to the vigorous man he saw now. He quickly connected the dots, realizing his grandfather's dramatic rejuvenation must have been the result of his awakening. Using his communication ring, he decided it was time to formally introduce himself and his intentions to the village. Speaking through his vassals, he asked the surprise team to greet his grandfather on his behalf. Following his command, Dongjin stepped forward and respectfully greeted him, addressing him as the village chief. A villager excitedly explained to the chief that these newcomers were incredibly talented, capable of creating supplies out of thin air, and proudly gestured to the water bottles and other goods Jaehyun had sent, mistakenly giving the credit to the team. The grandfather explained that water had been a dire issue for the village, expressing his immense gratitude for the timely supplies. As he shook Dongjin's hand in thanks, Dongjin had to awkwardly explain that the supplies hadn't actually come from them. When the chief asked where the life-saving resources came from, a visibly confused Ha Dongjeon hesitated for a moment. He then clarified that all the supplies were a result of Jaehyun's ability, a revelation that left the old man utterly speechless. He formally announced that their team had come to the village at the specific request of Kim Jaehyun. The name hit the grandfather like a lightning bolt. He stumbled back, asking in disbelief if they meant the Jaehyun he knew. Tears welled up in the old man's eyes as the impossible truth began to sink in. His grandson was alive. Dongjian smiled and confirmed it was the very same Kim Jaehyun who lived in the Seonyeon apartments. Overwhelmed with emotion, the grandfather struggled to find his words, repeating, "My Jaehyun? He's alive?" As the old man processed the miraculous news, Jaehyun's elite team stood by, watching the emotional moment unfold. Filled with newfound hope, the grandfather urgently told the team to follow him to the tree giant. The colossal tree giant obediently lowered a massive branch, creating a pathway to its treetop sanctuary. Jaehyun's grandfather led the team up the branch, explaining that the rest of their family was waiting up there. Back in his apartment, Jaehyun was filled with tearful anticipation, hopeful that he would soon be reunited with his entire family. He solidified his plan to build an outpost base at the village, which would allow him to create a direct door to them. He then recalled the new construction option that had unlocked the moment his team met his grandfather. The system reminded him that the Annex Building construction option was now available. He read the description. The Annex was an indestructible safe zone outside his main territory that required a blood relative to be present for activation, and analyzed the steep cost and the critical condition. A blood relative had to reside there for it to function. However, he latched onto its most important feature. Unlike a fragile outpost, the annex could not be destroyed. After reviewing his finances, he saw that even after his huge investments, he still had over 7 billion won, more than enough for the project. The annex building cost 3 billion won, a hefty sum. But with his current wealth, Jaehyun declared that it wasn't an amount he needed to worry about and committed to building it. As soon as he made the decision, he was struck by a sudden, intense surge of power from the system. A massive wave of blue energy erupted from his location, giving him a premonition of the annex's immense scale. He stood in awe as the system showed him a preview of the massive safe zone he was about to create, and realized the annex would mirror his own territory and grow in size as he grew stronger, making it a perfect long-term solution. Grinning, he decided there was no need to hesitate. The annex was far more valuable than a fragile outpost base. He confirmed the build, accepting the condition that a blood relative must remain on site for the 7-day construction period. A 7-day countdown timer for the annex's completion immediately appeared on his system interface. Jaehyun's next step was simple. He just needed to ask his grandfather to stay within the construction zone until it was finished. Just as he finalized his plan, he was caught completely off guard by another, unexpected system notification. The system alerted him that his vassals had encountered another one of his kin, unlocking more of the bloodline's power. The new relative was identified as his grandmother, Kim In-shim, who, unlike his grandfather, possessed no awakened ability. Through his shared vision, Jae-hyun was shocked to see his grandmother lying unconscious in a bed. The team had been led into a hollow within the tree giant, where his grandfather stood vigil over his comatose wife. Jae-hyun watched as his grandfather nervously clasped his hands, clearly distressed about her condition. The old man gently took his wife's hand, trying to rouse her by telling her about their important guests. He leaned over and whispered that Jae-hyun had sent people to find them, a piece of news that seemed to elicit a subtle reaction. Though she remained unconscious, a glimmer of light seemed to pass over the grandmother's face as she heard her grandson was alive. Back in his apartment, Jae-hyun broke into a cold sweat, sensing that something was terribly wrong with his grandmother. Speaking through his vassals again, he addressed his team with a worried tone. He urgently requested that they ask his grandfather to explain what had happened to her. Yeonju respectfully relayed the question, informing the grandfather that Jae-hyun wished to know what was going on. Surprised that Jae-hyun was aware of the situation, the grandfather was told that his grandson was sharing their sight. The old man gasped, finally understanding the true extent of Jae-hyun's abilities, and spoke directly to his grandson through the vassals, trying to reassure him that his grandmother was with him and everything was fine. He claimed she was only emotionally overwhelmed, but his pained expression betrayed a much deeper problem. The grandfather's facade cracked when asked how long his wife had been unable to wake up. With a heavy heart, he finally admitted that she has been in this state ever since that day. A grim flashback revealed the horrors of the first day of the apocalypse, with hordes of monsters overrunning the world. The grandfather confirmed the tragic truth. Jae-hyun's grandmother had been in a coma since the day the monsters first appeared. Watching his grandfather's heartbroken expression, he felt his own heart ache with sorrow. The weight of the situation was immense, and he covered his face, overwhelmed by grief and powerlessness. Tears streamed down Jae-hyun's face, a mix of sorrow for her condition and immense relief that she was, at the very least, still alive. He noted that despite being in a coma for a month, she looked peaceful, as if she were simply sleeping, and correctly deduced that it was his grandfather's powerful, awakened ability that was preserving her life and keeping her safe. Frustration boiled within him as he cursed the system's restriction that forbade him from assigning healing quests to his own kin. However, a new possibility emerged as another member of his team stepped forward. Da-jung, the team's healer, attempted to use her powers but sadly reported that she could do nothing, which the grandfather accepted with resignation. Jae-hyun's focus shifted as he noticed an eerie silence. His suspicion grew. It was highly unusual that the arrival of 7 strangers hadn't drawn any curiosity from the other survivors. A dreadful thought entered his mind, and he immediately asked Yeonju to inquire about the whereabouts of his parents. Realizing Jae-hyun was still watching, the grandfather decided to address him directly about his parents. They listened intently, bracing themselves for what was sure to be more difficult news. The grandfather somberly explained that on the day the world ended, both of Jae-hyun's parents had gone out to work. The news hit him hard, as being outside the village when the monsters appeared was a virtual death sentence. Though his grandfather tried to offer hope that they might have found shelter, his tone told him that he didn't believe it himself. He saw through the facade, understanding the grim, unspoken truth: his parents were gone, and forced himself to accept the cold, hard logic that without a powerful awakened ability like his grandfather's, their chances of survival were nearly zero. But still, his eyes burned with a desperate, defiant hope. He made a new resolution, telling his weary team their next destination was the Yuiwang Nursing Hospital where his mother had worked. And even if he was only grasping at straws, he refused to give up, telling his team to rest before they set out again. His resolve was absolute, even if the quest seemed utterly hopeless. Just as he was about to send his team to rest, a system notification dinged, stunning him into silence. A blood relative had been detected nearby. He froze, his order to depart dying on his lips. His mind raced as he tried to comprehend the impossible alert. Breaking out of his stupor, he frantically ordered Yejin to deploy her rat network. and yelled for her to search the area immediately and find any nearby survivors. His eyes widened as he realized the system's alert wasn't pointing to the village, but right to his location, and it was heading straight for him. Without even needing his skills to confirm, he saw two familiar figures approaching in the distance. Hope, disbelief, and joy crashed over him in a single, overwhelming wave as he realized the impossible truth. It's Mom and Dad. In the village, protected by the tree giant, survivors go about their daily lives, butchering monster carcasses for food. As two villagers finish their work, one celebrates the abundance of food their labor provides. His celebration is cut short as he suddenly looks up, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his face, sensing something is terribly wrong. The villagers look to the sky in horror as ominous shadows pass over them. A terrifying swarm of flying and land-based monsters descends upon the village, stunning the inhabitants. The emergency alarm bell begins to ring frantically, signaling the impending attack. From a watchtower, a guard screams a desperate warning that monsters are swarming in. A village quickly orders everyone to secure their supplies and storage and lower the protective shutters. And a messenger runs in a panic to alert the village chief of the dire situation. He bursts in on Grandfather and the team, urging the chief to come outside immediately, and frantically explains that the village is under attack by monsters. He clarifies that it's not just a few stragglers, but a massive, overwhelming horde charging directly at them. As the team watches, Grandfather, the village chief, stands alone and unfazed before the monstrous tide. Dongjin and the others stare in disbelief at the sheer number of creatures approaching. But the Grandfather calmly raises a hand, addressing both his people and the oncoming threat. At his command, the massive roots of the tree giant erupt violently from the earth. He orders his people to fall back, as Peepapi, the tree giant, rises to form a defensive wall. The team looks on with concern, noticing the serious injuries Peepapi sustained during their earlier fight. Although Dongjin offers to help, the Grandfather tells them to stay back, explaining that their target isn't the village, and calmly observes that the monsters don't appear to be attacking them directly. Adjusting his glasses, he shrewdly analyzes the horde's chaotic behavior, and deduces that the monsters are not on the attack, but are instead fleeing in terror from something even more powerful. Realizing the stampeding horde will still cause immense damage, he begins to power up his own abilities. Surrounded by his tree giant's branches, the Grandfather prepares to single-handedly defend his home. Just as he predicted, the flying monsters begin to pass by the village without engaging. He exclaims in amazement that the monsters are truly ignoring them and just passing by. However, the land-based monsters remain on a direct collision course with the Grandfather, who stands as the village's only shield. When the team offers to help again, the old man sternly orders them to stay inside and not interfere. Brushing off their concerns, he leaps into the fray alone. And with a single, devastating stomp, the Grandfather unleashes his power, obliterating the front line of the monster horde. Dongjin and the rest of the team are left utterly speechless by this incredible display of raw strength. The branches of the tree giant spring to life, ensnaring and crushing the monsters that rush forward. The Grandfather's awakened ability makes quick work of the horde, creating a dome-like shape, which holds against all the monsters' attacks, crushing them with the sheer weight of the ones behind them. Channeling energy into his fist, he unleashes a powerful punch that decimates another wave of enemies. Soon, the battlefield is littered with monsters impaled on the tree giant's sharp roots. And miles away in his apartment, Jaehyun is bombarded with notifications as he gains massive amounts of EXP from his Grandfather's fight. A new system message appears, announcing the unlock of the bloodline trait, which multiplies the EXP gained by family members tenfold. He is completely shocked as his own power begins to surge thanks to his Grandfather's rampage. Meanwhile, the Grandfather sees the system message about rewards and curiously wonders about the money and EXP it mentions. From his remote vantage point, Jaehyun is in awe, realizing his Grandfather wiped out hundreds of monsters with a single stomp, and reflects that his team should stay out of the way, acknowledging that in this world, he is a monster in his own right. Jaehyun's EXP continues to skyrocket as his Grandfather's kills are tallied by the system. The flood of experience points triggers a system notification. His core skill level has increased. He is caught completely off guard by the unexpected and rapid level up. He screams in agony as an immense, painful surge of power courses through his unprepared body. The raw energy erupts from his building, engulfing the entire complex in a storm of purple lightning. He collapses in exhaustion, describing the sensation as if his entire body were bursting apart in slow motion. Clutching his chest, he laments that he can never get used to the agonizing pain of leveling up. Just as he recovers, a new system prompt asks if he wants to grant citizenship to newly discovered survivors. He grits his teeth, his first thought being whether his parents are among the new candidates, and frantically scrolls through the impossibly long list of names, desperately searching for his parents. Realizing there are far too many new citizens to check one by one, he begins to think logically, and deduces that if his parents were within his territory, he would have received a bloodline notification, not one for citizenship. With a heavy heart, he concludes that his parents must still be somewhere outside his newly expanded range, and trusts that Yejin is still tracking them and will alert him the moment she finds their location. Pushing through his pain and exhaustion, he decides there's no time to rest and shifts his focus back to his grandfather. Meanwhile, the old man adjusts his glasses, remarking that something about the aftermath of the battle is strange. He playfully asks Dongjin's team why their treatment of him has suddenly changed, making them nervous, and explains that previously, the monsters he killed would always leave behind carcasses or remains. But now, after the battle, the bodies are vanishing into thin air, leaving not even bones behind. Dongjin explains that this phenomenon is due to Jaehyun's ability, prompting the grandfather to ask if the strange system text is also his doing. After Dongjin confirms this, the grandfather remarks on what a peculiar and powerful ability his grandson possesses. Now that the battle is over, he announces he's going to the warehouse to retrieve some people, and explains that to preserve the fresh monster meat, they need people to kill the creatures before the bodies disappear. Watching this unfold, he realizes the inconvenience, having never considered the logistics of eating monsters before. But suddenly, an idea strikes him. Observing the villagers preparing a monster fish, he decides to test his new theory, and activates his item registration skill, targeting the monster carcass from afar. The system scans the monster fish, converting its data into a digital format. The item registration is successful, adding a new fish category to his powerful store skill. A wicked grin spreads across Jaehyun's face as he realizes his plan to commodify monster meat worked perfectly, noting that its steep price could still feed 100 people. With a serious look, she informs him that she found them. Jaehyun is stunned by a system alert confirming that Yejin has encountered his bloodline, unlocking its power and revealing she's found his family. A woman points into the distance, her group looking toward the only unscathed buildings in the ruined cityscape. Jaehyun's parents and their companions stare in disbelief, realizing their apartment building is completely untouched by the apocalypse. A system window confirms the identity of Jaehyun's mother, Lee Jisuk, displaying her level and awakened ability. Another window appears for his father, Kim Dong-yuk, revealing him to be an escort warrior with an enhanced defense aura. Using Yejin's mouse, he recognizes them. Overwhelmed with relief and joy, he breaks down in tears, crying out, "It's really Mom and Dad." A system alert announces that thanks to his mother Lee Jisuk's bloodline connection, citizenship will be automatically granted to the 23 people subordinated to her. He realizes his parents and their group are at the very edge of his newly expanded territory, just moments away from entering his safe zone. Anticipating their arrival, he observes that based on their path, his family will soon cross the threshold into his domain. Now that his bloodline power has activated, he is no longer bound by his shut-in skill and can finally step outside to meet them. He sprints toward his parents, relieved that the transparent wall of his territory won't block the entry of his own family. With tears welling in his eyes, he braces himself for the emotional reunion he has fought so hard to achieve. At last, after a long and perilous journey, his parents' group of survivors comes into view, standing amidst the city's ruins. His parents look on as they finally meet their son face to face in the post-apocalyptic world. Overcome with emotion, he lets out a triumphant shout, the sound of his relief echoing through the desolate streets. His parents stare in utter disbelief, questioning whether they're dreaming as they recognize the approaching figure as their son. Realization dawns on them as they cry out in joyous shock, confirming to each other that their son is truly alive. Beaming with tearful joy, Jaehyun closes in on his parents, eagerly confirming, "Mom, Dad, it's me." Without hesitation, they rush forward to meet their son, their footsteps pounding against the broken pavement. The family finally collides in a desperate embrace, his father choking out his name in disbelief. Overwhelmed, his parents cling to him, their cries of "Jae-hyun," filled with months of pent-up fear and love. His mother weeps into his shoulder, barely able to believe that the strong young man before her is really her son. He smiles through his own tears, gently confirming his identity and soothing his mother's shock. Pulling back, his father anxiously checks if he's okay, to which Jae-hyun reassures them he has been doing well. Flooded with relief, his parents express their profound gratitude that their son has survived the horrors of the apocalypse. He observes the group with his parents, correctly identifying them as the 23 awakened nurses from his mother's hospital, and has a sudden, shocking realization. His mother didn't just find other awakened. She has the power to grant abilities herself. Suddenly, 2 dogs begin barking at the barrier. He quickly assesses the situation, recognizing the beast-controlling skill is similar to Kim Gi-yeon's as a woman struggles with the leashes. Remembering that animals previously couldn't be granted citizenship, he overrides the system and permits their entry. As the group and their dogs pass through the invisible barrier, he notes the similarity between his mother's power and his own vassal registration system. A system window details his mother's ability, Contract of Subordination, which allows her to awaken abilities in up to 100 subordinates. He fully grasps the significance of this power, realizing how a mass awakening ability would have been a decisive advantage for survival. While his mother weeps with relief and his father comforts her, he marvels at the unbelievable power she wields. Looking at his father, he correctly deduces that he, too, was granted his awakened ability through his mother's contract. The system confirms his theory, revealing his father's S-rank skill, Enhanced Defense Aura, which consumes mental strength to triple physical abilities. As his father consoles his mother, Jae-hyun analyzes the skill's immense power, recognizing that a 3-fold multiplier is far more potent than an additive bonus. The sheer, game-breaking potential of a multiplicative stat boost leaves him visibly stunned and a little overwhelmed. He internally calculates the difference, noting how stacking 200 and 300 buffs would normally result in a 500 increase. However, with his father's ability, a 300 increase is then multiplied by 3, resulting in an incredible 900 power surge. Contemplating the stacking buffs, he begins to calculate the true extent of his father's current power level. He determines that with the citizen-wide Power of Trust buff and the family-specific bloodline effect, his father is already operating at 1,123 efficiency. Jae-hyun then considers the final layer, what happens when his father activates his personal, Enhanced Defense Aura on top of those existing buffs. The final calculation is staggering, revealing that his father's body is reinforced to an unbelievable 3,369 efficiency. Barely able to comprehend the numbers, Jae-hyun murmurs, "That's insane," realizing such power can bypass entire levels of strength. He surmises that even though his mother's subordinates are mostly B to C rank, their awakened status explains how they all survived. Putting the power scaling aside for now, Jae-hyun decides to bring the exhausted survivors back to the safety of the apartment complex. He addresses the entire group, generously offering to provide each of the 5 households with all the supplies they could possibly need, and promises them all a warm shower and a heated room to rest, a luxury that leaves his parents and their companions utterly speechless. When his parents worry that he's in a state of shock, he quickly reassures them that he's perfectly fine and in control. With a knowing smile, he asks his mother if she noticed the lights in their old apartment building before she arrived. She confirms that the sight of so many lit windows in an otherwise dark city was what guided them to his location. Preparing for a dramatic demonstration, he gestures to the building and asks how they think the lights are on. With a confident flair, he points towards the building and tells his dumbfounded family to take a good look. At his command, the entire apartment complex blazes with light, a beacon of civilization that leaves the newcomers reeling in shock. His parents can only stare in awe, unable to comprehend the scale of what their son is showing them. To further demonstrate his abilities, he casually summons a large bottle of ice-cold Coke out of thin air, and playfully offers the rare treat to the survivors, whose shock turns to excitement at the sight of a pre-apocalypse luxury. When one of the nurses timidly asks if they can really drink something so precious, he warmly insists that they can. And after a round of grateful thanks, he smiles and instructs everyone to have a quick drink before following him inside. Using his gate ability, he transports the entire group into the building and begins showing his mother's subordinates to their new homes, and ensures each apartment is fully stocked with essentials like ramen, rice, eggs, and milk, providing everything they asked for. After settling the others, he leads his parents down the hallway toward his own apartment. His mother, still processing everything, calls out to him with a worried expression, and cautiously asks if it's truly all right for them to be using homes that belong to other people. He cheekily reassures her that since none of the original owners have returned, it's fine for now. Dismissing her concerns, he tells his parents not to worry as he unlocks the door to his apartment. As he opens the door to welcome his parents inside, they are met with an unexpected sight. Hiren and Yejin are waiting just inside, bowing deeply as they offer a formal greeting to his mother and father. His parents are startled and completely confused by the two young women waiting in their son's apartment. His mother awkwardly asks if they are his girlfriends, an assumption he immediately and vehemently rejects. Blushing, Hiren earnestly declares that they will serve his parents with dedication. Yejin adds that they will serve with utmost sincerity, prompting a mortified Jae-hyun to question their bizarre offer. Completely flustered by the misunderstanding, he quickly dismisses the two women while his parents gossip behind him. After sending the overly enthusiastic girls away, he is finally able to have some private time with his family. Once his parents have cleaned up, the three of them sit down at the table for him to hear their story of survival. In a flashback, he learns that his father, a taxi driver, was picking his mother up from work, as he always did. Jae-hyun is told that because they were together when the monsters first appeared, they were able to protect each other and survive. As he suspected, he confirms that his mother was the one who awakened with an incredible power that kept them safe. After his parents finish their story, it's his turn to explain everything that has happened to him since the world ended. He calmly recounts the strange abilities he gained and the many trials he faced to survive alone in his apartment, and also shares the difficult news about his grandmother's coma and his grandfather's vigil at her side. As they continue to share their experiences and catch up on lost time, the day gives way to night. Despite the lingering dangers of the world, his parents find peace in simply being together with their son again. Looking at his family reunited at the dinner table, Jae-hyun reflects that for the first time in a very long time, his house feels warm. The story cuts to Nagasaki, Japan, where a torrential downpour signals an ominous event. As two onlookers stare out at the turbulent sea, they wonder aloud what terrifying presence is approaching. A colossal dragon emerges from the depths, its glowing blue form illuminating the storm. The mythic creature, a silhouette of immense power, rises high above the waves. It then dives back into the water, its massive body churning the sea into a frenzy as it swims away. One survivor gasps in relief, believing the terrifying monster has passed them by. His companion, however, remains shaken, contemplating the creature's unknown destination and the fate of those in its path. As the dragon vanishes into the storm, he grimly predicts its journey will leave a trail of destruction. His final thought is a dark premonition of the cruel destruction and ruin that awaits. The following morning, a moment of peace arrives at Jae-hyun's apartment. He excitedly records a video message, eager to be the first to tell his grandfather that his parents are safe. With his parents beside him, he captures the video to send to his worried grandfather. Over the phone, his grandfather expresses his overjoyed relief that they are all safe. Later, deep within the tree giant sanctuary, he tenderly plays the video message for his comatose wife. Back in the apartment, Jae-hyun's parents eagerly ask for a video of his grandparents in return. He agrees, messaging Dongjin to record one at the village. Soon after, his parents watch the video, showing their father standing vigilantly by their sleeping mother. Jae-hyun's mother is moved to tears at the sight of her own parents. The reunited family embraces, overcome with emotion from the bittersweet virtual reunion. He comforts his crying mother, reassuring her that they will all see each other in person very soon. His determination is renewed. Once the annex building is complete, he can use his ultimate eyes to travel directly to his grandfather's village. In the meantime, he has assigned Dongjin's party to hunt the monsters swarming near his grandfather's village, protecting them during construction. A system notification reveals that with 3 knight title vassals on site, Construction efficiency increases by 50. He notes that with Dongjun, Yeonju, and Dajung assisting, the annex will be finished in just 5 days instead of a week, and reflects that the recent monster wave, while dangerous, ironically provides an efficient hunting ground for his team. This is part of a new reality for his expanded territory. Hunting is now more effective, a full kilometer from his apartment. He also realizes that since the expansion, citizen hunts have dropped sharply, as their old hunting grounds are now safe zones. And the nearby goblins were wiped out during his last level up, leaving the immediate vicinity barren of easy prey. With a plan to manage his growing community, he uses his communication ring to contact Kim Dobbin. She responds telepathically, ready for his important announcement to the people. He instructs her to first explain to everyone that the safe territory has officially expanded. Dobbin understands, confirming this means hunters must now venture beyond Seomyeon Station to find monsters, and then gives his second directive: establish a formal relief team to rescue the thousands of new survivors. He specifically tells her to include the new medical team, recognizing their skills will be crucial for the effort. He reflects on the dire condition of these people, now part of his territory, and knows that even within his proclaimed safe zone, many have already died, primarily from a lack of clean drinking water. Trapped by monsters and without supplies, he realizes his initial relief efforts were not enough. His resolve hardens. He is determined to save as many people as possible and rescue them all if he must. As he contemplates using his powers to reach them, his mother calls his name. Noticing his burdened expression, his parents ask what's wrong. Sensing the weight of his responsibility, his mother gently offers to help with the rescue. He is shocked by her offer, but she calmly confirms she knows a way. He recalls that some survivors his parents brought had healing abilities, perfect for treating dehydration. His mother then reveals her incredible theory. By having the relief team form a contract of subordination with her, she believed they would awaken similar powers. Her gamble paid off spectacularly, as over 80 of the team awakened healing-related abilities after the contract. Though most were low rank, the newly empowered relief team moved out and quickly began to stabilize the crisis. After 3 grueling days and nights, the relief team successfully went house to house, saving countless lives within the expanded territory. Jaehyun finally allows himself a moment of rest, sighing in relief after the successful, large-scale rescue, and collapses onto his couch, utterly exhausted from being so busy that he could hardly breathe. Just then, a familiar system notification alerts him to more potential citizens approaching. Without even sitting up, he tiredly accepts the request, granting them citizenship. He muses that thanks to the constant stream of new arrivals, his territory's population has now swelled to nearly 10,000. As if on cue, a sudden downpour begins, reflecting the turbulent state of the world. Drawn by the sound, he gets up from the couch and walks toward his balcony. Staying inside, he wonders about the sudden and intense change in weather. His thoughts are interrupted by Davin's urgent telepathic call. She reports that the relief team is suggesting a dangerous mission, rescuing people from outside the safe territory, to which he immediately expresses concern, but Dabin explains they insisted, calling this the golden time, to save as many lives as possible. The phrase, golden time, gives him pause as he contemplates the team's determined and perhaps reckless conviction. He knows the world outside is a death trap, now crawling with powerful sea monsters that have flooded onto the land. Staring into the storm, he admires the rescue team's incredible courage, guessing many are former firefighters. Impressed by their heroic spirit, he instructs Dabin to assign a hunting team as their escort. As she acknowledges the order, a system notification about a successful hunt flashes before his eyes. The alert informs him that a level 33 giant crab has been hunted, granting him a surge of experience points. Noticing the lack of a gold reward, he immediately deduces his father must be the one hunting in the rain, and smiles to himself, realizing how fond his dad has grown of hunting now that his physical abilities have skyrocketed. Suddenly, his eyes widen as his system is flooded with more notifications. Alerts for a hammerhead shark, a saw stingray, and a blue crab appear in impossibly quick succession. The incredible speed of the kills makes him realize something is wrong. This can't be his dad's work alone. Needing answers, he immediately activates his ultimate eyes skill to investigate. Dark energy swirls around him as his vision expands, piercing the storm to see the battle firsthand. His vision locks on, revealing his grandfather standing calmly amidst the carnage of slain monsters. He watches in awe as monstrous sea creatures are effortlessly torn apart by shadowy, root-like tendrils from the tree giant. He recognizes the immense power of his grandfather, the World Tree's guardian, who is single-handedly repelling the horde. Simultaneously, Dongjin's party contacts him, urgently reporting a massive monster wave at their location. Jae-hyun, already observing the situation, grimly acknowledges the escalating invasion of marine monsters, and notes the wave is larger than usual and questions the cause of the sudden influx. On the battlefield, his grandfather's expression turns serious, sensing something is profoundly wrong with this particular wave. He narrows his eyes, trying to understand the horde's strange behavior, wondering why are those things running towards them in absolute, instinctual terror. From his apartment, Jae-hyun comes to the same horrifying conclusion. The entire horde is desperately fleeing from something. As both grandson and grandfather wonder what could possibly scare a wave of monsters, an immense, electrifying presence appears behind the horde. Everyone is left utterly stunned by the sudden appearance of this new, far greater threat. The colossal sea dragon from Nagasaki towers over them all, its glowing eyes promising unparalleled destruction as everyone asks in terror, "Is that?" A colossal white dragon descends upon the village, its roar echoing as terrified survivors prepare for the worst. Below, Jae-hyun's grandfather, Dongjin, and Gae-young can only stare in horror at the overwhelmingly powerful creature before them. Crackling with immense energy, the beast is undeniably a real-life dragon. Watching from his apartment, a horrified Jae-hyun considers using his Vassal summoning skill to rescue the party from certain doom. However, he hesitates, realizing that saving them would mean abandoning his grandfather to face the monster alone. He quickly concludes that ordering his people to fight the dragon would be a suicide mission he cannot command. Desperate, he checks the annex building's construction timer, but is dismayed to see over 38 hours remaining. Clenching his fist in frustration, he calculates that his team would have to survive for more than a full day. An impossible task. Overcome with dread, he grits his teeth, convinced there is no way for them to survive this encounter. As the dragon looms, he desperately racks his brain for any alternative to a direct confrontation. Just as hope begins to fade, a system notification pings, catching him completely by surprise. The white dragon's massive claw lands near the survivors, but it's a careful placement, not an attack. The beast settles peacefully beside the World Tree, dwarfing the stunned onlookers. Preparing to make the ultimate sacrifice, Jae-hyun's grandfather orders his team to flee while he holds the dragon off. However, they defiantly stand their ground, refusing to abandon him and declaring they will fight together. Moved by their loyalty, the old man reluctantly agrees, and they all prepare for battle. Deciding they must seize the initiative, the grandfather charges forward from the safety of the World Tree, and channels the tree's power into dark, root-like tendrils, launching them at the dragon. Other team's members also join him with their weapons. But through his communication ring, Jae-hyun desperately screams for everyone to halt their attack. Stunned to hear his voice, the team hesitates as he pleads with them to trust him and wait. He quickly relays a message through Byung-ho, telling him to stop his grandfather at all costs. He instantly teleports in front of the old man, physically stopping his charge just in time. Enraged, the grandfather demands to know why he interfered, but his subordinate insists it's a message from Jae-hyun. He desperately shouts Jae-hyun's command. He said to not act. His grandson's bizarre order, delivered at such a critical moment, leaves the old man completely stunned. Back in his apartment, Jae-hyun explains that just as he was searching for a weakness, the dragon's status window appeared. The window revealed the white dragon is severely weakened from laying eggs and has only come to the World Tree because it's the only place they can hatch. Realizing its true intentions, he questioned what it could want, if not a fight, and understood that the colossal beast's journey was not for conquest, but for the survival of its young. A voice suddenly echoes in their minds as the white dragon communicates telepathically, telling the guardian of the World Tree not to fear. The grandfather is startled, realizing he is hearing the dragon's voice directly inside his own head. Dragon warily observes the small World Tree and is asked by the grandfather that what does it want. Focusing on the old man, it once again addresses him as the guardian of the World Tree, and then formally proposes a contract, an offer that leaves Jaehyun's grandfather speechless. It offers his protection for the world tree until it regains its full power, in exchange for the tree's help. As the grandfather accepts, a glowing blue sigil materializes on his hand, sealing their pact. The dragon explains that he can use the mark to call for aid in times of danger, promising to come to his side. And as a final part of their agreement, the beast materializes a massive, glowing, crystalline egg. It gently presents the precious egg, entrusting the grandfather with the care of its child. With its purpose fulfilled, the white dragon turns and begins to depart, with its egg now in the care of the grandfather. It soars into the sky, leaving the village and its new ally in peace. On the ground, a visibly shaken Deoksu shudders with a mixture of relief and fear, and exclaims that if they had actually gone through with the attack, they would have been annihilated instantly. Byung-ho sighs in relief, marveling that they only survived because they obeyed Jaehyun's seemingly insane order to do nothing. Jaehyun receives a flood of notifications as the trust of his vassals, including Deoksu and Gaeyoung, reaches 100W. With their loyalty and his grandfather's now maxed out, his vassal capacity increases by 3, bringing his total to 18. He confidently muses that he will eventually have over 100 vassals, and reflects on a frustrating limitation. He is unable to register the people his mother awakens as his own vassals, as they fall under her command. He wishes he had a way to create awakened beings himself, but sighs, lamenting the fact that naturally born awakened individuals are far too rare to find. His thoughts are cut short by another unexpected system alert. It announces that Byung-ho's trust has reached 100, granting him his coveted teleport skill. To his shock, he also hits the jackpot, acquiring a rare and powerful item, an awakening pill, teleport. Staring at the glowing pill in his hand, he can't help but feel that his incredible luck is almost scary. He immediately understands that it can grant Byung-ho's teleport ability to another person. After careful consideration, he decides on the perfect candidate for such a game-changing power, and telepathically asks Dabin to bring his father to him. His father appears, looking startled and confused as he calls out to his son. Jaehyun holds out the glowing blue pill to his baffled father, simply calling it a gift, and places the pill in his father's palm, urging him to swallow it without question. Assuming it's just a health supplement, he thanks his thoughtful son and obediently takes the pill. The moment he swallows it, his eye flares with a brilliant blue light as the awakening process begins. A powerful blue aura erupts around him, who stumbles back in shock, asking his son what's happening. Jaehyun just smiles and calmly tells his panicked father to try imagining teleporting across the room. Still enveloped in the blue aura, his father makes sure what he heard, and closes his eyes and concentrates, sweating from the effort of using this new power for the first time. In a brilliant flash of light, he vanishes, and instantly reappears on the other side of the room, surprising even Jaehyun. He stares at his hands in utter disbelief, exclaiming in amazement at his newfound ability. Jaehyun smirks, realizing the incredible potential of giving a powerful fighter from his own bloodline the ability to teleport. Feeling the immense power, his father flexes and cheers, understanding that this incredible ability came from the pill. The successful power-up causes his father's trust to reach 100, which is confirmed by a system notification. Jaehyun is then taken aback by another alert. He has acquired his father's enhanced protection energy skill. A shocking revelation dawns on him. He can acquire the unique abilities of his blood relatives once their trust maxes out. This thrilling possibility means he can also obtain his mother's incredibly powerful awakening ability. He checks his mother's status and sees her trust is already at 97, just 3 points from his goal. A devious grin spreads across his face as he muses that there's no need to rush the process. After all, he confidently reveals, he still has a secret method to raise trust quickly, as a holographic image of the annex building watchtower materializes. The next morning, Jaehyun learns that the construction of the annex building in his grandfather's village is complete. As soon as the building is finished, a massive purple energy field erupts from the world tree, expanding to engulf the new territory. This protective barrier, an extension of his ultimate shut-in skill, courses through the newly acquired area. The system automatically detects and eliminates any hostile monsters caught within the expanding safe zone. A flood of notifications confirms the instant death of countless high-level monsters, from land sharks to sawtooth crabs. The sudden, massive influx of experience points triggers another agonizing level up for Jae-hyun. He collapses onto his couch, groaning about the unpleasant experience of leveling up first thing in the morning. Because all the kills in the new area counted as his, the total experience was tremendous, even though each monster only gave a small amount. Breathing a sigh of relief, he takes a moment to process the overwhelming power surge he just endured. Just then, a system prompt appears, informing him that new beings meeting the requirements for citizenship have been found. He immediately grants their request. His citizen count skyrockets to 10,000, unlocking the ability for them to acquire professions and adding a profession research lab to his construction options. Jae-hyun recognizes the importance of these new system features for his growing community. However, he decides to put community management aside for now, admitting to himself that something far more urgent is at hand. He approaches his mother's room and tells her that her long wait is finally over. Her eyes widen in shock as he confirms that there is now a way for them to travel there immediately. Overcome with emotion, tears well up in her eyes at the unbelievable news. Jae-hyun opens the portal, revealing a direct path into the heart of the World Tree Sanctuary. Inside, his grandfather is sitting by the bed where his wife, Jae-hyun's grandmother, lies in a coma. Startled by the door's sudden appearance, his grandfather calls out, wondering who is there. Jae-hyun steps through with his mother, apologizing for startling his grandfather, who is baffled to see him emerge from a strange door. Before he can explain, Jae-hyun's mother rushes past him toward her father. Her father's eyes widen with shock and disbelief as she calls out to him. He leaps to his feet, crying out in sheer astonishment at the sight of his daughter. He stumbles forward and pulls her into a desperate hug. Jisuk cries into his shoulder, apologizing for being so late and wishing she could have come sooner. Her father comforts her, his own tears streaming down his face as he laments how much she and her husband must have suffered. In a moment of profound relief and joy, he tearfully thanks her for simply staying alive. This emotional reunion instantly maxes out his mother's trust level to 100, granting Jae-hyun a new skill, contract of subordination. Jae-hyun explains that his father is still busy with the relief team, so he brought his mom first. Watching his family finally together again, Jae-hyun feels a deep sense of contentment, and thinks to himself that for now, seeing his mother and grandfather reunited is more than enough. Later, on the village rooftop, Jae-hyun asks in amazement if the world tree really grew to envelop the entire house. When he asks about utilities, his grandfather explains that they are running on backup generators and water tanks. However, he notes that supplies are running low and the gas ran out long ago. Our guy interrupts, confidently stating that he might be able to fix their resource problem, much to his grandfather's surprise. He offers to show his grandfather exactly how he can help. His grandfather looks into the water tank and shouts in disbelief as it magically begins to fill with fresh water, and confirms the tank was nearly empty just moments ago. Jae-hyun proudly takes credit, saying, "I made it myself," and confidently declares that he has also refilled the electricity and gas, ensuring they can live normally again without fear of monster attacks. His grandfather, stunned, asks if this incredible feat was all done using Jae-hyun's ability, to which he simply replies, "Yes." Impressed, his grandfather remarks on his amazing ability, prompting Jae-hyun to realize he needs to properly explain his powers and the citizen system to them. But deciding it is too complicated to explain right now, he waves goodbye, saying he will head downstairs first. As his grandfather climbs down from inspecting the full water tank, he tells him to be careful. Pausing at the bottom, he activates his ultimate eyes, ready to try something new. With his eyes glowing ominously, he decides it's time to test the skill he recently acquired from Byung-ho. First, he uses his ultimate eyes to get a clear visual of the room where his mother and comatose grandmother are. Focusing on that space, he reaches out his hand and activates the teleport skill. In a flash of purple light, he vanishes from the rooftop and reappears inside the World Tree Sanctuary. His eyes widen with excitement as he realizes it worked, confirming he can use teleport in conjunction with his ultimate eyes. His mother, startled by his sudden appearance, asks how he got there when he was just on the roof a moment ago. Stating that the grandpa is working up there, he asks about his grandmother's condition. His mother replies that she looks better, as if she is just peacefully asleep. He feels a sense of relief, which is immediately interrupted by a system notification. He is shocked to see that the beast summon button is active, costing a staggering 10 billion won. Remembering the overwhelming power of his three-legged crow, Blackie, Jaehyun grins maniacally. Without a moment's hesitation, he decides to spend the fortune on summoning another powerful beast. As 10 billion won is consumed, a massive green summoning circle erupts, startling his mother. He quickly reassures her, explaining that it's just his ability and telling her to close her eyes for a moment. At the center of the summoning circle, a glowing, leaf-covered egg crackles with immense energy. The egg levitates, absorbing the powerful magic flowing from the circle. The leaves peel back to reveal not a fearsome monster, but a tiny, sleeping, level 1 fairy. The newly summoned fairy slowly opens her eyes. She awakens with a stretch and a happy cry, much to the confusion of his mother. He quickly explains that the fairy is another summoned beast, just like Blackie. Just then, the grandpa returns from his work on the rooftop, and confirms that Jaehyun took care of all the resource problems. He walks over to his sleeping wife, commenting on how impressive his grandson is, as his own hand begins to glow with a green, healing aura. He places his glowing hand on her forehead, channeling his ability to aid her recovery. The little fairy's eyes snap open, sensing the sudden flow of energy. Jaehyun is caught off guard as the fairy suddenly darts away from him and appears in front of the grandpa. She begins to absorb the energy he is channeling. A notification announces that the fairy has leveled up and doubled the natural recovery rate within the territory as she unleashes the absorbed energy. But the grandpa does not understand its power and shouts at it to stay back. Suddenly, a woman's voice calls out, asking her old man what she told him. She scolds her husband, asking how many times she has to tell him to wash his hands after being on the rooftop. Jaehyun's grandmother, now fully awake and sitting up, asks why everyone is staring at her like she's a ghost, marking her miraculous recovery. But then, a sudden wave of exhaustion washes over her. Blinking slowly, she wonders why she feels so incredibly sleepy, and falls asleep once again. The grandfather watches in horror. He cradles her in his arms, desperately calling out her name. He tries to shake her awake, but she remains unresponsive, sleeping peacefully. Shifting his attention to the fairy, he furiously demands her to do it again. Intimidated by his angry outburst, the tiny creature trembles in fear. Sweating with desperation, he shouts at the fairy, pleading for her to do it again. Just as the situation escalates, Jaehyun calmly calls out to get his grandfather's attention. He urges him to calm down, bringing a sense of reason to the room. Taking a deep breath, his grandfather manages to compose himself and apologizes for losing his temper. Jaehyun understands. Because the fairy's level is still too low, his grandmother cannot stay awake for long. However, there is hope. He instructs his grandfather to continue regularly supplying the fairy with his life force, and explains that, as the fairy levels up, his grandmother's waking periods will grow longer, presenting a real path to her full recovery. Stunned by the news, his grandfather asks if he is serious about this newfound hope. He watches the sleeping fairy, and theorizes that the beast's summon ability isn't random, but is instead connected to specific conditions, like the world tree's presence. Pondering the mystery, he suspects that each summoned beast must have its own unique summoning condition. For now, he sets those questions aside, content with the clear path forward for his grandmother's recovery. Suddenly, our guy is startled by a new system notification, and tells his family he is heading to his room to rest. He closes the door to his room within the annex building, and brings up his system interface to see what the alert was about. The message is grim and direct. A citizen named Shim Kyung-taik has died. He stares at the message, taken aback by his first notification of a citizen's death. He reasons it must be one of the new citizens his rescue teams are treating in the recently acquired apartment complexes. Clenching his jaw, he accepts the harsh reality that hundreds more will likely die soon. He wishes he could bring everyone into his safe zone, but acknowledges that they are already too overwhelmed, and reflects on the brutal truth of this new world. Survival is often determined by where you were when it all began. This tragedy isn't just local, it's a global catastrophe, with people dying worldwide. People are dying in every way imaginable, to monsters, to hunger, or from simply being trapped. Survival often comes down to pure luck, or obtaining an overpowered ability, while many die without any power at all. He stands silently, contemplating the weight of this widespread despair. Recalling Uncle Ben's quote, he acknowledges that with great power comes great responsibility. He doesn't know why his family has such powerful abilities, but he realizes he must find the answers himself. Extending his hand, he accepts the responsibility that has been thrust upon him. His eyes narrow with determination as he comes to a decision. With newfound resolve, our guy declares that he will save his country, or at least as much of it as he can. This is the answer and the path he has chosen for himself. He starts by assessing his capabilities, noting he can grant citizenship to 220,000 people, but has only reached 10,000 so far. His first step is clear. He will fill that limit, believing that leveling up and building more annexes might be enough to save Korea. He then remembers that surpassing 10,000 citizens unlocked a professions system, but he cannot find the new tab in his interface. Wondering if he needs to construct a specific building first, he immediately enters construction mode to check. Just as he suspected, a new option appears, a profession research labs that allows citizens to learn professions like hunters. He notes that the lab requires a large plot of land and begins to think about where to place it. An idea strikes him. He can build it on the flattened ground where the Cyclops fell, a perfect location. The system confirms the construction will require 30 citizens for 7 days, and each will be paid a daily wage. He accepts the terms, deciding to have Kim Dabin gather the necessary laborers later, and reflects on an old saying about governing, realizing that to bring peace to the world, he must first put his own house in order. Before saving the nation, his first priority must be the families of his loyal vassals. They have risked their lives for him time and time again. Now, it is his turn to move for them. With his new mission clear, he activates his ultimate eyes to locate his team. His vision expands, sweeping over the ravaged landscape to find his allies. He finds Dongjun's party, who have advanced near Jagalchi Station. They are on a mission to find Kim Ge-young's mother in Dashin-dong, but their progress has been slow. While the annex was being built, they had steadily pushed forward into the city. However, due to recent monster waves, the density of enemies has made advancing even a single kilometer a struggle. Jae-hyun stands at the very edge of his safe zone, unable to physically go any further for now. Deciding it is time to act, he prepares to use his ring for communication, and calls for his team to fall back for a moment. A stunned Byung-ho asks how he managed to get there, and Jae-hyun greets his vassal warmly. Byung-ho then asks if he was responsible for the sudden death of all the nearby monsters, which he confirms with a smile. The rest of the party arrive, having heard his call. Dongjun quickly understands and confirms with Jae-hyun that this area is now part of his territory, making their operations much easier. Jae-hyun smiles, knowing the expanded safe zone will indeed make things go a lot smoother. However, he tells his confused team that the expanded territory isn't the only advantage they now have. He reveals that his reason for stationing them here wasn't just to speed up the annex construction, and explains that the monster waves and blocked subway tunnels have made reaching Daeshin-dong nearly impossible. But now, with the annex building complete, the situation has changed, and a new path has opened. He confidently declares they will reach Ge-young's family by the end of the day, leaving her utterly shocked and hopeful. He reassures the astonished Ga-young, telling her not to worry because they have a way now, and announces that there is one more thing to discuss. He steps forward and tells his loyal vassals that he has a suggestion for them. With the annex building's construction complete at his grandfather's village, Jae-hyun's territory expands dramatically. It now reaches all the way to Jagalchi Station, granting his forces immediate access to the subway for their rescue missions. This expansion is key, as it allows Yejin to be brought to the area, enabling the deployment of their highly effective poison gas and rat swarm strategy once again. Back in his main territory, Jae-hyun finalizes his community's infrastructure, completing the staffing for the new profession research lab with Kim Dabin at the helm. He gives the order to Seo Yejin, who is standing by to commence the operation. Using telepathy, Yejin begins scouting the subway tracks from Jagalchi Station towards their destination, Seodaisen Station. Her rats race through the dark tunnels, providing vital physical reconnaissance. It reveals a tunnel teeming with grotesque monsters, confirming that a direct, unprepared approach would have been disastrous. Jae-hyun is surprised by the sheer number of monsters, having assumed the last monster wave had pushed them all to the surface. However, with a new plan already forming, he smirks confidently, declaring that the infestation doesn't actually matter. His strategy is simple. One of Yejin's rats acts as a delivery system, releasing a potent substance into the confined space. The substance is, of course, Yu Hiren's deadly poison mist, which rapidly fills the tunnel and engulfs the monsters within. The plan is a resounding success. System notifications confirm the death of an ironclad eel, instantly depositing over 625 million won into his wallet. A moment later, another alert confirms Octopus has been slain, adding nearly 270 million won to his fortune. Our guy grins, realizing this efficient monster-clearing operation is a veritable gold mine. The system highlights a significant increase in the financial rewards from monsters eliminated by Hiren's poison mist. This is thanks to her recent power-up, a direct result of the awakening ability he inherited from his mother. The contract of subordination he granted her has officially bestowed the Knight title, boosting the settlement money she earns from kills. He reflects that Hiren isn't the only one who has undergone a significant power-up. Yejin's status has also been greatly enhanced, granting her the titles of 10th Servant, Baron, and Tamer. Her previous Knight title has evolved into the much higher rank of Baron. The Baron title provides a massive buff, granting triple EXP and money from kills while dramatically increasing her stat growth based on loyalty. He observes that this powerful buff now applies to all of her abilities, effectively doubling her rate of improvement. On top of that, she has unlocked Enhancement, a brand new ability for her legion of rats. This power makes her rats move much faster and become far more durable, turning them into a more formidable scouting and combat force. Thanks to these powerful new abilities, she quickly reports back that the subway track sweep is complete. Our guy thanks her, revealing his intention to offer the same contracts of subordination to his other key fighters. Talking about his proposal to the team, he assures them that what he's asking of them is not difficult at all. With his key vassals now gathered and ready, he declares that all preparations are finally complete. The proposal to accept a contract of subordination was, of course, extended to Ha Dongjun's entire party. Just like the others, their individual specs and abilities were all upgraded the moment they accepted the contract. Dongjun and the team's healer, Kim Dajung, both received the powerful Baron title. Yeonju, however, ascended to an even higher rank than her teammates. Her loyalty and combat prowess have earned her the prestigious title of Viscount. The Viscount title functions like the Baron rank, but offers a superior 3% loyalty multiplier for ability growth. Crucially, the title's most decisive benefit is that it increases Jaehyun's maximum vassal registration limit by 3 slots. This raises his total capacity to 21 vassals, prompting a fully armored Kang Deoksu to eagerly ask if it's time to move out. Kang Deoksu's status has also been upgraded, earning him the fitting title of Commander. With a single command he summons multiple knights, which makes me think of solo leveling. Jaehyun explains that thanks to the Knight title, Deoksu can now summon an entire legion of armor golems, not just his personal suit. Without a moment's hesitation, Commander Deoksu leads his newly summoned golems in a powerful charge against the monsters ahead. The Steel Knight Order swarms a massive, grotesque red monster, overwhelming it with their sheer numbers and force. The golem army proves devastatingly effective, tearing through the hordes of monsters that infest the city streets. With his golems carving a path, he urges his teammates to seize the opportunity and move quickly. Following Dongjun's lead, the rest of the party charges through the path cleared by the relentless golem army. Their path finally clear, he announces to our guy that they've successfully reached Exit 2 of Jigalchi Station. Communicating with them remotely, Jaehyun confirms that the path ahead is clear, and gives the order to proceed directly to Seodaesan Station, and the super-powered party surges forward with incredible speed. He mentally calculates the final leg of their journey, estimating the distance to be approximately 3 kilometers, and smiles, knowing that with their newly enhanced superhuman physical abilities, they can easily cover that distance in a mere 10 minutes. Though the all-out sprint still leaves Kim Ga-young breathless. She marvels in disbelief that they managed to travel so far in just a single day. Slightly disoriented from the high-speed travel, Kim Ji-yeon asks the group for their next move. An eager Ga-young points the way, exclaiming that Exit 2 leads directly to her family's apartment complex. However, As they approach the exit, they find their path blocked by a horde of goblins that have taken up residence there. The goblins screech aggressively, ready to attack any intruders on their newfound turf. Dongjong shouts a warning to the team, alerting them to the goblin horde waiting just ahead. Unimpressed by the low-level threat, Gayong's bow begins to glow as she declares, "We're busy right now." She finishes the warning to the goblins, "So don't get in our way." Fueled by her desperation to see her family, she lets out a furious roar and screams at the monsters to shove it, and unleashes her new skill, firing a single, brilliant arrow of light towards the goblin horde. The arrow strikes its target and explodes in a blinding flash of energy, stunning the goblins. The initial blast then splinters into dozens of smaller, piercing projectiles that rip through the entire enemy group. A rapid-fire cascade of system notifications confirms the swift and total annihilation of the goblin horde. Observing the aftermath, Jae-hyun identifies Gae-young's powerful new ability as the Arrow of Light. He analyzes its incredible efficiency, noting how the initial arrow explodes into a lethal shower of piercing light, and is impressed by the skill's power, but his observation is suddenly cut short by a new discovery. Through his remote vision, he spots a crude wooden barricade blocking the entrance to the apartment complex, and immediately realizes what this means. The barricade is proof that there are survivors holed up inside. Wasting no time, Dongjong uses his spear to effortlessly smash through the wooden barrier. He quickly formulates a plan, telling Gae-young to come with him while the others secure the ground floor. Deoksu and his Steel Knight Order stand guard with the rest of the team, ensuring the entrance remains secure. Moving with incredible speed, Dongjong and a desperate Gae-young rush up the building's stairwell. Their destination is the 15th floor, where her family lives. Fueled by adrenaline and hope, she sprints down the familiar hallway towards her family's apartment, and arrives at the door and pounds on it frantically, screaming for her mother. She pauses, the weight of finally being able to call for her mother after so long sinking in. When only silence answers her desperate cries, she begins to panic, wondering why there's no response. Her worst fears begin to surface as she pleads for this not to be another tragedy. Overwhelmed by the possibility of losing her family after coming so far, she collapses to her knees in despair. With tears streaming down her face, it seems her desperate wish to see her family again has been in vain. But just as all hope seems lost, the electronic lock on the apartment door audibly clicks open. The door opens to reveal a young man who stares in shock at the sight of his sister, alive and well. Overcome with tears of relief and joy, she cries out her brother's name, Myung. Her brother, Myungwon, stands in the doorway. As Myungwon confirms their mother is inside, Gae-young desperately asks to see her. She is greeted by the tearful cries of her mother, who have been waiting anxiously. Overwhelmed with emotion, they express their profound relief that she has returned safely. While her mother anxiously checks her for injuries, an emotional Gae-young can only utter a single word: "Mom." She finally breaks down in tears. As her mother tries to console her, Gae-young tries to tell them about her dad. Her mother is visibly stunned and confused by the sudden mention of her husband. Overcome with grief, Gae-young finds herself unable to speak the terrible truth about her father's fate. The unspoken truth is too much to bear, and she lets out a choked sob. Her silent despair is enough for her family to understand the grim reality of what has happened. Shattered by the loss of their father, the reunited family clings to each other and weeps bitterly. From a distance, Jae-hyun solemnly watches the family's sorrowful reunion. Witnessing their pain hardens his resolve, and he sets his next objectives, rescuing the families of Dongjong, Deoksu, and Jeon. He pinpoints their location to Jangjandong, realizing all three families are in the same area. With a new sense of urgency, he resolves to hurry and save them. He makes a silent, grim vow that never again will anyone under his protection suffer such a loss. After moving Gae-young's family to safety, Jae-hyun's team immediately heads toward their next destination, Jangjandong. During the mission, Jae-hyun receives a sudden telepathic update from his manager, Kim Da-jung. She informs him that their communal facilities have reached maximum capacity, which poses a new logistical challenge. Jae-hyun immediately asks Da-jung if it is possible to expand their communal spaces. She hesitantly suggests a temporary solution, sending residents who live within the safe zone back to their own homes, and reassures her, explaining that this aligns with his larger plan to create shared facilities and shops throughout the territory. making decentralized living feasible. He admits that he had anticipated they would eventually reach maximum capacity. Fortunately, the recent 1-kilometer territory expansion means many of the newest arrivals already have homes within the safe zone. With many empty houses now available, he confirms that sending people home is the best way to create much-needed space. He then tasks Da Zheng with setting up perimeter bases and stores, telling her to start recruiting people to staff them. As Da Zheng confidently accepts the assignment, Jia Hyun's focus returns to the mission at hand. He enters construction mode, allowing him to establish stores and provide basic utilities at selected points. Without hesitation, he approves the new construction projects. With the housing situation managed, he turns his full attention back to the rescue operation and checks on the progress of Dongjian's party. He sees they have quickly reached Gyota Station, which should allow for a smooth advance from that point on. However, he notes that Hiren's poison mist is only effective in the subway tunnels up to Gyota Station. This is because the subway line emerges above ground between Gyodai and Dongnae stations, which will force a change in tactics. But Jae-hyun isn't worried. His newly empowered team has a major advantage. To clear the path, he unleashes his powerful familiar, commanding Blackie, tear them apart. The massive divine crow dives into the fray, effortlessly tearing through the monsters in their path. Hordes of orcs and goblins are no match for Blackie's overwhelming power. Jae-hyun also bestows new skills upon his vassals, like Kim Ji-yeon's rapid growth. Moon Byung-ho receives the invisibility skill, adding stealth to his teleportation abilities. Standing side by side, Byung-ho and Ji-yeon display their newly acquired powers. With the party now stronger than ever, Kang Deok-soo summons his formidable Steel Knight unit to lead the charge. Dongjun rallies the team, ordering them to fall in behind Deok-soo's knights and break through the enemy lines with minimal fighting. With a unified battle cry, the elite party charges forward into the ruined cityscape. With Blackie providing air support, the team advances swiftly along the elevated tracks. After a fierce but swift battle, the sky clears, revealing an open path ahead. The team's advance comes to a sudden halt when they reach a massive, destroyed concrete bridge. Dongjin throws up a hand, signaling for the team to stop at the edge of the chasm. They stare across the gap in the ruined overpass, realizing their path is completely cut off. Realizing they have no other choice. "We'll go down below," he declares, preparing the team for the dangers of street-level combat. The party leaps down into the city, landing among the wreckage of what used to be 3-story buildings. Observing remotely, Jae-hyun is confident that such experienced fighters will have no problem navigating the terrain. The real problem, he muses with concern, is figuring out what possessed the sheer power to destroy a concrete bridge, and wonders what kind of being could have possibly smashed it, picturing a monstrous demonic entity. Ruling out a cyclops due to the lack of giant footprints, he concludes that something else incredibly powerful is nearby and warns his team to stay alert. Dongjeon and the team acknowledge the warning and promise to move with caution. As Dongjin's party travels near Dongnae Station, Jae-hyun keeps a close watch. He calculates that the remaining distance from their current location to Jangjeon-dong is about 4 kilometers. Since the area is filled with apartment complexes, he feels confident that his team should be able to arrive without much trouble. Feeling optimistic, our guy hears a doorbell. His quiet moment is interrupted by what sounds like a doorbell, which confuses him since his apartment doesn't have one. Activating his multi-vision skill, he scans his entire apartment complex to find the source of the disturbance. His vision focuses on the 30th floor, where a small group of men are gathered outside his front door. Confused, he wonders why there is a problem when he has delegated most management tasks to Kim Dae-bin. He tells Yejin that he needs to briefly check on his apartment and will be right back. With a flash of purple energy, Jae-hyun uses his teleport skill to return to his apartment. He walks toward the door to investigate the commotion. Outside, one of the men is knocking insistently and calling out to see if anyone is there. The group questions if they have the right apartment, though one of them is certain they do. Suddenly, the door creaks open, and the man gasps in surprise. Jae-hyun appears in the doorway and coolly asks the stunned group what they want. The moment they see him, a system notification informs Jae-hyun that the trust levels of 3 new citizens have increased. Puzzled by their immediate increase in trust, a trait he has only seen in recent arrivals, his thoughts are interrupted when their leader asks if he is Jae-hyun. After our guy confirms his identity, the man gets straight to the point, stating that they need a favor. With surprising intensity, he pleads for Jae-hyun to lend them firearms. Jae-hyun is completely taken aback by the unexpected and serious request. He immediately refuses, explaining that he cannot lend guns to just anyone, and questioning why they would need them inside the safe zone. The man clarifies that the guns are not for use inside the complex. Clenching his fist with determination, he declares that he and his men are planning to venture outside the safe zone. Jae-hyun immediately assumes they're after monster hunting experience and questions their risky decision with a hint of concern. The man quickly dismisses the idea of hunting and explains that their only goal is to leave the safe zone to find and rescue the families they were forced to leave behind. Hearing their plea, our guy recognizes their desperation, realizing it's the same fear he felt for his own family. He understands the sleepless nights and constant worry that have finally pushed them to take such a massive risk. Filled with empathy, he tells the desperate men that while he understands their situation, he can't help them with everything they need. The man's hope immediately vanishes, his face falling in despair as he believes their last chance has just been denied. However, our guy stuns the group by activating his item summon skill. In a flash of light, he materializes several powerful firearms, telling the men they'll need proper weapons for a rescue mission. As a grateful man begins to bow, Jae-hyun stops him, stating that he has a proposal for them in exchange for the weapons. Caught off guard by the condition, the man anxiously asks what kind of proposal Jae-hyun has in mind. He asks if they are willing to enter into a binding contract with him. He reflects on the contract of subordination, a powerful but tricky ability from his mother that allows him to command 100 followers. The man immediately agrees on behalf of his group and asks what the contract requires. Jae-hyun recalls why his mother rarely used the ability. It has an absurdly difficult requirement that must first be met. Blushing with embarrassment, he struggles to explain the first condition. To enter the contract, they must kneel before him. The entire group is left speechless and utterly confused by the strange requirement. The men exchange worried glances, suddenly wondering if their potential savior is actually an authoritarian ruler with a god complex. Ultimately deciding to trust him, the man gets on his knees and awkwardly asks the still flustered Jae-hyun if this is what he wants. Jae-hyun moves to complete the ritual, explaining that he needs to place his hand on his head for the contract to work. Cringing behind his hand, Jae-hyun forces out the final awkward command. "From now on, you must obey me." Our guy clarifies that the man simply needs to verbally state his submission. After the man declares that he submits, a system window appears, revealing not only Songjun's stats, but also his incredible, previously hidden A-rank ability, telekinesis. As the contract finalizes, he is enveloped in a golden aura, shocked as he feels a surge of new power coursing through his body. Jae-hyun is absolutely floored, realizing he's hit the jackpot by acquiring a follower with an A-rank skill. While his worried companions check on him, a stunned Songjun confirms he feels different as Jae-hyun internally celebrates his massive, unexpected win. To test out this newfound power, Jae-hyun opens his store and purchases a single, shimmering tangerine, and immediately issues a quest to Seongjun, use his telekinesis to lift the tangerine with a mental power enhancement as the reward. Seongjun is completely baffled by the quest, having been unaware that he even possessed the ability of telekinesis until this moment. With a confident grin, our guy presents the tangerine and challenges him to lift it without touching it. Accepting the challenge, he concentrates intensely, focusing all of his newfound mental strength on the small fruit. As he focuses, a faint golden glow surrounds the tangerine, signaling the manifestation of his telekinetic power. To his utter astonishment, the tangerine begins to wobble before slowly lifting from his palm, hovering unsupported in the air. He exclaims in pure shock and excitement as he successfully makes the tangerine float in midair. However, he ends up exploding the fruit. Thinking he caused his new leader harm, Songjun panics and apologizes. But our guy quickly reassures him that everything is fine. Wiping away the juice, he explains that the power surge was a normal part of the contract and smiles, ready for the next person. A system notification confirms the successful test has raised Songjun's trust and loyalty, making him eligible for vassal registration. After registering Songjun as a new vassal, Jaehyun efficiently forms contracts with the 4 remaining men. While the others only awakened with average C and D rank abilities, our guy isn't concerned in the slightest. He watches the group prepare to leave, satisfied that securing the A-rank telekinetic was more than enough of a victory. Now that he is officially his vassal, our guy confirms the location of their family's apartment complex so he can provide remote support, and wishes the newly empowered team luck as they head out into the dangerous city on their rescue mission. With his business concluded at the apartment, he turns his attention back to his own team in the field. Gathering his focus, he activates his teleport skill and reappears at the world tree. He asks if he missed anything, only for a panicked Yejin to shout that the situation has become dire. The frightened rat relays its reconnaissance, warning the party about a new and formidable enemy that has just appeared. The team learns that a monstrous, giant, 2-headed monster is now barring the path of Dongjin's party. On the battlefield, Dongjin and his team stand frozen in shock as they face the colossal, level 45 twin-head ogre. Jaehyun immediately recognizes the creature's overwhelming presence from the destruction he'd seen earlier, and confirms with chilling certainty that this is the very same monster that completely destroyed the bridge they failed to cross. With a deafening roar, the twin-head ogre charges forward, smashing through cars and debris as it barrels towards them. Screeching a challenge, Blackie dives from the sky to meet the ogre head-on, and fearlessly clashes with the ogre, tearing at its face with razor-sharp talons in a bold aerial assault. The ogre roars in fury, but its tough hide is barely scratched by the giant crow's attack. Meanwhile, the newly empowered Byung-ho uses his teleport skill to flank the massive beast. Activating his invisibility, he slips past the ogre's defenses and positions himself for a critical strike. Appearing in the ogre's blind spot, Minho takes aim with his revolver for a point-blank shot at its head. The bullet hit it in the face, causing it to scream in agony from the surprise attack. Seeing an opening, Deoksu commands his Steel Knight order to charge the wounded and distracted monster. The summoned knights swarm the ogre's feet and legs, relentlessly hacking away with their blades. Enraged by the swarm, the twin-head ogre thrashes violently, sending the golems flying in all directions. The ogre glares down at the battlefield, its immense power making it a seemingly insurmountable obstacle. A frustrated Dongjin realizes their attacks are having almost no effect, desperately wondering how they can possibly defeat it. Watching from afar, Jaehyun decides to step in, preparing a summon to create the opening his team desperately needs. He summons a massive barbell directly above the ogre, which plummets from the sky and crushes the monster under its immense weight. Stunned but overjoyed, Dongjeon and Deoksu look up, realizing help has arrived. Jaehyun speaks to his team, promising them that his support is just beginning. As his vassals shout his name with renewed hope, he channels his dark energy, ready to fully support their battle. After Jaehyun's massive barbell attack, the twin-head ogre lies motionless in a cloud of dust and debris. Deoksu prematurely celebrates, asking if they've defeated the monster, but Ha Dongjun scolds him for his naivete. From his apartment, Jaehyun realizes he hasn't received a monster elimination message despite the direct hit, confirming his fears. His eyes widen in alarm as he realizes the battle is far from over. And as the dust settles, he warns his team to be careful, sensing the immediate danger. The twin-head ogre's massive form begins to stir, proving it isn't defeated. With a terrifying roar, the ogre rises again, its glowing eyes promising more destruction. Jaehyun calls out to Yeonju, who readily responds in her powerful werebear form. He asks if she can immobilize the colossal ogre to create an opening for the team. With steadfast determination, she agrees to try and slow it down. Dashing from her position, she shouts for Dajung to cast an enhancement spell her. Not wasting any time, Dajung unleashes her power. Bathing Yeonju in a golden aura of enhancement, Jaehyun also activates his item summon skill to press the attack, and uses his live round, unleashing a barrage of bullets at it. The summoned bullets tear into the ogre, causing it to cry out in agony. Simultaneously, Yeonju moves in closer and cuts open one of its legs in a swift attack, making it bellow in pain from the coordinated attack. Seizing the moment, Jaehyun signals the final phase of his plan. He calls out to Gayoung, who has been waiting for her chance to strike. She draws her bow, her focus absolute, as she channels immense energy into the shot. Watching from afar, Jaehyun is relieved. believing his strategy has succeeded. He's confident that landing a single arrow of light will be enough to finish the beast. The team braces themselves as the towering ogre seems poised on the brink of defeat. However, the ogre's cunning move leaves both Jae-hyun and Gae-young utterly shocked. In a surprising display of intelligence, it snatches a nearby car and throws it at her. At the same moment, Gae-young also lets her arrow fly and destroys the incoming projectile in the air. But the ogre does not stop and keeps on hurling the mangled vehicle directly at the stunned party. As the team tries to dodge the incoming cars, Jae-hyun screams Yeonju's name to call her for support. She rushes at the ogre from behind, but is thrown backward by its powerful counterattack. As Gae-young calls out to her, she realizes a little too late that her own life is in far more danger than her friends as a bus comes flying right at her. Jae-hyun's face twists in despair as he witnesses the devastating turn of events. He can only cry out in denial and horror. Enraged and terrified of losing another ally, he screams in desperation. Frantically, he racks his brain, determined to find any possible way to save his friends. As his desperation peaks, a new, dark purple energy begins to surge at the battlefield. Moving in the direction of the bus, it hits it before Gae-young can be injured, and effortlessly deflects the projectile to a distance. Checking the destroyed part of the bus, she notices black flames emerging from it. Looking back where it came from, they see their own teammate using this newly awakened ability. Dongjeon, cloaked in the black flames, orders everyone to move. With his eyes blazing, he declares his intent to personally kill the ogre. Back in his room, Jae-hyun collapses on the ground. Yejin rushes to his side, asking if he's alright, and he reassures her that he's fine, claiming his legs just gave out, but he's relieved they bought some time. He tries to process the strange new power he just witnessed, and know that the black flame was not Dongjin's awakened ability. The twin-head ogre, undeterred, lunges forward for another devastating attack, and throws another car at him, declaring that it won't work the second time. He throws his spear with an incredible power. Cutting through the air, the spear moves towards its target. Engulfed by the powerful dark purple blast, the ogre lets out a final, agonizing roar as it's consumed by the attack. As the attack completely obliterates the upper half of the monster, a system notification confirms the successful hunt, rewarding Jae-hyun with a massive influx of over 7 billion won in EXP. Stunned, Deoksu shouts in disbelief that they actually managed to defeat the monster. Dongjun flashes a triumphant smile as the rest of the team celebrates their victory. With the battle over, Gae-young rushes to check on Yeonju, who appears to be fine. The others question Dongjun about his incredible new ability, but he admits he doesn't know its origin. Thinking about it, he guesses that Jae-hyun could be responsible, while Jae-hyun himself contemplates the mystery of the Black Flames. He questions the nature of the ability, wondering about its activation conditions and whether it truly belongs to him. Setting the mystery aside for now, he braces himself for the familiar, excruciating pain of a forced level up. As a system window announces, his skill level has increased, as he screams in agony while his territory expands once more. As he recovers from the agonizing pain of his territory expanding, Yejin calls his name in concern. He reassures a worried Seo Yejin that he's used to the pain. Inside his territory, the monster were converted into exp, and people were granted citizenship. However, this time, something was different. A system notification alerts him that a dungeon has been discovered within his expanded territory, and that he's the first to discover this dungeon, earning a reward of 100 crystals. Realizing the reward is a new currency called crystals, he deduces that the dungeon must be related to them. The system informs him that the dungeon is on Hwangryong Mountain's mid-slope, prompting him to send Lee Junyok's party to investigate. He strategizes that forming a contract of subordination with Junyok's entire party will give them more than enough combat power for the task. So with this plan in mind, he uses his power to locate Junyok. Meanwhile, Junyok and his party are baffled to see how the monsters all just died on their own. Back with Jae-hyun, he realizes his territory expansion must have killed the monsters they were hunting, surprising Junyok with a call using his communication ring. He asks them to come to his house, stating that he has a request for them. After summoning them, Jae-hyun and Yejin return to his apartment through the ultimate shut-in's door. He thanks her for her hard work, noting that her assistance is no longer needed since Dongjun's party is close to their destination. She hesitantly asks if it's really all right for her to rest now. He reassures her, smiling as he says she's already done everything she could to help, and tells her to rest well with her family for the day, promising to call if anything else comes up. Smiling, she agrees and happily heads off to see her family. He waves goodbye, telling her to get home safely. With one task complete, he turns his attention back to the ongoing rescue mission. Walking through his apartment, he anticipates the imminent arrival of Dongjun's party at their destination, and reflects on the team's improved abilities and the fact that the area's boss monster has already been defeated. With the major obstacles cleared, he knows all that's left is one final push for the team. Dongjin and his party race through the streets, their apartment complex looming in the distance. Jaehyun watches remotely, pleased that the families of Dongjeon, Deoksu, and Jeon are all gathered in one place. Overcome with emotion, Deoksu cries out in relief, thankful that he can finally see his home. They resolve to rush in, rescue their families, and bring them back to safety. Ready to push forward with every last bit of strength they have, they charge toward the apartment complex's parking garage entrance. The SL apartment sign comes into view as they get closer. Their families are just a little further, almost within reach. Thinking about bringing their families to the safe zone, Deoksu notices something, and suddenly stops in his track, halting the group's advance. Dongjin questions why he suddenly stopped, just as they reached the entrance. But Deoksu's face contorts in shock and horror at what he sees. Dongjin's eyes also widen in sheer terror at the sight before him. Hordes of monsters are standing guard at the entrance, and he fears they might have been too late. The entrance is swarming with powerful level 31 Black Orcs and level 35 Black Orc warriors. The sheer number of orcs pouring out of the underground parking lot is overwhelming. Jaehyun realizes with dawning horror that high-level monsters are pouring out of the parking lot. He desperately tries to deny the grim implication, but knows it's undeniable. The presence of so many powerful orcs means there's zero chance that anyone inside survived. A cold fury overcomes Deoksu as he commands his forces, "Arise." The Steel Knight Order materializes from the shadows, ready to slaughter the orc horde. Consumed by rage, he orders them to kill every last orc. A shocked Gaiyang looks over at Dongjin, sensing a change in him. A powerful, dark purple aura begins to emanate from him again. His intense rage has seemingly awakened his new ability one more time. He throws his energy-imbued spear in the sky. The Black Orcs recoil in fear, sensing the terrifying power radiating from it. It moves in their direction, appearing like a meteor, and tears through the orc ranks, obliterating them in a flash of purple and red light. With his comrades standing behind him, he orders the battle to commence, charges into the horde of Black Orcs, and with his blade glowing with a mysterious purple power, he effortlessly slices through a Black Orc. With enhanced speed and strength, Dongjeon carves a path through the swarming monsters. As two orcs begin to move in his direction, their fate is sealed by a bullet for each, as Jeon provides covering fire. Deoksu dashes into the fray with his massive halberd, and cuts through multiple Black Orc in a single wide swing. A furious Jaehyun also unleashes his item summon ability to support the battle. A volley of live rounds rains down from the sky, providing devastating artillery support for his team. He watches confidently, knowing the grunts are no match for his party's enhanced strength. However, the Black Orc warrior leading them may cause some problem as it destroys one summoned knight with ease. They are of the warrior rank, and are incomparably stronger than the fodder. As Jaehyun vows to support his team no matter what, he warns them to watch out for the armored fighters as they adjust their formation. Just then, an archer orc fires an arrow. And target is the party's healer, Dajung, who is caught completely off guard. Jaehyun screams in terror, desperately trying to warn her to get away. But the warning comes too late as the arrow brutally pierces through her stomach. Not understanding what's happening, she questions if she was hit by an arrow. Gaiyang screams in anguish, realizing Dajung has been hit, and her desperate cry rings out across the chaotic battlefield. As Dajung collapses to the ground, the arrow protruding from her side, she grimaces in excruciating pain. The shock hits the party leader Dongjin, causing him to cry out in panic. Frozen in disbelief, he He can only stare as the reflection of his fallen comrade fills his vision. Jaehyun realizes with dread that Dongjun, the team's calm leader, is too stunned to issue any orders, and notes that the orcs cleverly targeted the weakest party member, and with the arrow still lodged, healing is useless. And without her support, the team is now on their own. He knows that even with Yeonju's regenerative ability, the tide of the battle will turn against them, and grimly accepts that the battle is lost and their only remaining option is to run. He prepares to use his Vassal summon skill to force a retreat and save his team. As a paralyzed Dongjin stares blankly, a black orc raises its weapon for the finishing blow. But in that moment, Da-jung manages to pull out the arrow. Watching from afar, Jaehyun is stunned into silence by the sudden turn of events. She roars that she's fine. Telling everyone to snap out of it, she rallies the team to keep fighting, and states that they won't know anything until they check. His focus returns, driven by the need to ensure the safety of his loved ones. He charges back into the fight, hitting the orc before he can attack. The team realizes that even though Da-jung is alive, she will be incapacitated by pain for some time. Weighing his options, Jaehyun knows that a tactical retreat would normally be the correct call. He grits his teeth, fighting the logical urge to order his people to fall back. But clenching his fist, he decides against it, feeling the same burning rage as his vassals on the battlefield. He opens his status window, declaring that he shares their rage and instead of fleeing, he will double down and give them the power to win. He decides that, instead of fleeing, he will double down and give them the power to win. Calling out to Dongjin, Kang Deoksu, and Kim Jian, he roars that he will grant them strength, choosing to level them all up to 40. A system warning appears, stating the cost is 1 billion won per level up, but he screams that he doesn't care. With that, a notification confirms the massive power-up. They have all risen to level 40. Dongjun feels an incredible surge of power as Jaehyun informs him of the forced level up, and gives them a single, brutal order. Let's crush every last one of those bastards. At Deoksu's command, a new army of shadowy knights erupts from the ground, ready for battle. They charge the Black Orcs, as Jaehyun declares he will spend over 10 billion won if needed. A Black Orc warrior roars, preparing to clash with the empowered Shadow Army, and hits one knight on his head with all his might. But it doesn't even leave a scratch this time, and the knight takes his head with a single slash of his sword. Jaehyun reflects that until now, he has used the money they earned to reclaim expanded territory, to cover the electricity, gas, and water people use, and to construct new facilities. Deciding this isn't enough, he prepares to spend even more money to raise his key fighters to level 45. A system notification confirms that his core team of Dongjun, Yeonju, and Deoksu have now grown to level 45. He declares that if this is what it costs to win, then it's more than okay to use it for the sake of their party. The fighting went on for quite a while. Along with the vassals from earlier, he also levels up Gayoung, Byungho, and Da-jung. With a massive expenditure of EXP, he boosted the core of his rescue team to a formidable level, 40. For his frontline powerhouses, Dongjin, Deoksu, and Yeonju, he pushed them even further to level 45. Now on par with the monstrous twin-head ogre, the empowered trio leads the charge against the overwhelmed orcs. And once they started rampaging, it wasn't long before the only ones still standing with both feet on the battlefield were their group. The victorious but weary team finally enters the apartment complex, their hearts pounding with a mix of hope and dread. Donggon surveys the desolate and debris-filled hallway, where an ominous silence hangs in the air. As they keep on move up the floors, they proceed down the blood-soaked corridors, each step heavier than the last as they search for any sign of their families. Rain begins to fall outside, its somber drumming matching the mood of the heartbroken search party. With their faces etched with anxiety and grim determination, Dongjin reaches to open his house door. Gayoung places a comforting hand on his arm, offering silent support. She speaks his name softly, her voice filled with apprehension as they stand before the apartment door. Dongjin's expression is grim and unreadable as he prepares himself for the truth, no matter how terrible. A look of profound sorrow crosses Gayoung's face as the horrifying reality of the situation begins to set in. Dongjin cautiously steps inside, his every sense on high alert, seeing multiple footprints on the ground. He keeps on checking every room, And while the team waits in the hall, he ventures deeper into the apartment, the silence deafening. A single, bloodied kitchen knife lies discarded on the floor, a testament to a desperate, failed defense. His face cast in shadow, he absorbs the full weight of the tragedy before him. The rest of the team watches from the doorway, their hopes for a happy reunion completely shattered. Ga-young and the others can only stare in shock and horror at the scene inside, closing all the doors. He starts to walk back to the group, with his teammates watching his retreat with deep sorrow and empathy. He could only utter the words, "Let's go." And despite the horror he has just witnessed, he quietly replies, "I'm okay." Overcome with grief and empathy, Ga-young rushes to embrace him. She tells him, "Then cry, you idiot," giving him permission to release her sorrow. But he confesses that he had already braced himself for this devastating outcome, and repeats that he is okay few more times. The door swings shut, closing off the grim scene of their failed rescue. Having confirmed his own family is also gone, Jian collapses in despair. Deoksu can only ask, "Did you confirm it?" To which he replies, "Yes." He struggles to accept the horrific outcome, muttering, "So, this is reality." Watching through his ultimate eyes, Jae-hyun somberly declares, "We have failed," and reflects that while Ga-young still had her mother and brother, the others are now utterly alone with their grief. And despite their immense effort, they have been left with nothing. Overwhelmed with guilt, he questions his own ambition of saving the country, unable to save the people right in front of him. His hands cover his face as the weight of his perceived failure becomes too much to bear. Dongjin gives them a small hope, saying he didn't find bloodstains in their homes, and that their families might still be alive. And even if that is not the case, they still have to keep living, and because the one who said that was none other than Dongjin, no one could answer. He tells the others not to give up, because just having hope puts them in a better position than he is. Looking up at the sky, he calls out to Jae-hyun, asking if he's there. From his apartment, Jae-hyun confirms he is, and Dongjun wearily asks to be summoned back to rest. Without hesitation, he activates his Vassal summon ability to bring his grieving team home. The party is enveloped in a swirl of purple energy and instantly transported back into his apartment. As they appear, Jae-hyun is tormented by guilt, believing his greed in saving his own family first cost them everything. While Dongjeon quietly says he's going to rest, Jae-hyun's mind races, wondering if he could have saved them all. The question haunts him, his face contorted in anguish as he grapples with his failure. He reasons that his family's powerful abilities meant they likely would have survived even without his intervention, and worries that his vassals, though silent, secretly resent him for causing this tragic outcome. In his guilt-ridden mind, he believes he is no different from the person who actually killed their families. Unable to bear the burden any longer, he approaches his vassals and bows deeply, offering a sincere apology, and takes full responsibility, whispering, "It's my fault," and that his greed in prioritizing his own family led to this disaster. Tears of regret stream down his face as he admits his selfishness threw away their only chance to save the families that were so precious to them. Offering a final deep bow, he says, "I'm truly sorry," as Dongjin looks on. Dongjin's expression remains unreadable as he looks down at the guilt-stricken Jae-hyun. After a moment of silence, he takes a deliberate step forward and stands right before our guy. As Jae-hyun trembles, unable to lift his head, Dongjun firmly tells him, "It's not your fault." But despite his words, Jae-hyun is overcome by grief, crying out in anguish. Dongjeon gently places a hand on his back, urging him to lift his head. Leaning in, he reminds the distraught Jae-hyun that everyone present, including himself, owes their lives to him, and with the rest of the grieving team watching, he declares that they were all saved by his ability, affirming that their ability to live without fear of starvation or monsters is entirely thanks to him, and that saving Ga-young's family and Byung-ho's grandmother would have been impossible without him. Looking up in disbelief at their unwavering support, Jae-hyun hears him call him their savior. And without his help, they would have never known their family's fates, let alone been able to seek revenge. Jae-hyun is visibly moved as he hears Dongjeon's voice waver, revealing the immense pain he is also suppressing. Dongjin explains that they were all just ordinary people who never stood a chance against the monsters alone, telling him that, while the world is full of sorrow, but this misery strikes at random, like spilled water, It doesn't target anyone specifically. Looking Jae-hyun in the eye, he absolves him of guilt, stating, "This is the world's fault, not yours," and implores him not to shoulder the weight of the world by himself. In a profound moment of support, he tells him that it's enough for him to simply be there for them, like a huge, sheltering tree. Stunned by the unexpected maturity and depth of Dongjeon's words, Jae-hyun is left speechless. With his speech concluded, Dongjeon gives him a reassuring smile and turns to leave, giving him space. Jae-hyun is struck by the realization that in Dongjeon's moment of weakness, he was the one being comforted. As he grapples with this, other members of the team begin to approach and offer their own words of encouragement, telling him to cheer up and reminding him of their gratitude. Byung-ho and Ga-young also offer their support, reinforcing how crucial he has been to their survival. Da-jung and Yeonju share their thanks, admitting they would have died or gone insane without his intervention. Faced with the unanimous and heartfelt gratitude of his most trusted allies, Jae-hyun stands in silent contemplation. He reflects on his journey, admitting to himself that until now, his actions have always been motivated by self-preservation, and acknowledges that his relationship with them was, in his mind, purely transactional. And yet, they call someone like him their savior. Covering his face, he laughs wryly, questioning if he truly deserves such a title. Dongjeon's words echo in his mind. "It's enough for you to simply stay there like a huge tree," which makes him contemplate the new purpose presented to him to become a source of shade and safety for his people. Looking up with newfound clarity, he quietly thanks everyone for their faith in him. And he vows to become the huge tree that Dongjin and the others need him to be. He admits that his initial goal to save Korea was born from the burden of his power, not a deeply held conviction. It was never a goal he desperately wanted for himself, and he didn't have the confidence to fully commit to such a monumental task. His plan was always simpler: hunt monsters, level up, and expand his safe zone, casting aside the grandiose and impersonal goal of saving the entire country. He embraces his new identity, resolving to become a huge tree and create a true sanctuary for those under his protection. With this shift in purpose, he feels a sense of certainty about the path he must now take. His profound change in resolve immediately manifests as system rewards, maxing out Dongjin's trust and Kim Da-jung's loyalty. This grants him the throw skill and another vassal slot. Not long after his team left, Jae-hyun's intercom chimes, signaling new arrivals. Lee Jun-hyuk appears on the monitor, announcing that he and his group have arrived as requested, getting out of his house. He greets them, thanking them for making the journey. Eager to get started, Jun-hyuk cuts to the chase, asking what mission he has for them. Jae-hyun decides to first demonstrate his power, explaining that only his vassals are typically allowed inside his home. Placing his hand on his door, he uses his portal ability and asks them to enter. Jun-hyuk and his companions gasp in shock as they step through the door and notice that they have been teleported to their own house. One of the companions voices her astonishment, questioning how this is even possible. The display of power works as intended. System notifications confirm that the trust and loyalty of Lee Hyeon-chan and Shin Ah-hong have increased. Jae-hyun smirks, his theory confirmed. The most direct way to gain trust is an overwhelming display of ability. Facing Jun-hyuk, Jae-hyun prepares to outline his proposal. He gestures to the entire group, indicating that his first order of business involves all of them, and states his first condition: he wants every one of them to sign a contract with him. And without further explanation, he initiates the contract of subordination, binding the group to him with a wave of golden energy. Once the final contract is complete, a drained Jae-hyun wipes his brow, glad the exhausting process is over. Though tired, he reflects that with these new contracts, his preparations are now complete. He then turns his attention to the group's leader, calling out to Lee Jun-hyuk, and begins to explain the main point of their meeting. Looking out at the landscape, Jae-hyun reveals that his recent territory expansion has completely encompassed Hwangyang Mountain. Describing that a dungeon has appeared there, he formally requests that Jun-hyuk and his entire team be the ones to explore it. He looks directly at Jun-hyuk, asking if they are up to the task. A confident smirk spreads across Jun-hyuk's face as he readily accepts the mission, thanking Jae-hyun for the trust placed in them. Just as he is about to finalize the details, he is abruptly interrupted by a voice inside his own mind. The message is from his general manager, Kim Daebin, informing him that the item he requested is ready and that he can come now. Inside an elevator, Jae-hyun prepares for his next task as the doors close on the 24th floor. He lets out a weary sigh, feeling the weight of his ever-growing responsibilities. With Lee Jun-hyuk now handling the dungeon raid, he finds a moment of respite to focus on other matters and reflects on the unusual outcome of Jun-hyuk's contract, noting that, unlike his other vassals, his core skills remained unchanged. Although his abilities didn't change, his title was elevated to Viscount, just like Yeonju, and among his core party members, Lee Hae-han, Shin Ah-hang, and Kim Ji-tae all received high B-rank abilities, while others received much lower ranks. As he gathers more data from his contracts, Jae-hyun begins to understand the underlying mechanics of how abilities are granted, and theorizes that high-rank abilities are not random, but are granted based on an individual's innate potential or talent. With a strict limit of 100 subordinates, he resolves to only contract with the most talented individuals to maximize his community's strength. Daebin greets him with a cheerful exclamation as he arrives for their meeting, and he acknowledges his general manager, commending her for her hard work. Daebin jokes that the work isn't difficult as long as the pay is good, prompting Jae-hyun to promise her a bonus. She presents the 10 capable individuals she has assembled who are good at getting things done. As Jae-hyun formally introduces himself to the group, the candidates respectfully greet him in return, and one of the candidates nervously asks what kind of work he has planned for them. Jae-hyun reveals his plan to grant them all the same manager-level position that Daebin currently holds. The candidates are stunned by the generous offer, questioning if he is truly serious. Jae-hyun contemplates the need for more managers, as the population has grown significantly while leadership remains thin. He notes the few existing managers, including medical team leader Lee Sung-min and relief team leader Baek Sung-min. And with 12 manager positions still available, he listens as a candidate eagerly volunteers to work hard if chosen. However, he clarifies that the positions won't be given away freely, as there are conditions to be met. The candidates murmur in confusion as he explains his simple criteria for selecting them. He declares that manager positions will only be awarded to those who can proactively identify and propose solutions to the community's growing problems, and extends his hand, formally beginning the selection process for his new management team. The prospective managers begin presenting their ideas for improving the community, suggesting solutions for organizing internal roads and managing trash disposal within the territory. Jae-hyun listens intently, satisfied with the quality of the suggestions. Pleased with the results, he internally praises Daebin for selecting such capable people. After that, a man with a bandaged nose raises his hand to speak, and Jae-hyun gives him the floor. He then proposes creating an internal organization dedicated to maintaining public order, and warns that while things are currently stable, an incident is inevitable without a formal peacekeeping presence. Jae-hyun confirms that the man is suggesting a department similar to a police force. Another man interrupts, stating that the mention of police has reminded him of something important, so our guy encourages him to share his thoughts. He startles Jae-hyun by revealing that police station armories are stocked with firearms, including rifles, and explains that due to South Korea's armistice status, police stations maintain a supply of weapons for emergencies. However, only larger police stations would have such armories. Our guy suggests that securing these weapons would be invaluable for establishing order and points to the nearby Pusanjin police station. Impressed, Jae-hyun asks for his name, and the man introduces himself as Nam Ji-ho. Without hesitation, he tasks him with forming a team to retrieve the firearms, and reassures the team that the recently expanded territory likely encompasses the police station, making the mission safer. Filled with determination, Ji-ho accepts the assignment. As Ji-ho's team prepares to depart, Jae-hyun sends them off with a smile, his mind racing with the possibilities the rifles could bring. He then turns back to the remaining candidates, intrigued by the new intel, but still focused on their proposals. The day after the manager's selection ended successfully, Ji-ho's party returns victorious, proudly displaying the rifles they secured from the police station. And after confirming with the ultimate eyes, registering them in the store went fine. The initial haul is meager, just 2 rifles and 3 bullets. But now that they're registered, he can purchase an unlimited supply. But the real problem was that the armory was mostly empty, as someone had already looted most of the firearms, calculating that several hundred weapons are now in the hands of an unknown party. He realizes this means a large, heavily armed group of survivors is operating somewhere nearby. Annoyed by this new headache, he tries to assess the potential threat of such a large group, and reasons that a group so large and well-equipped would likely have been noticed by now, which means they are not near their territory yet, and decides to shelve the problem for later. With his eyes glowing with dark energy, he decides his first course of action will be to distribute the rifles to the teams that need them most. Meanwhile, in a ruined cityscape, a horde of orcs prowls the streets, creating a dangerous obstacle for any survivor. Songjun and his team find themselves trapped, their path blocked by the formidable monsters. Pinned down by the overwhelming number of orcs, they grow desperate, and the situation becomes dire as one of his men reports they are almost out of ammunition. With his team looking to him for a decision, Songjun feels the pressure mounting. He despairs, knowing his team is exhausted, out of weapons, and his own abilities are not enough to defeat the horde, and desperately searches for any solution to their hopeless situation. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the chaos, calling out Songjun's name. To the team's shock, a portal materializes before them, dropping a crate filled with brand new assault rifles. With a smile on his face, Jaehyun announces that he made it just in time, and declares that weapon support has arrived. As he urges them to use the guns, Songjun breaks into a laugh of pure, unadulterated relief. Overjoyed by the last-minute rescue, he shouts his profound gratitude to Jaehyun. After loading a magazine into his rifle, preparing for the upcoming battle, Songjun looks over his shoulder and asks his squad if they're ready. After his team confirms their readiness, he gives the order to move out and engage the enemy. And the newly armed party charges forward, ready to unleash their firepower on a horde of waiting orcs. In response, the powerful orcs roar in anticipation, prepared to meet the survivors' assault head-on. But as they open fire, laying down a suppressing barrage against the approaching monsters, it effectively tears through the orc ranks, stopping their advance. Another member of the team shouts the order for everyone to open fire. As a result, an orc is riddled with bullets while their overwhelming firepower continues to decimate the horde. Faced with such unexpected resistance, the remaining orcs grow fearful and begin to hesitate. And as the survivors continue to unleash a hail of bullets, they force the monstrous horde into a full retreat. Seeing the orcs running away, Songjun rallies his team, shouting that they can win this. And emboldened by their success, the team pushes forward, determined to save their families. Back in his apartment, Jaehyun receives a notification confirming the orc kills and a deposit of over 1.2 million won into his wallet. He watches the battle unfold, stunned by the sheer destructive power of the rifles he provided, and notes that without any awakened skills, the survivors are overwhelming the orcs with firearms alone. Which means with basic firearms, even ordinary people can produce enough firepower to defeat common monsters. Feeling confident that Songjun's party can handle themselves, he shifts his attention to Junyok's dungeon exploration team. Meanwhile, in a lush, forested area, a member of the exploration team catches their breath after a long search. And Junyok announces to his party that he has finally located the dungeon entrance. They stand before the ominous entrance to the D-rank dungeon, identified as the Lizardman Swamp. Looking inside, his teammates express concern when they see the dungeon is completely flooded, making it seemingly impassable. But Junyok confidently reassures his party, telling them not to worry as he begins to channel his power. And using his Control Waters ability, he masterfully parts the water, creating a dry path down the dungeon steps. As they are awed by this incredible display of power, with a confident smirk, he declares that they are going in. A system notification then confirms his party is the first to enter and will receive double EXP and settlement money. As they descend, Jaehyun understands that a dungeon is unknown territory, where danger could be lurking anywhere. Therefore, he immediately supplied Junyok's party with rifles to ensure they had sufficient firepower, and confidently assesses that Junyok's party should have little trouble clearing the dungeon. He then ponders the meaning of the 010's counter on the dungeon info screen, suspecting it's not a simple capacity limit. Inside the dungeon, they look around in awe, comparing the water-walled corridor to being inside an aquarium, and also remarking that the surreal environment feels like an underwater tunnel. Suddenly, Hyeon-chan breaks out in a cold sweat as his enhanced senses detect an unseen threat. He quickly spots 3 enemies approaching from their 11 o'clock position. Junhyuk calmly takes in the warning, while Hyun-chan yells that the enemies are closing in. The party braces for an attack as Junhyuk deduces the enemies must be coming from inside the water. And just as he predicted, reptilian monsters burst through the watery walls, launching a surprise attack. A teammate urgently warns Junhyuk that one of the monsters is right behind him, and as a fierce level 21 lizardman lunges at him, its fangs bared for the kill. He easily dodges the attack and prepares a powerful counter using his water manipulation abilities, and slices the lizard man into half, demonstrating his complete control over the dungeon's environment. With 2 monsters left, Hyun-chan orders the team to focus their fire and take them down. So the rest of the party unleashes a coordinated barrage from their rifles into the churning water. However, being able to move pretty fast underwater, the lizardmen easily manage to dodge the slowed-down bullets. To which Hyun-chan expresses his frustration, complaining that they are hard to hit. And just as he wishes that they could get the monsters out of the water, a massive void begins to appear. The lizardmen are caught off guard as the water around them is pushed away. As the team is surprised by what just happened, Junhyuk smirks, confidently declaring that the water is his personal domain. With a commanding gesture, he orders all units to prepare for a final volley, and rips the lizardmen from their aquatic element, allowing his team to unleash a devastating volley of fire. A series of system notifications confirms that the party has successfully hunted all 3 lizardmen. Watching the battle, Jaehyun notes that his team was lucky to have such a favorable matchup, and muses that in this aquatic environment, the lizardmen would normally have a massive terrain advantage, because just moving through the dark, water-filled dungeon would have been a death trap. In the murky depths, he concludes, the freely moving lizardmen would have been like Grim Reapers to any other group. However, the powerful combination of Hyun-chan's minimap and Junhyuk's control water completely neutralized the threat. Satisfied with their performance, he decides his direct support is no longer needed for this mission, and calculates that the core members of Junhyuk's party, equipped with rifles, are more than enough to clear the rest of the dungeon. The party continues on, easily dispatching the few remaining lizardmen that stand in their way, and after clearing the path, they proceed toward a massive, ominous door at the end of the corridor. Upon entering the next chamber, Lee Junhyuk cautiously asks if they've finally arrived, and gazes up at a massive, barred gate, wondering aloud if this is the dungeon's boss room. Then, the ancient heavy doors creak open on their own, revealing the chamber beyond, and the team cautiously files into a vast, circular room supported by towering stone pillars. However, they are surprised to find the massive chamber completely dry, questioning where all the water has gone. While Ah-hyung wonders if simply reaching the room is the clear condition, Hyun-chan warns her not to jinx them. Suddenly, his eyes widen in terror as he senses an immense danger approaching. He urgently shouts to his team that something is rushing towards them at an incredible speed. The party whirls around to face a darkened archway, bracing for the unseen threat. And from the archway, a colossal torrent of water erupts, flooding the entire chamber in an instant. As the party is slammed by the wave, Junhyuk desperately yells for everyone to get behind him for protection. Yet even with his abilities, he strains to control the sudden and overwhelming deluge. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes a powerful entity has emerged from the flood. A menacing, spear-wielding figure rises from the churning water, revealing itself to the party. And Junhyuk grits his teeth as he announces the arrival of the dungeon's formidable boss monster. At their leader's command, the entire party unloads their firearms on the massive creature. But the lizardman boss simply roars, and with a powerful swing of its spear, creates a barrier, effortlessly deflecting their attack. As they are surprised that the creature blocked them with water and realizes their current strategy is useless. Amused by the boss's water manipulation, Junhyuk smirks, ready to show it what a true water user can do. He steps forward, confidently telling his team to stay put. Promising to finish the fight quickly, he charges ahead as his teammates call out his name in alarm. but they can only watch in awe as he unleashes a massive torrent of water and uses it to close the distance between him and the lizardman boss. As he closes in, his face becomes a shadowy mask, fully tapping into his awakened abilities. And he then launches a series of sharp, blade-like projectiles made of water at the dungeon boss. The lizardman boss manages to block the initial wave of water blades with its spear, but then something surprises him. Hanging upside down in the air, Junyak taunts him, noting that since it blocked his attack physically, it shows its inability to move the water under his control. Then, in a show of absolute dominance, he traps the boss's head inside a sphere of water. And with a final, chilling goodbye, he watches as the boss gurgles in anger. But it's too late for him, and our guy finishes the fight with a powerful water bomb, exploding its head into pieces. Hyunchen and Ah-hyung look on in utter shock at their leader's overwhelming display of power. Landing gracefully as the water settles, Junyok calmly announces that the dungeon is cleared. And with a confident grin, he proudly declares to his team that they have succeeded. System notifications also confirm the kill, rewarding the party with EXP, money, and 110 crystals for their first ever dungeon clear. And as their party exits the dungeon, a system notification reveals that the dungeon's description has changed, and it now shows a clear count of 1 out of 10. Realizing there's a limit on how many times it can be cleared, he calculates that he has 9 more runs available, and focuses on the potential reward, knowing that clearing the remaining runs will give him enough crystals for a mystic draw. In other words, it meant he could draw another divine item, like the Ring of Communication. Just then, he contacts Junyok, who has just emerged from the dungeon. He reports that he's fine, just a bit tired after the battle. After that, Jaehyun informs him that he has a request, and he eagerly agrees to follow any order. He is surprised to learn that Jaehyun simply wants his team to clear the dungeon once a day. So with a confident smile, he assures him that it will be piece of cake. 10 days later, he successfully clears the dungeon for the 10th and final time. Having never missed a single run, our guy confirms that this was the last clear. A system notification then appears, confirming all dungeon clears have been used and that he now has enough crystals for a mystic draw, which makes him commend their party for their hard work and tells them to rest, now that he has everything he needs. He decides that all that's left is to perform the mystic draw. So with a shout, he initiates the draw, pouring his energy into the ritual. And a brilliant, golden magic circle erupts in his living room, forcing him to shield his eyes from the intense light. Squinting against the blinding flash, he groans and wonders if anything can be done about the light. Then, his eyes widen in surprise as it begins to coalesce into a specific shape, which ends up forming into a magnificent, jewel-encrusted royal crown. He stares in awe at the ultimate shut-in's crown, learning that it amplifies the effects granted to his citizens by a factor of 2, which makes him think about the 6 effects currently active, including EXP boosts and tax collection, realizing they will all be doubled. And holding the hefty crown, he also confirms that wearing it will double every single buff he provides. Deciding the effect is too good to pass up, he concludes that since he doesn't go outside much anyway, he might as well wear it at home. And just as he places it on his head, a cool energy sweeps through his body, surprising him. Now crowned, he remembers that the cooldown for his tax collection skill is up and decides to test the item's power. If the crown doubles the tax rate from 10 to 20, he could collect tens of billions of won. The system confirms the tax collection, depositing a staggering 15.6 billion won into his wallet. And he is shocked by the massive amount, exclaiming 15 billion out loud. Pondering the numbers, he calculates that his citizens must be holding around 75 billion won in total, and muses that this explains the recent spike in his store's sales, as his citizens' purchasing power has clearly increased. Taking it as a positive sign of his community's growing wealth, he plans to use the new funds to level up and expand his store's inventory. However, his planning is interrupted by the intercom buzzing, announcing the return of Songjun's party. The door to his apartment slides open, and a beaming Songjun greets him, announcing they've returned to give back the items he lent them. Jaehyun graciously welcomes them back, thanking them for taking the trouble to return everything. But then they are taken aback by the large crown on his head, prompting a flustered response from him as he quickly tries to change the subject. Dodging the question about his new headwear, he instead congratulates them on safely reuniting with their families. Seongjun gratefully tells him that without the firearms he provided, they might have been too late. But our protagonist humbly deflects the praise, insisting that he only provided support and that they were the ones who ultimately saved themselves. But overcome with emotion, Seongjun explains how desperately they needed the chance he gave them. Then, as a group, they offer their heartfelt thanks, to which Jaehyun smiles warmly, genuinely glad that he was able to help. As a result of his actions, a notification confirms that Seongjun's trust and loyalty have both increased. And after their conversation, the party departs to settle in with their newly rescued families. He then opens his store interface to organize and re-register the firearms they returned. And as he finishes, he wonders if that's everything for the day. His thoughts are cut short by an unexpected system alarm, a notification he's never seen before. The system window displays a shocking list of alerts. Citizen Jang Dail has died, followed by several others. Confused and alarmed, he stares at the notifications, unable to process what's happening, and realizes with horror that in an instant, more than 10 of his citizens have died, an unprecedented event. Just as he's reeling from the news, another system alert pings, catching his attention, which startles him even more. You have hunted a low-grade vampire. A message that would mark the beginning of something enormous. Within his territory, a scene of carnage unfolds as citizens lie dead on the street, victims of a mysterious new threat. A terrified woman, her face streaked with tears, desperately pleads for someone to save her. But her cries for help are cut short as a man with menacing red eyes grabs her from behind, surrounded by a horde of ghoulish, red-eyed creatures. She screams in agony as the vampire's fangs sink into her flesh, her life draining away in the brutal attack. And as the life fades from her eyes, her expression contorts in pain and terror, marking her as another victim of the vampire's swarm. Her body is immediately swarmed and devoured by the other low-grade vampires, a grim display of their cannibalistic nature. The red-haired leader gestures to his minions, nonchalantly telling them to eat up. With a blood-stained, sadistic grin, he looks upon the safe zone, declaring the abundance of human prey a total gold mine, and recalls first discovering the safe zone through pure luck. His initial attempt to enter was blocked by a transparent wall, but then the system unexpectedly offered him citizenship, which he accepted without a second thought. After stepping inside the territory, he was shocked to discover a thriving community of humans living peacefully within the walls. The sight of so many unsuspecting people filled him with disbelief and a predatory excitement. He saw potential prey everywhere he looked. A pregnant woman with her child, groups of men chatting idly. To his vampiric senses, the entire safe zone was nothing but a buffet. Also, the quality and quantity of humans here was far superior to what he hunted outside, making it a highly efficient feeding ground. Consumed by ambition, he believes that by devouring everyone in this territory, he can grow strong enough to become like the one who turned him, and remembers the powerful vampire who tossed him aside as if he were useless, fueling his desire for revenge and power. Convinced that, with this new hunting ground, he'll soon rise to a middle-tier vampire and have power equal to his creator. However, just being equal isn't enough. He resolves to drink even more human blood to surpass him. And to achieve this, he knows that not only he, but his swarm must also grow stronger. As a low-tier vampire, he can command a swarm of 5 lowest-tier vampires, who are little more than beasts. Although one of his minions died during the recent hunt, he isn't concerned, knowing he can easily create another from the plentiful humans. And once he becomes a middle-tier vampire, his underlings will also evolve into low-tier vampires, each capable of creating their own swarms. This exponential growth will allow his forces to breed and multiply uncontrollably. Standing atop the rubble, he envisions his hive growing explosively into a terrifying army under his command. With a crazed grin, he declares his plan to devour every human in the area and then hunt down the vampire who turned him, confident he'll be strong enough to overwhelm his creator. Just as he declares the time has come to achieve his blood vengeance, a mysterious purple energy emanates from a nearby door and grabs his attention. Assuming another piece of prey has just walked into his grasp, he commands his underlings to charge forward, believing the lone human has foolishly come to die. However, his confidence evaporates as he witnesses what happens next. Their heads explode all at once, and blood and limbs litter the ground as he tries to comprehend the massacre that just occurred. Then, a lone figure calmly walks through the carnage towards him. A single glowing purple eye pierces through the shadows as Jaehyun reveals himself. And as he walks towards him filled with rage, he's terrified, realizing his swarm was wiped out in an instant, without any warning or even a fight. The sheer power radiating from Jaehyun is so incomprehensible that the vampire's mind refuses to accept what he's seeing. But one thing is for sure, that human is a monster he can't even begin to understand at his current level. His only thought is to run, but he finds himself frozen in place, caught in his gaze. After which Jaehyun activates his invisible hand, seizing the vampire in an unbreakable psychic grip. Choking and struggling, the vampire begs for his life, unable to break free. And Jaehyun stares down coldly, disgusted by the creature's audacity to invade his territory and harm his people. Which makes the vampire realize with chilling certainty that he is not getting out of this alive. He sees his impending doom in Jaehyun's eyes, knowing no miracle could possibly save him now, and resigns to his fate. He laments that he will die, a pointless death without ever getting his revenge. But just as he braces for the end, Jaehyun slams him to the ground instead of killing him. Coughing, the vampire looks up in confusion, only to be met with Jaehyun's commanding presence. He looms over the defeated creature, ordering him to answer all of his questions. Terrified into submission, the vampire trembles and agrees to cooperate. With his eye glowing ominously, Jaehyun begins his interrogation, and his first question is, how did he get in here? The low-tier vampire, Yegal Sungkyu, explains that he was granted citizenship, a fact that gives Jaehyun a headache. He recalls that the system granted citizenship to a being, never specifying it had to be human, and grimaces, realizing with disgust that he never imagined citizenship could be granted to a man-eating monster. He then asks if he was originally human, and the vampire confirms that he was an ordinary human until he was bitten by a vampire named An Sang-hyuk, which makes Jaehyun realize that his human origins are likely why the system granted him citizenship and orders him to continue. Sung-kyu explains that his memories were hazy when he was a lowest-tier vampire, but after eating humans, he evolved into his current low-tier form, which then prompts a question about the vampire ranking system, resulting a nervous explanation from him. He clarifies that lowest-tier vampires are like beasts, retaining only enough intelligence to follow orders. But starting from the low tier onwards, a vampire's human sense of self returns, and they gain the ability to create and command a swarm. And when asked about An Sang-hyuk's rank, he reveals that his sire was a middle-tier vampire. Jaehyun processes this information. Sung-kyu is level 28, which means a middle-tier vampire must be at a significantly higher level. And while he doesn't know the full hierarchy, it at least goes up to a high tier, which means their levels are likely inflated from feeding on countless humans, and prepares to ask his final question. With confirmation on the middle-tier vampire's name, Jaehyun leans in with menacing intent and demands to know where An Sang-hyuk is. Seeing no way of getting out of it, he begins to speak, and quickly reveals that he is in an apartment complex in Daeyeon-dong. Jaehyun processes the information, but the terrified vampire immediately tries to bargain for his life. Desperate, he offers to personally guide him to the location, and even pleads with him to exact divine punishment on the one who is the root of all his suffering. Unexpectedly, a notification pops up, revealing that Sung-kyu's loyalty has somehow increased. But Jaehyun is utterly disgusted, finding no value in the loyalty of a monster who murdered his citizens. Having heard enough, he dismisses the former human's loyalty, seeing him only as the monster he has become. While Sung-kyu is desperate for revenge, Jaehyun clarifies that he has no intention of simply taking him under his wing. Instead, he issues a quest. Sung-kyu has 24 hours to kill An Sang-hyuk for a small EXP reward. However, the quest carries the ultimate penalty for failure, death. He coldly tells him to carry out the kill himself, since he has no intention of sparing Sang-hyuk either, and with his eyes glowing with dark energy, he commands him to go and kill the bastard himself. Panicked, Sung-kyu begs for human blood, believing he needs to become a middle-tier vampire just to stand a chance. However, Jaehyun delivers a chilling ultimatum. If the vampire harms a single human, his head will explode on the spot. He knows that the quest is essentially a death sentence. Still, to prevent him from attacking others out of desperation, he decides to give him a fighting chance and opens his store. He purchases an M16 rifle and 100 rounds of ammunition, stunning Sung-kyu as the powerful weapon materializes out of thin air. Our guy decides to manipulate his new pawn by planting a small seed of hope. He offers the rifle, presenting it as the very tool for the revenge he so desperately craves. With this weapon, he tells him, a chance at revenge is now within his grasp. Newly emboldened, Sung-kyu snatches the rifle and vows to wipe out every last one of them. Jae-hyun then gives one final, severe warning. Attack any non-vampire, and he will die instantly. In terrified obedience, Sung-kyu scrambles away to begin his mission. With the pawn on the move, he uses his communication ring to contact Ye-jin, and asks her to come to his location and attach a tracker rat to the vampire. Concluding that for the safety of his people, he must wipe out the entire vampire nest. And so, he decides it's time to form a specialized team dedicated to exterminating this new threat. After that, he turns his attention to the victims of the massacre, silently cursing the situation and the senseless loss of innocent lives. Overcome with grief, he gently closes the eyes of one of the victims, and dispatches Kim Davin and a relief team to handle the gruesome aftermath. She reports that they were unable to find any identification on the victims, making it impossible to contact their families. So he resigns himself to the grim reality that without any working communications, there is no way to find their loved ones. He is racked with guilt, wishing he could have found their families and somehow prevented this tragedy. Summoning his fire magic, he apologizes for his failure to protect them, and vows to carry out the revenge they deserve in their place. With that, the bodies of the fallen are consumed by a respectful funeral pyre. His eyes burning with fiery determination, he bids his people a final farewell, promising they will soon rest in peace. Meanwhile, Yeagle Sung-kyu's hunt begins in the dark city streets. He sprints through an alley, M16 at the ready. Screaming, he unleashes a hail of bullets on his first target, gunning down a lesser vampire with wild abandon. Fueled by rage, he screams An Sang-yeok's name after dispatching another one. As he continues his reckless assault, one of Ye-jin's rats watches from the shadows, tracking his every move. Jae-hyun, who is monitoring the situation through her, confirms Sung-kyu's identity. He grows frustrated, however, noting that the man is recklessly spraying his very limited 100 rounds at every vampire he sees, and notes that the intelligence low-tier vampires are supposed to regain might be highly overrated. Dismissing the vampire's incompetence, he readies himself to intervene, admitting to himself that he never truly expected him to be able to kill An Sang-yeok. That's when he activates his storage ability, revealing his true plan for the rifle. And the M16 vanishes from Sung-kyu's hands, leaving him shocked and completely disarmed. As he starts to beg for more ammo, a female voice tells him to shut up. Stunned, he looks up to see who has appeared. A silver-haired female vampire emerges from the darkness, wondering what all the commotion is about. She smirks, mockingly welcoming back Sung-kyu, the exile who was kicked out. After being furious at her, he lunges forward with a curse, but she simply chides him for his foul language. And with a simple flick of her wrist, she commands her minions to attack. A swarm of the lowest-tier vampires emerges from the darkness and descends upon him. They easily overpower the disarmed vampire, pinning him to the ground. And as he struggles, she casually approaches, commenting on how boring the spectacle is, reminding him that he was thrown out in the first place because of how stupid he is. Then she mocks his weakness, pointing out that he can't even handle the lowest-tier vampires, which makes him scream profanities as she calls him a useless waste of food. Leaning in, she questions him about the gun he had, pointing to the bullet marks on the walls, and with her minions holding him down, she demands to know where he hid the weapon. However, in a final act of defiance, Sung-kyu spits directly in her face. But as her minions restrain him again, she simply sighs that stupid bastards like him don't tend to live very long. Her playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold fury as she gives a simple, deadly order to kill him. Hence, the feral vampires immediately descend on Sung-kyu, sinking their fangs into him. And his quest for revenge ends in a scream of pure terror. His hand twitches one last time as he lies dead on the pavement. And a system notification confirms his death, his vengeful mission ending in utter failure. Just then, the vampires who finish him off begin to notice different changes appearing in their bodies. Seo-yoon notes with a smirk that their nutritional condition was better than she thought, and also that her minions can evolve, a fact she was previously unaware of. She then orders them to search the area for a gun, so her newly evolved minions charge forward, ready to carry out her command. However, she suddenly pauses, detecting a strange and unfamiliar smell in the air. From his apartment, Jae-hyun knows that just like Sung-kyu, these vampires are vulnerable to firearms, and he prepares to exploit that weakness. And while they were fixated only on the guns that were a threat to them, one of Yejin's rats is carrying a gas canister to fill the second floor of the building. Seo-yoon looks up in horror, realizing the trap, but it's too late for her as our guy shouts towards Yejin and tells her to cut the link. With the area saturated in gas, he uses his power to summon a single, deadly item, a burning tissue, which ignites the gas, causing a massive explosion that engulfs the entire floor. And a flood of system notifications confirms the successful hunt of multiple low-tier and lowest-tier vampires. Back in his apartment, he lets out a sigh of relief. "Damn vampires," he mutters, unnerved by how close the nest was to his territory. He worries that if his territory expands again, the remaining vampires will be absorbed into his safe zone. Yejin asks if it's possible vampires are already inside their territory, forcing him to admit he can't rule out the possibility. She suggests imposing quests and sanctions on everyone, but he knows this would be a huge headache, and dismisses the idea as too extreme, explaining that sanctioning innocent people along with the guilty would cause a massive public backlash. She listens intently, understanding the difficult political situation he has to manage, knowing that branding people without proof would cause him to lose the support of his citizens. He acknowledges that there's a limit to what he can handle alone without stirring up chaos. As he wishes for a way to sort citizens by their tendencies, a system notification suddenly chimes, which announces that with 30,000 citizens, the achievement system has been unlocked. Jae-hyun is stunned by the new development, questioning what an achievement system even is. And when a concerned Yejin asks if something happened, he tells her to wait as he investigates the new feature. As he reads the system description, he learns he can now grant titles with custom effects, and a brilliant idea begins to form, which makes him immediately access the achievement settings to create a new rule for his community. He then sets the condition for the achievement, if someone kills a person with citizenship, after which, the system then prompts him to set the name and effects for the title that will be granted upon completion. He confirms with the system that it's possible for him to delete a title whenever he wants, giving him ultimate control. So he declares that if someone goes down the wrong path, he'll handle it personally, and sets the title name as Murderer, which will cause an 80% reduction in all stats, both hand-sealed and a visible Murderer brand on the forehead. The system quotes the steep price of 40 million won to set the achievement, plus another 4 million per title granted, which he confirms without hesitation, willing to pay any price for this new form of justice. And the system confirms that the new achievement setting has been completed. With a relieved smile, he announces that one of his major worries is solved, since he can now punish violent criminals through the system. And he can also brand violent criminals with a title that everyone in his territory can see. That's not all, he can also assign positive achievements, like Monster Hunter, to reward his citizens. And as Yejin begins to share another solution, he playfully tells her not to worry, as he's already found a solution to their vampire problem, which makes her beam with happiness and tell him that he is truly amazing. But her praise catches him off guard, and he suddenly blushes, internally admitting that he's been so focused on work that he hadn't noticed that Yejin is really pretty. Meanwhile, she just smiles, telling him that he's always being so humble. Just then, he is panicked by the doorbell, suddenly feeling self-conscious and overwhelmed by the awkward moment. Hyerin arrives, having received his message, and a flustered Jae-hyun quickly ushers her in. As she walks in, he reflects on how indispensable she is for handling large numbers of monsters. Therefore, before this upcoming vampire extermination operation, she is one of the most important people he had to call. And when she asks if they are going to start right away, He tells them to hold on, as there's something important they need to do first. Meanwhile, in a dark, dilapidated hideout, An Sang-yok holds a meeting with his vampire subordinates. He begins, his expression grim as his red eyes glow. "Everyone, listen up!" and announces that Shin Sai-rom is dead, shocking everyone at the table. The other vampires murmur in disbelief, questioning how their comrade could be dead after hearing an explosion on the first floor. He explains that the entire first-floor corridor exploded, and since the lowest-tier vampires heard gunshots, the attack was clearly intentional. One of his masked subordinates slams on the table, blaming those damn cops for the attack. And just because they left them alone, they forget their place. After which, a red-haired female vampire declares they need to kill them immediately and take their guns. However, another member calmly points out that it's not that simple, as their enemies have guns, making a direct war far too dangerous. But Sang-hyuk feels something is off, questioning how their enemies found the base and why they launched such a sudden, all-out attack. Troubled by the many things he doesn't understand about the raid. But even so, he decides to make the call, that what they have to do does not change. So they are going to attack them, which makes his followers erupt in cheers, eager to wipe out their enemies once and for all. But he clarifies their strategy. To minimize casualties, they won't fight head-on, but will instead exploit their enemies' short supply lines, and to use that situation to penetrate their defenses and bring them down from within. As he begins to announce who will lead the infiltration, his attention is suddenly drawn to the door. The vampires fall silent, turning toward the door as they hear an unexpected sound. The doorknob begins to turn, signaling an unwelcome visitor has found their hidden base. Before they can react, the entire door is blown off its hinges with a deafening blast. Barely clinging to life, his underling gasps that it's dangerous, and that they need to get out of here, right now. But, as they question what's going on, one of the rats jumps inside the room, which makes the underlings scream in terror, and shout at them to run. Noticing something strange about the rat, An Sang-yok understands the immediate danger, and orders his elite subordinates to jump out the window and escape. As they flee, however, some of them are caught and killed by the lingering poison mist. A brutal end for the unlucky few. However, the surviving elite vampires leap from the building, successfully escaping the gas-filled room. Although many low-tier vampires are killed in the assault, the key targets manage to get away. The most dangerous ones slipped right through their fingers. Watching remotely through his powers, Jae-hyun locks his sights on the fleeing vampire leader and instructs Ye-jin to follow him. Noting that while Yu Hairan's poison mist cleared out the weaklings, the leaders escaped. The high-level vampires who escaped will now be a much greater threat since they've been alerted. In other words, they've completely lost the element of surprise. And if they are left unchecked, they will simply regrow their swarm. Determined, he decides they must wipe out the remaining vampires while they still have the chance. But just then the scout rat is grabbed by the enemy. While they question about the origin of the rats, the terrified creature squeaks in pain as it's crushed in his hand, a cruel and casual display of power, which causes Ye-jin to scream in agony as she feels the psychic backlash from her rat's death, the painful price of her unique ability. After asking if she's all right, our guy realizes their failure to kill even one of the top-ranked vampires. And now they know about the poison fog and the rats used to spread it, which will make a repeat attack difficult. Considering the vampires might relocate their base, he asks her to keep an eye on their movement, and she wearily agrees. Considering the mental toll Ye-jin takes every time a rat dies, he concludes that their current strategy is no longer viable. He simply can't keep putting her through that kind of pain. So he resolves that to deal with the remaining vampire threat, he will need the help of his strongest allies, and decides the only party that can handle the vampires now is Dongjin's team. So he activates his ultimate eye skill to check on his primary combat unit. His vision shifts to the community gym, where his vassals are hard at work training. Dongjin benches an incredible amount of weight, showing significant growth in his strength, an impressive display of raw power. Meanwhile, Ga-young spots him and asks how the weight feels, to which he replies, "It's much lighter than he expected." She points out that he's lifting 350 kg, and he wonders if it's simply because of his recent hard training. And when he suggests her try, she nervously declines. Smiling reassuringly, he tells her it's all right and offers to help. Seeing no other way to get out of this, She resigns and gets into position on the bench press. He stands behind her as a spotter, telling her not to worry and to trust him. But once she begins to push, her eyes fly open in shock as she realizes she's actually lifting the weight. Astonished, she wonders how she is possibly managing to lift the heavy barbell, and asks Dongjun if he's secretly lifting it for her, but he just smiles and assures her he isn't doing a thing. Watching them, Jaehyun notes that although Dongjun still looked sad after returning from his tragic mission, he seems stronger now, and that the heavy atmosphere around him has faded, and he's glad to see his friend doing better. It's a huge relief to see his friend healing, which is probably thanks to the support from Gae-young and her family. Seeing that he is ready, Jaehyun decides it's time to check on the others, and his vision shifts to Deoksu's Steel Knight army, who are fiercely training against a group of orcs. The summoned knights efficiently cut down their monstrous opponents, and the soldiers' movements have become much more fluid and natural than before. As Gion approaches Deoksu, he confirms they've been training non-stop. Gion admits that after doing nothing but drinking, he finally came to his senses and realized he couldn't stay weak. A turning point for a man who had lost his way. So he also shows his new skill, which enables him to merge with his crow. After which, he proposes to venture out farther for their hunt. A system notification reveals that his crow command skill has evolved into crow synchronization, allowing fusion with a target whose closeness has reached 100. And at same time, Jaehyun is stunned to learn that skills can evolve through a user's own efforts. This is a completely unexpected development. He realizes Gion must have fused with the crow he had been raising, which will make scouting far more convenient. With Gion now able to fly, their scouting range has become enormous. This provides a massive strategic advantage. Seeing that Deoksu and Gion are also ready, he turns his attention to Byung-ho's group, and notes that they recently acquired a car, and has been hunting farther away from their base. Byung-ho worriedly asks if Deoksu and Gion are just drinking again today, but Yeonju reassures him, saying they should be left alone and that they will come to their senses on their own, confident that her strong comrades just need a little more time to heal. Jaehyun muses that while he wants to give them more time, the current situation doesn't allow for it. Unfortunately, the vampires won't wait for them to recover. He identifies this group as his ace party, the one that has received the most investment and wields overwhelming power. So he runs through the members of his core team, and continues his roster: Gion, Deoksu, Yeonju, Dajong, and Byung-ho. Having confirmed their readiness, he decides it's time to assemble them for the mission ahead, and concludes that this elite party is the only force capable of solving the vampire problem, and there's something important he needs to tell them. Inside the vampire hideout, one of Sang-hyuk's subordinates declares they must attack first, viewing the recent assault as a declaration of war, and that they can't simply stand by while their comrades have been killed by the rat bastard. They eagerly await his command, ready to move out and deal with their mysterious enemies. However, the more cautious, turtleneck-wearing vampire advises that they need to abandon their current hideout before doing anything else. But the masked guy is shocked by the suggestion of retreat. Still, his comrade warns that if their enemies attack the same way again, they will all be annihilated. A grim but realistic assessment of their situation. And while they question who they are up against, and wonder if it's those guys with the guns, Sang-hyuk steps in and states that it wasn't them. Sang-hyuk admits he doesn't know who they are, but he is certain of one thing, which is that group does not have anyone with abilities like this. Recalling the aftermath of the previous attack, he grimly recounts how the bodies of their fallen comrades simply vanished into thin air. Remembering how they were forced to escape through a window, he recalls seeing some of the low-tier vampires die from the poison mist right before his eyes. And as they took their last breaths, their bodies mysteriously dissolved into dark smoke and disappeared completely. A completely unnatural phenomenon. He connects this to what happened to Shin Se-rom, realizing her body didn't just vanish in the explosion, but disappeared in the same inexplicable way. Considering the gunshots, explosions, and poison-spewing rats, he concludes the series of attacks is far too complex to be the work of the cops, and theorizes that they are being targeted by a powerful, unknown group with mysterious abilities. Now terrified, the cautious vampire urges him that they must take the surviving vampires and flee immediately. because staying put while ignorant of their enemy's true nature is far too dangerous. The scene shifts to a flashback, where a mysterious figure asks the newly turned Sang-hyuk for his name, and then informs him that he will be leaving for a while. In the meantime, he bestows upon him a specific mission, which is to consume everyone in the apartment complex, grow his power, form a swarm, and rule over it. A chilling and ambitious command. A still cautious Sang-hyuk asks what he should do if a situation arises that he can't handle while he is away. Hu then praises his prudence, noting that the other fledglings only think about getting stronger. And, as a contingency, he promises to tell him his location, instructing him to seek him out only if a truly dangerous situation occurs. Returning to the present, Sang-hyuk calls for his subordinate, Gi-won, and asks him if he is the fastest among them, to which he nervously agrees. Sang-hyuk announces a change of plans. They won't be moving their base. Instead, they will wait for the enemy to come to them. A bold and incredibly dangerous gamble, and explains that their enemy will likely strike again soon, so they must act first. He then orders Gi-won to deliver a message before it's too late, and the message is for the one who made him, Jung Young-hoon. Gi-won must inform him that they desperately need his help. Elsewhere, in a blood-soaked room, a different story of vampire hierarchy is unfolding. A fledgling vampire gasps for air, begging for his life as he's being strangled. He pleads with his attacker, struggling to breathe and questioning why this is happening. He desperately reminds his attacker that they were all saved and turned into vampires when they were on the brink of death. And while another is throttled, he cries out, asking why they are being betrayed. The attacker is revealed to be the very sire. Sang-hyuk is trying to contact the sadistic, silver-haired Jung Young-hoon. And just like that, the story takes a horrifying turn. And when a terrified fledgling asks if they aren't the same kind, Young-hoon chillingly agrees that it's one way to look at it. Young-hoon condescendingly decides to explain the situation to his creation before finishing him off, and begins his lesson by stating that a vampire is, by nature, a monster that eats people. However, he brutally demonstrates that humans are lacking in nutrition and are not an efficient food source. But what happens when a vampire that is grown by eating many humans is, in turn, eaten by another vampire? It allows for the consumption of highly concentrated nutrients all at once. A truly monstrous philosophy. Young-hoon smiles sadistically, asking if he now understands the true reason he was turned. In short, they are not vampires. The only vampire there is himself. As his creation recoils in horror, Young-hoon closes in for the kill, and with a gleeful smile, he declares them to be nothing more than livestock before devouring him. In his eyes, they were never comrades, only food. After feeding, he remarks that his livestock has ripened nicely, but it's still not enough to satisfy him. So he decides it's time to harvest his other farm. And while he struggles to recall the location, Gi-won finally reaches his destination and announces himself as Sang-hyuk's subordinate. He quickly reports the attack in Daeyeon-dong and explains he was sent to request help, only to look up and see the carnage inside. He freezes, shocked to find the room filled with the slaughtered bodies of his fellow vampires. He's walked straight into a nightmare. Young-hoon looks up from the massacre with a sinister smile, a look of realization dawning on his face. They are the group he was just thinking about. Having finally remembered the location, he menacingly remembers the name of the district, Daeyeon-dong. It seems destruction is coming, not salvation. The scene cuts to that very night. Under a full moon, footsteps approach the vampire hideout. Jae-hyun's elite team has arrived, ready for battle. Dongjeon looks up at the apartment complex, confirming with his team that this is the place. As he gives the order to draw their weapons, everyone stands ready, acknowledging the command. And with cold determination, he declares their mission to exterminate every last vampire in the building. There will be no mercy. A flashback begins, taking us back to Jae-hyun's apartment before the raid. Dongjeon and his team are shocked as Jae-hyun reveals their next targets are vampires. So Jae-hyun confirms that he has assembled them specifically for this mission, and confirms the vampires' location in Daeyeon-dong and reports that they haven't made any moves yet. He confidently states that their team is strong enough to easily overwhelm even the best fighters the vampires have. However, he expresses his primary concern: the vampires were once human, and elaborates that, Because of this, they are inherently different from regular monsters. He warns them that killing beings who can talk and beg for their lives will be a brutal and psychologically taxing process. It's a grim reminder of the line they are about to cross, and cautions that the experience could end up breaking their hearts, which makes him wonder if they are truly prepared to go through with it. Dongjin acknowledges his concerns with a solemn nod, and states that, to survive in this changed world, it's something they must do at least once. Also one day, they might even have to kill actual humans, not just human-like monsters. A dark but necessary realization for survival. With a look of grim determination, he steels himself for what must be done, and then declares on behalf of his entire party that they will not hesitate. After he reassures our guy not to worry, he boasts that he and his party members aren't weak, promising that even if their hearts break, they will get back up again. Moved by their resolve, Jaehyun sees that they are stronger than he thought, and if things get too hard, they can always drown their sorrows in booze, like Deoksu or Jian. A relieved Jaehyun smiles, admitting he was worried for nothing and that having them on his side is reassuring. With that, the flashback ends as he sends his trusted team off, telling them he's counting on them. Back in the present, Sang-hyuk taps impatiently on a table. Annoyed that his messenger is late, he notes that more than enough time has passed for his return, wondering if something happened on that side as well. And as another guy scoffs that the coward probably ran off, he warns him to watch his mouth. The guy defends his doubt, stating that while Giwon is not the type to run, he still hasn't shown up, and as speculates that their messenger may have run into a powerful monster on the way. A powerful blue spear slices through the air and passes behind him. And just like that, the raid begins. A shocked Sang-hyuk can only stare in disbelief, and reels back in terror, wondering what just happened. All eyes turn to the spear now embedded in the wall, and as they look outside, Dongjin and his entire party have arrived, ready for battle. Gaeyoung looks on as Dongjin, his hand glowing with power, gives the order to begin the assault. The vampires are thrown into chaos as Sang-hyuk frantically orders them to mobilize. And as one of them lunges at Deoksu, he lifts up his halberd with a menacing look, and splits the stupid vampire into two with a single move, a brutal display of overwhelming strength. The remaining vampires watch in horror as their comrade is dispatched with ease. Questioning what they just witnessed, one of their strongest low tiers was defeated in a single blow. This single attack reveals the massive gap in their power. A system notification confirms the kill of a low-tier vampire, and the vampire's corpse disappears into dark energy, confirming their unnatural existence to the attackers. Meanwhile, more vampires emerge from a nearby rooftop, responding to their leader's call. He commands his forces to repel the intruders, no matter the cost. Rallied by the assault, he furiously orders them to defend the territory entrusted to them by Young-hoon. At the same moment, with a battle cry, Jaehyun's formidable team charges forward to wipe them out. The clash is immediate and brutal as Jaehyun's team tears through the vampire horde. It's a complete one-sided slaughter. As the vampires keep on falling one after the other, the vampires are utterly bewildered, wondering how they are being so overwhelmingly beaten by a smaller, more seasoned force. Realizing that they can't compete with them at all, Sang-hyuk knows he needs to find a way out of this disastrous situation. But his escape is cut short as Dongjin intercepts him and declares that they will never beat them. Because unlike the vampires who take from others, his team are the ones who have had everything taken from them. This powerful declaration explains the source of their resolve. Channeling his rage and grief, he unleashes a barrage of attacks. In his last moments, a desperate Sang-hyuk cries out to Young-hoon, pleading for him to remember their promise. Just then, something crashes through the ceiling and lands with incredible force. But Dongjin manages to dodge just in time and take a safe distance. Young-hoon, with emerging red, wing-like appendages, stands over the defeated Sang-hyuk and remarks that he's late because he grabbed a quick snack, a chillingly casual remark. The dying Sang-hyuk looks up, realizing he has finally arrived. But it's too late for the guy. Questioning whether his subordinate is already dead, Young-hoon complains that the freshness of his food has been ruined. So he menacingly turns to face Jaehyun's team, accusing them of tearing up his food storage. To him, they are nothing more than cattle. In the next scene, Deoksu's axe cleaves through the last of the lesser vampires, ending the immediate threat. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jian informs him that the area seems to be cleared for now. As he shifts his attention to Dongjian's side, his eyes widen in absolute shock at the scene unfolding before him. Clearly, something is very wrong. Looking up in disbelief at a strange object that just plummeted from the sky, he exclaims, "What is that?" Inside the building, an angered Dongjun retorts, completely baffled by the bizarre accusation from Young-hoon. Seething with frustration, he laments that he can't even eat now because the body begins to disappear in front of him. Just then, Jae-hoon urgently screams for him to fall back, identifying the enemy as a powerful high-tier vampire. But his enemy doesn't give him any time to react, and unleashes his power as a torrent of crimson energy and shadowy tendrils erupts from his body. And Dongjun is caught completely off guard as the immense force throws him outside the building. He's sent skidding violently across the pavement, unable to withstand the sheer power of the blow. A brutal display of the vampire's strength. And when his party cries out in alarm, he confirms that he managed to block the initial assault. By the way he was thrown, I was thinking he must have sustained some kind of injury. Struggling to his feet, he warns his team about the high-tier vampire's strength, while Young-hoon questions how they made the other vampires vanish without a trace. The vampire seems intrigued and sniffs the air as if sensing something unusual about the group. He muses aloud that humans are normally bland in taste and nutrition, finding it strange that this particular group is different. And a sinister, hungry grin spreads across his face as he asks why they smell so appetizing, even though they are just humans. A truly unsettling question. Blaming the party for wiping out his food, he declares that since his meal is gone, they will become his new food. With that, he lunges forward, his crimson tendrils lashing out to ensnare the knight. And even though the attack manages to destroy his headgear, he manages to stand his ground. But, as the enemy prepares to strike at a closer range, Byung-ho instantly vanishes from his spot and manages to teleport him away from the danger. Young-hoon watches this unfold with a flicker of interest, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. He then expresses his surprise, realizing a member of the party can teleport. A completely unexpected development. With grim determination, both men glare at the vampire, preparing for the next phase of the fight. Tapping into his evolved power, Deoksu bellows, "Arise!" summoning his spectral steel knight order to the battlefield, which makes the vampire grin with twisted amusement, finding the summoning of armored knights to be a fun new development. After which, Deoksu orders his summoned army to charge. Hence they begin marching towards the enemy. Unimpressed, Young-hoon casually deflects their initial assault, contemptuously dismissing the armored soldiers as mere toys. And his blood-red tendrils effortlessly tear through the ranks of the golem army as he declares they don't stand a chance. It seems the summoned knights are no match for him. But his arrogant smirk vanishes as he senses an unexpected threat. Ga-young stands right in front of him, bow drawn, aiming an arrow directly at him. And when she unleashes her arrow of light, it breaks into multiple projectiles while moving towards him, and sear his flesh, forcing a cry of pain from him. A direct hit, and it clearly hurts. Seeing an opening, Da-jung casts her enhance ability, enveloping Yeonju in a fiery aura. Roaring with newfound power, she charges forward, ready to tear the distracted vampire apart. But the vampire quickly recovers. He stops her charge towards him with his ability, and then smashes her to the ground. But Ga-young doesn't stop her assault and takes advantage of the moment, firing another arrow of light. Learning from his mistake, Young-hoon sneers, declaring that he won't fall for the same trick twice. But the arrow changes its path and pierces him from behind. An absolutely brilliant feint. His eyes bulge in disbelief and agony as he notices that it's not over yet. With the vampire momentarily immobilized, Jian swoops in, calling out to Dongjin to coordinate their attack. Following up immediately, Dongjin, now wreathed in the mysterious purple energy, issues a simple, deadly command, DII. He unleashes a cataclysmic blast of purple energy from above, completely engulfing the high-tier vampire, and then jumps back to a safer distance. But the fight isn't over yet, and from the smoke and dust, the silhouette of Young-hoon emerges, who dazedly asks if they are even human, admitting that this is the first time he's ever struggled this much, which is forcing him to finally go all out. In other words, he hasn't been taking this fight seriously until now. His eyes lock onto Gayoung, and his face contorts with rage while he vows to eliminate the biggest threat on the field. He mockingly tells her that if she had just stayed still, she might have lived a little longer. And, with a blinding speed, he appears directly in front of Gayoung, ready to strike. He snarls as he prepares to deliver a fatal blow. But instead of fear, a confident smirk appears on her face. She doesn't seem worried in the slightest. With the trap sprung, she declares, "Checkmate," as a system window for Jae-hyun's ability appears right in front of him. Confused by her confidence, he glances back just as a system window announces a 20-kilodrebe plate summon, and his eyes widen in horror as the weight plate materializes directly at his face. Gayoung watches with satisfaction, calling the vampire an idiot as the summoned weight plate smashes down, crushing his skull. A perfectly executed trap. After some time, the team wonders about the high-tier vampire's abilities as his smashed head begins to heal. And as he gains consciousness, his shattered face continues to knit itself back together, a truly horrifying sight. As he struggles to move, they explain that while he was busy regenerating, they fed him a potent neurotoxin, leaving him shocked and paralyzed. It's a clever and effective trap. With Young-hoon completely incapacitated, Dongjin plants his foot on his chest, demanding that he start answering their questions if he wants to live. Yet he merely scoffs at the prey threatening him, finding his situation utterly pathetic. Even in this state, his arrogance is incredible. Mockingly, he asks if they're curious about where the vampires came from, a sinister grin spreading across his face. He reveals they are the new humanity, blessed and granted strength by a mysterious, powerful being. But who that being is, even he doesn't know exactly. But when Dongjeon demands the location of the other vampires, which he does know, the vampire tells him not to get cocky and impales himself with his own hand, stating that wiping out the entire vampire threat won't be a simple task. A desperate and shocking decision. He laughs maniacally, boasting that while the other high tiers are weak, he won't be taken down so easily. So he would like to see them try. With that, his life ends after he mocks them to work to the bone. Jae-hyun immediately receives notifications confirming he's hunted both a middle tier and a high tier vampire, flooding his wallet with over 19 billion won. The rewards are absolutely staggering. The system then announces that he's killed the leader of the Daeyeon complex, granting him the ability to build a new outpost and increasing his skill levels. This massive influx of EXP pushes his House Declaration skill to level 25, triggering another massive and painful territory expansion. And when he collapses to the floor, reeling from the intense pain of the forced skill up, Seo Ye-jin rushes to his side and worriedly asks if his territory expanded again, knowing how much it affects him. She voices her concern, noting that he ends up like this every time his territory grows and asking if he's truly okay. To which Jae-hyun manages a weak smile, realizing she has been by his side for many of these expansions, and reassures her that the pain is only temporary. Pushing through the pain, he asks for a status report on the vampire hideout, and she confirms the area is now clean. Just then, over the communication ring, Dongjin reports that they've searched the complex as ordered, and there are no survivors left in the complex, just as they suspected. He then dismisses his team, telling them to return and get some rest. He then turns to Ye-jin, thanking her for her hard work and telling her to head back as well. And just as she's about to leave, she hesitantly calls out to him, a look of concern on her face. She gently reminds him that rest is important for him too, so he shouldn't push himself too hard. A small but meaningful gesture. He smirks, surprised he looked so worn out, and thanks her for the concern. However, he can't rest yet, as he turns his attention to a new task, the achievement system. Worrying about the vampires also getting in the safe zone after expansion along with the rest, he decides the best solution is to create a specific achievement for vampires that will neutralize them upon becoming citizens. He's thinking ahead to solve a problem before it even begins. Using the system interface, he begins setting up the new achievement, outlining its conditions for any vampire who obtains citizenship. He sets the effect to severely restrict their abilities and place a visible mark on their face. With the vampire problem preemptively handled, he decides to use the 3 skill points he just gained, and immediately knows where to put the first point, choosing to upgrade his store skill. The upgrade to level 6 increases the number of listable items to 1,000 and grants a 30 discount on all products. He realizes that every even-numbered level adds a 10 discount, but is caught off guard by an unexpected new feature. A notification announces that the enchants function has been unlocked, and an enchant workshop has been added to his build list. An unexpected but welcome surprise. Intrigued by this unexpected bonus, he enters construction mode to check it out, and the system displays the new enchant workshop, a facility that can be used to enhance equipment or grant it magical effects. Seeing the 500 million won construction cost, he decides to place the relatively small workshop next to his store, and initiates construction for the enchant workshop in Unit 2001, noting the 72-hour build time. However, he's surprised to see an option for immediate completion. He points at the new option on the system screen, confirming what he's seeing, and the system prompts him, asking if he wants to use 8 crystals to instantly complete the workshop's construction. Looks like each crystal cuts about 10 hours off the build time, and with 100 crystals remaining, he weighs his options, considering he needs 300 for a powerful mystic draw. He decides against it, knowing the insanely good functions of items like his ring and crown make the mystic draw a higher priority, and so he cancels the immediate completion. It's a smart long-term play. The system confirms the cancellation, and he reaffirms his strategy to save crystals for the mystic draw whenever possible. Turning his attention to his remaining 2 skill points, he decides to be more prudent, and decides to save his last 2 skill points for later, resolving to be more careful with their allocation. With that settled, he steps out onto his balcony, looking over the city he now protects. Across the city, restoration and repair work are in full swing, led by the relief and construction teams, and his citizens work diligently to rebuild their city and their lives. From his vantage point, he can see the active effort to bring the city back from the brink of destruction. Damaged roads are being fixed and abandoned vehicles cleared, allowing a small number of cars to run again. He even sees a mother taking her child to one of the newly opened schools, a sign that education and normalcy are returning. At long last, people's daily lives are slowly being restored. This is what he has been fighting for. He can't let vampires trample over the daily life and happiness his people have barely reclaimed. But as Yajin said, rest is important too. So he removes his crown and settles onto the couch, letting out a sigh of relief. He closes his eyes, promising himself he'll just rest for a little while. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a different, desolate city, where an unknown figure surveys a scene of carnage. The figure, a muscular man, recognizes the death of his young Hoon, and contemptuously notes that the spineless bastard finally died. It seems there's no love lost between these vampires. Standing over the bloody remains of his victims, the vampire progenitor sets his sights on a new target, Busan. While sleeping, he finds himself in a dark, watery void, utterly confused and alone. Recognizing the unsettling atmosphere of a dreamscape, he cautiously surveys his surroundings. Suddenly, he's jolted by an accusatory voice from his past asking, "Jae-hyun, why did you do that?" His guilt manifests as the spectral forms of his vassals' dead families, all questioning why he didn't save them. A literal nightmare born from his own conscience. Wailing that their families are dead and the pain is unbearable. Cornered by their belief that he can do anything, a panicked Jae-hyun screams in denial. The weight of everyone's expectations is clearly crushing him. Then the vision changes to Kim Ga-young, who tearfully cradles her deceased father, crying out that he isn't breathing, pleading that he has the power to save their loved one. A memory of Yeonju surfaces, reminding him of his promise that her goodbye to Siwoo wouldn't be the last. Showing her an immense grief for her son weighs heavily on him. He even fears that she thinks he didn't revive Siwoo because of the monetary cost, adding to his torment. His mind is his own worst enemy right now. Ghostly hands, born from his immense guilt, begin to grasp at him from all directions, pulling him deeper into psychological torment. With a final scream, he's violently jolted awake from the terrifying dream. Wiping away a cold sweat, he tries to rationalize the vivid horror as just another nightmare, and tells himself it's likely due to seeing so many corpses, yet admits this one felt different. This wasn't just a random bad dream, it hit way too close to home. His thoughts then drift to Yanju. And why hasn't she contacted him yet? Because a vampire of this level should have been enough to justify giving her a quest. So he decides to speak with her directly and summons her to his apartment. And when she arrives, with a welcoming smile, he invites her to come inside first. And she agrees as he states there's something he'd like to discuss with her. Over a warm drink, he listens as she confirms that she understands why he called, and then begins to explain her decision not to ask for her son to be brought back another time. And when he apologizes for being blunt, but she kindly reassures him that his feelings came through clearly, and starts to recount the change in her perspective, which began on the day she was reunited with her son. It was a miracle of meeting Siwoo again, an experience she says was all thanks to him. However, after that wonderful moment, her perspective started to shift. The profound grief of witnessing Ga Young's father's death and seeing her other companions lose their families, and seeing how much everyone else was hurting and struggling made her realize many important things. She reveals her fear that if she kept insisting on seeing Siwoo, it would inevitably become a problem for their community, and that others would start clinging to their lost loved ones, threatening to plunge their fragile society back into chaos. She's thinking about the good of the entire community, not just herself. So she doesn't want Siwoo to become a seat of conflict. Because everyone is carrying a similar pain, yet they all find the strength to go on living. She came to a conclusion that there was no need for her alone to be any different, a truly mature decision. With sincere gratitude, she thanks him for granting her the miracle of a final goodbye with Siwoo, and that having the time to say a proper goodbye still feels like a dream. As she says the experience brought her great comfort, Jaehyun is struck by how much her expression has changed. He sees a montage of her journey, from a crying, unstable woman to the composed person sitting before him now, which gives him a sense of relief, noticing the calm and stability in her gentle expression, a world away from how she was before. The change is truly remarkable. He thanks her for coming, but she quickly returns the sentiment, insisting she should be the one thanking him. With a final glance back, she once again thanks him for looking after her. As she departs for the night, she wishes him well, leaving Jaehyun alone with his thoughts. Watching her go, he feels keenly that she has become far more of an adult than he is. The words of comfort meant for herself have instead come back to comfort him. In a strange way, her own healing has helped to heal him too. With the crushing weight of his guilt finally lifted, he feels he can at last sleep peacefully. Several weeks pass in the blink of an eye. In the ruins of the city, a fierce firefight rages on against a horde of monsters. Goblins are cut down by a hail of bullets from his citizens. After clearing out a wave of enemies, Sun Yap's hunting party finally gets a moment of respite. A system alert confirms their quest is complete, rewarding them with a small amount of experience. Glad to have finally hit his daily target, Sun Yob asks the siblings how many targets they have left, and one replies that he has about 5 more. He then cavalierly decides to leave, telling them to finish the rest of the hunt by themselves. But he brushes off their complaints, stating that he's clocking out and they need to learn some independence. And with a dismissive sneer, he tells the brats they can't keep relying on other people forever. Not exactly the supportive type. Though shocked by his attitude, one of them reluctantly agrees that they'll handle the rest, and reminds his brother that things only get harder for them when he isn't around to help. Hu then grits his teeth, acknowledging that they must manage on their own despite the difficulty. A flashback reveals that their current hardship is the price for cowardly running away during the Cyclops attack. So Jaehyun assigned them an intense, repeating daily hunting mission as punishment. The penalty for failure is a minute of unbearable agony, so intense they thought they were going to die. This explains why they're so desperate to complete the quest. A hunting hell where failure brings pain so severe it makes one wish for death. They are forced to admit to themselves that they regret their cowardly actions on that fateful day to their very core. The punishment, though harsh, is having its intended effect. On their way back to the settlement, one of them sighs, admitting that while the daily monster hunts are tough, they are certainly not without their benefits, suggesting they celebrate their haul by grabbing some meat before heading home. Moon Ji-hoon readily agrees to a BBQ party, reflecting that their forced hunting missions haven't been entirely bad. In fact, He muses that the daily grind has actually improved their financial standing significantly. Returning to their apartment, they announces their arrival to a welcoming elderly woman, who greets them warmly, asking what they brought back this time. To which he happily hands over a bag of meat for grilling, relieved that they no longer have to worry about affording such things. That's probably why he keeps thinking about something these days. That perhaps, compared to before, things are better this way. Just then his brother calls out to him and congratulates him on another good day, hoping to give their all again tomorrow. To which he smiles, agreeing that he also did a great job during their hunt, and then reflects on how the world changed when Jae-hyun appeared, creating safe zones and a system where effort was fairly rewarded. Before the world fell apart, he graduated from a no-name college and earned a pitiful salary while working at a black company. Those days were less about living and more about simply enduring life. Compared to those hopeless times, his current situation is a massive improvement. Even if this new life is tiring, it's overflowing with a vitality he never experienced before. Looking out at the beautiful, peaceful moon, he feels a sense of calm, and credits it entirely to Jae-hyun, knowing he could never have dreamed of such a life without him. Yet, he's still plagued by regret for abandoning Jae-hyun's request and running away with Seung-yup like a coward. Clenching his fists, he makes a solemn vow to himself that he will not disappoint Jae-hyun again, and hopes that this peace continues forever. But suddenly, his eyes snap open in shock as something unexpected happens, and a brilliant golden aura erupts around his body, stunning him into silence. A system notification announces that Moon Jae-hoon's loyalty has reached 100, registering him as a vassal and granting him the A-rank ability, Cold Aura. Just then, Jae-hyun telepathically reaches out to greet his newest vassal. Ji-hoon is startled by the disembodied voice in his head, but our guy calmly reassures him of his identity. After that, Ji-hoon stammers a hello, wondering why the man is suddenly contacting him, to which our guy studies his new stats and tells him they have something important to discuss. With a slight smirk, he cryptically asks if he will be free early the next morning. The next morning arrives, sunny and clear. Anxious and wringing his hands, he sits in stunned silence, realizing the rumor that Jae-hyun can grant supernatural powers must be true. And when Jae-hyun offers him some coffee, almost jumps from his seat in surprise. Thinking about certain rumors circulating among the citizens, he believes that those chosen by him would gain supernatural powers, and with his new ability, Cold Aura, which is granted to him by Jae-hyun, hunting difficulty will definitely decrease. Just then, Jae-hyun places a cup of freshly made coffee on the table for the still astonished young man, and officially congratulates Ji-hoon on his new vassal status. He then informs him that he is releasing his party from their mandatory punitive quests. Overjoyed by the news, Ji-hoon realizes that the mandatory nature of their daily hunts will finally be gone. However, Jae-hyun adds a stern warning: if they shirk their duties again, the penalty will not be so light. With the pleasantries out of the way, he gets to the main reason for their meeting, and asks if he plans on continuing to hunt with his existing party members. He explains that he summoned Ji-hoon because he felt his powerful new ability would be wasted on low-level monster hunts. Putting him on the spot, Jae-hyun asks for his honest thoughts on the matter. After a moment of deliberation, Ji-hoon clenches his fist and declares that he no longer wishes to be with Baek Seung-yup and requests to bring his younger brother into a new party instead. Jae-hyun agrees to his terms, deciding to assign both Jae-hyun and his brother to Lee Jun-yok's water user party. But before finalizing the transfer, he extends an unexpected proposal, and then asks if Ji-hoon and his brother would be willing to form a contract of subordination with him, leaving the young man speechless. Ji-hoon eagerly accepts the honor. Sometime later, his younger brother, Moon Sang-hoon, also arrives. Jae-hyun had summoned Moon Sang-hoon to explain the terms of the contract to both brothers, and successfully completed the contract. Jae-hyun confirms his theory about inherited abilities as both brothers manifest Cold Aura, with Sang-hoon also gaining a Freezing Burst skill, and surmises that their combined ice powers will create incredible synergy with Lee Jun-yok's water abilities. After sending the newly empowered brothers off, he feels hopeful that he has just formed a new ace party to rival Ha Dong-jun's. However, his strategic planning is cut short by a system notification he hasn't seen in a while, alerting him to approaching survivors. noting that it's been some time since new people have approached his territory. So he pulls up the citizen information window to get details on the newcomers, and his finger hovers over the expel button as he analyzes the new information. He's surprised to discover the leader of the new arrivals is a high-level survivor named Yu Hankel, who possesses an A-rank skill. Therefore, he decides to take a closer look at the approaching group using his ultimate eyes, and notices that Yu Hankel's party is heavily armed and deduces it couldn't have been easy to reach level 39, even with an A-rank ability. Realizing Yu Hankel and his group have been actively hunting with firearms, Jaehyun decides he must confiscate their weapons before granting them citizenship, and uses his system powers to store all their weapons, and then assigns them a quest to come to him. With his plan set, he prepares to welcome the new survivors. However, he's immediately caught off guard by a second, unexpected alert for another potential citizen. Finding it strange that it's just a single person this time, he brings up the information window once more. And the moment he activates his ultimate eyes, he is left completely stunned to find a powerful being standing outside his barrier, looking over his territory. The system presents him with the option to grant citizenship to this mysterious new arrival, who is revealed to be a level 50 high-tier vampire, the very same one who had previously set his sights on Busan. Our guy identifies the new arrival and immediately offers him citizenship. Confident that the vampire will accept the offer to enter his territory, he prepares his trap, and reasons that while controlling all 50,000 citizens is difficult, controlling a single problematic individual is simple. His plan is to use quest assignments and the penalty of death to completely neutralize the vampire the moment he becomes a citizen. However, to his shock, a system notification declares that the vampire progenitor has refused citizenship. Just then, the vampire winds up his arm and gets ready to unleash his immense strength against the barrier. Although the barrier holds against his barrage of punches, system alerts warn Jaehyun of the unauthorized entry attempt. Stunned by the vampire's raw power, Jaehyun wonders what the creature is trying to accomplish, who then begins to strain, channeling all of his power into a single, overwhelming fist. And the force of his attack creates a massive shockwave that cracks the ground all around him. Yet, despite the massive assault, the barrier remains intact, sending out ripples of energy from the point of impact. Having failed to break through, he pauses to assess the situation, and inspects his fist, which is now half gone from punching the formidable barrier. But then it begins to smoke and regenerate, demonstrating his powerful vampiric abilities. Jaehyun watches cautiously, recognizing that this new enemy is incredibly dangerous, and admits that while he couldn't break the barrier, his sheer power is not to be underestimated. Analyzing the attack, he concludes from the shockwave alone that this vampire's strength surpasses even that of the Cyclops, and that vampires might possess skills similar to the awakened abilities of humans, because the high-tier vampire Young Yong-hoon could manipulate his own blood as a weapon, and that this guy's blood-infused power must be a similar type of ability. On the other side, after testing the barrier with his blood-infused fist, the progenitor contemplates the result. He muses that the shockwave he created, spreading across the entire massive barrier, was insane. And a grin spreads across his face as he comprehends the scale of power he is facing. He realizes that an existence capable of maintaining such a powerful barrier must be incredibly strong. And with a look of realization dawning in his eyes, he deduces that Jung Young-hoon's death was caused by this incomprehensibly powerful being. He even questions whether that person, who's at the peak, could exert power on this scale. Wait a second, now there's another guy who is stronger than him. How high is this hierarchy is going to go? What do you guys think? Moving on, he decides this isn't a problem he can resolve alone. So he decides to retreat for now. However, unwilling to let the dangerous vampire escape, Jaehyun uses his ring to summon Seo Yejin. Determined to track his new foe, he orders her to his house immediately. And as the vampire then begins his retreat, walking along the K120 subway line, Yejin's rats keep tracking his movement. On the other side, Jaehyun demands to know his location as Yejin struggles to maintain the connection. She reports that he's passing Shin Hyundai Station on the Donghai line just before the psychic link begins to strain. And as the connection is severed, he reassures her, mentioning that Dongjin's party is also in pursuit, to which she lets out a sigh of relief, while he ponders if the vampire is heading all the way to Jijonggun. He was trying to learn the vampire's headquarters by watching him, but wonders why he specifically chose the Donghai line, and that the Donghai line connects Busan to Taiwagang Station in Ulsan, leading him to an unsettling thought. What if the vampire headquarters is in Ulsan? Which makes him consider the grim implications of an entire city of 1 million people becoming nourishment for a vampire army. And that if the progenitor returns leading a horde of high-tier vampires, the consequences will be dire, which is a worst-case scenario that he absolutely cannot ignore. Having made his decision, he turns to his team, who are seen pursuing the target. He calls out to Dongjian and initiates Plan B, ordering his team not to let the vampire escape alive. Who, understanding the gravity of the new plan, acknowledges the order. Elsewhere, one of Yu Hankel's men is shocked to find that his backpack, which contained his gun, is now empty. And panic erupts among the new survivors as they all discover their firearms have vanished. One guy yells at Hankel, blaming him for bringing them here and demanding he take responsibility for their missing weapons. After taking a step back, Hankel tries to explain that they will change their minds once they see the situation for themselves, and pleads with another companion to listen. However, the man argues that without guns, moving around is too dangerous and he can't do anything. Hankel tries to reassure him, reminding him that he was told there were no monsters in this place. But the man scoffs, questioning who would believe such a claim in these desperate times. Hankel stammers, trying to reason with his skeptical companion, but the man reminds him that while he knows about his ability, the current situation still makes no sense. Another survivor chimes in, saying they're being asked to risk their lives on his word without their weapons. Suddenly, quest windows appear in front of Hankel and his entire party, which clearly shocks them all, and a system window displays their new party quest. Find their way to room 3002 in building 114 for a small amount of experience. In the next scene, Dongjian's party continues their mission and keep on tracking the vampire. From the sky, Jian spots his target and announces it to his team, after which Jaehyun decides the time is right to unleash his strategy. Commencing Plan B, he opens his system storage. Swooping down from above, Jian releases a thick cloud of Hiren's deadly poison mist, which gathers in front of the vampire, catching him off guard. Taking the opportunity, Byung-ho suddenly teleports behind him with a rifle in hand. Without hesitation, he takes the aim and unloads his clip, riddling the powerful vampire's back with bullets. Surprised, the vampire questions who would dare fire a gun at him out of nowhere. And as his wounds smoke, the enraged progenitor whirls around, demanding to know his attacker's identity. He prepares to retaliate, demanding his foe reveal their identity, lunging forward with incredible speed. But Byung-ho teleports in just in time and retreats back to Gae-young's position, who then coldly states that she has nothing to say to the likes of him, and draws her bow and unleashes her signature move. The arrow narrowly misses, yet its impact creates a massive shockwave on the ground. This makes the vampire scoff at her audacity, questioning her right to speak to him with such disrespect. But it also makes him realize that they already know about his identity. Not giving him much time to think, Deok-soo steps in and calls out to his shadow soldiers to attack. The progenitor, however, effortlessly dodges the attack and jumps into the poison mist, which our guy considers to be a foolish choice, certain that the vampire cannot avoid inhaling the poison entirely. He believes that once the paralysis toxin penetrates his body, tracking him will become simple. However, that this is only the first part of his multi-layered ambush, because the rest of the team, including, is already waiting on the other side of the mist. He then contacts them, ordering Dongjin and Yenju to buy as much time as possible. But just as he's about to continue, his senses scream that something has gone terribly wrong. Inside the mist, the vampire eyes glow with immense power as he begins to make his move. With a single, mighty smash, he unleashes a shockwave that completely disperses the poison mist. After the raw display of power, he now understands that they are no ordinary humans. With a fiery aura, he confirms their suspicions, that they are the ones who killed Young-hoon. Now Jae-hyun understands that the vampire wasn't trying to escape into the mist at all. Instead, He had used the mist as cover to buy time and unleash his true abilities. And when Deoksu's knights charge at him, with utter contempt, he calls them mere playthings, and bellows for them to get out of his way as he shatters them with a single punch, after which Deoksu moves to intercept and bring his halberd down on the enemy for a vertical slash, but before he can land the hit, the vampire punches him straight into the chest and sends him flying back until Byung-ho teleports to his side, attempting to pull him from the fight. But the vampire is too fast, catching Byung-ho by the neck in mid-teleport. Catching him by his leg in mid-teleport. With a sinister glare, he declares that everyone on this battlefield will die, and then slams him into the ground with incredible force. Witnessing the brutal encounter, Ga-young tries to provide support, but as she draws her bow, the vampire appears behind her, telling her she should be more worried about herself, and strikes her down before she can even react. Watching another comrade fall, Dongjeon screams in fury and unleashes his spear at the enemy. Yet, the vampire effortlessly evades it with a slight tilt of his head. And when they advance for a dual attack, he lifts both of his arms up with a murderous aura and pounds them both into the ground with all his might. While complimenting on their strength for mere humans, he tells them to lie there and watch, and then turns his attention to the rest of the team preparing to crush them next. Meanwhile vowing to drain every last drop of their blood and have them for dinner. But as they brace for the impact, a massive pillar of blue lightning strikes the battlefield, which stops the vampire on his track. A figure appears amidst the lightning, who apologizes for his late arrival. He turns to the fallen heroes, asking if they are his son's friends. And then, with a reassuring smile, he formally introduces himself as Kim Jae-hyun's father. Just moments before his father's arrival, Jae-hyun knew that Dongjoon's party will catch up to their targets soon, and given that they have dealt with high-tier vampires before, he doesn't think there's much to worry about. But the real problem is that guy's level, which is 50. And if he considers how significant even a single level difference becomes at higher levels, it's definitely not something he can ignore. So he decides not to risk such a massive loss, and concludes that he needs to arrange for some powerful insurance. Meanwhile, debating whether to call upon his strongest secret weapon to intervene in the lopsided battle. Back in the present, his father tells the team to rest for a bit, because from now on he will handle this, asking if he thinks of himself as some kind of savior. The vampire gets ready to make his move. He scoffs that his arrival changes nothing. Once he defeats and absorbs him, he'll only become stronger. But Dong-yuk simply assumes his fighting stance, and blasts the vampire's jaw with a kick from below, before he can even finish his sentence, which makes him reel in disbelief, shocked that a mere human's kick could pierce his body enhancement, a defense that can stop even bullets. But before the vampire can regain his footing, Dong-yuk shifts his stance once more, this time gathering energy into his fist. From the sidelines, the wounded members of the elite party watch in awe as their savior single-handedly turns the tide, after which he unleashes his fist upon the enemy, creating a massive beam of energy that blasts through the enemy's chest and tearing through the desolate city street. With the immediate threat neutralized, he then takes a moment to catch his breath and casually remarks that the situation has been roughly cleaned up. With a reassuring smile, he congratulates the team on their hard work and proposes to head back now. The defeated vampire progenitor, his body smoking, weakly admits his loss. He laments his defeat, unable to understand how he could lose to a middle-aged human after being strengthened by his master's blood. As he disintegrates into dark energy, he apologizes to a mysterious figure named Vlad for failing to fulfill his will. Back in his apartment, Jae-hyun is bombarded with system notifications announcing the vampire's death and a massive influx of EXP, causing a skill to level up. Meanwhile, in another location, a voice, likely Vlad's, declares that In-seok is dead, prompting him to address someone named Seo Nuri, with a command to go to Busan, which she accepts without hesitation. Back with Jae-hyun, the sudden surge of EXP from the vampire's defeat triggers another agonizing, involuntary territory expansion. And once he calms down, Yejin rushes to his side, offering him a cup of water to help him recover. Concerned, she asks if he's all right after the painful expansion, but he reassures her that he's fine. Taking a sip of water, he feels a wave of relief, glad that he sent his father in time. He knew his father was strong because of the bloodline buff, but he did expect him to be this overwhelmingly strong. Even his elite party, with all their buffs, was no match for the enhanced protective energy surrounding his father. He is glad he called his father in as a contingency, just as a new system notification appears, which alerts him that Citizen Moon Byung-ho has completed all his daily quests, and they are now being evaluated. He recalls setting up 3 daily quests for Dongjin's party, and while they had been diligent in completing their quests, he honestly wasn't expecting a significant reward. As the evaluation completes, he idly wonders what new stat might increase, hoping for something useful like pain resistance. But to his utter shock, the result is something far greater than he could have imagined. A system message joyfully announces that he's hit the jackpot and obtained a rare and valuable skill point, which makes him overjoyed, meanwhile thanking Byung-ho for his incredible contribution. So far, he had received countless daily quest rewards, but this is only second time he's ever gotten a skill point, and both times were thanks to Byung-ho. Joking that Byung-ho will forever be a support character, his good mood is noticed by CO Yejin. He ecstatically tells a confused Yejin that he won the lottery, before sheepishly clarifying that the news is just as good. Deciding how to use his new asset, he considers leveling up his store skill further, anticipating he'll fill the slots before level 30. Still, he knows he can't afford to waste such a valuable, free skill point on just anything. As he scrolls through his options, his eyes land on an intriguing choice: Ultimate Shut-in's Health, making him wonder if leveling up this particular skill might lessen the agonizing pain from his territory expansions. However, he quickly dismisses the idea as too risky, fearing he'd waste the point on a useless regeneration buff instead. After a moment of hesitation, he makes up his mind. Opting for the safer choice, he decides to upgrade his Ultimate Shut-in's Dignity Preservation skill. Hence, the skill successfully levels up to 6, leaving him speechless by the unexpected result. A notification flashes, informing him that a brand new function has been added to his abilities. Meanwhile, far from his territory, the ruins of another major city come into view. A fallen sign reveals the location to be Ulsan Metropolitan City, which is swarming with low-tier vampires, indicating a massive infestation. From a high vantage point, Seo Nuri recalls her fallen subordinates, Jung Young-hoon and Go In-seok. She muses that the slayers in Busan somehow managed to kill 2 true vampires who had received power directly from that person. Looking towards her destination, she manifests butterfly-like wings from her blood skill and gets ready to move. Meanwhile, wondering what kind of monster lives in Busan. Inside his apartment, Jae-hyun begins to strategize, considering the movements of the powerful vampire they recently encountered. There's a strong possibility that the main vampire base is located in the city of Ulsan, suggesting that the entire city might have already fallen under their influence. Ulsan's population of over 1 million people would have served as a massive source of nourishment for the vampires, so that this would have naturally led to the creation of many more high-tier vampires. Speculating that an even more powerful being must be leading them, he puts the question to his team directly, asking if they have the confidence to face 2 or more high-tier vampires at once. Dongjin honestly admits that such a battle wouldn't be easy, which makes our boy think about artificially leveling up his registered vassals by spending his own money, and that if he invests enough to raise Dongjin's party to level 50, they'll stand a decent chance of winning. But just as he balks at the cost of hundreds of billions, his father confidently claims he could handle 3 or 4 of them by himself. And if Jae-hyun's mother joins him, it would be even more certain, a statement his son knows is far from an exaggeration. He recalls the immense power his father gains from the King's Blessing skill, an effect that's amplified whenever he's with his mother. Plus, with Dajon's blessing added to the mix, his father might actually be able to wipe out all the high-tier vampires alone. Despite this, he wonders if even his father's immense power could handle the mysterious entity that the other high-tier vampires revere. Seeing him lost in thought over the lack of information, Jian volunteers for a solo mission, announcing that he will head to Ulsan to scout the situation. Thanks to his ability, he can make a quick trip and return safely, acknowledging that he could certainly cover the distance to Ulsan quickly. But if Ulsan is truly a vampire den, the reconnaissance could become extremely dangerous. But Jian smiles with confidence, assuring his son that it's a necessary risk. Finally, our boy concedes, agreeing to the plan but telling him to just buy a little time if he runs into danger. He promises to use his vassal summon skill to pull him back to safety immediately if needed, telling him that he's counting on him. Meanwhile, the female vampire soars through the night sky. She reflects on the deaths of her subordinates, acknowledging they were strong even for high-tier vampires. So she resolves to be extremely careful in her investigation. Just as she decides to check quickly and head back, she notices something ahead and wonders aloud how a tree could possibly grow that big. She deduces that this mysterious tree must be what killed her subordinates. Then, her sharp eyes catch movement near the tree's base, something that seems out of place. Her surprise turns to disbelief as the entire building complex suddenly blazes with light. Questioning how it's possible for anyone to be using electricity in this post-apocalyptic world, she descends, determined to get a closer look at the impossible sight. However, her approach is violently halted as she crashes into an invisible, no-entry barrier surrounding the territory, which offers her the chance to acquire citizenship. Deeming it too dangerous to continue, she retreats, wondering what kind of strange place she has stumbled upon. From her perspective, this is the only place on Earth the apocalypse never reached. Wisely, she chooses to retreat, flying back into the dark sky to report her findings. Back inside, our boy clicks his tongue in annoyance, lamenting that a winged vampire got away. His citizenship offer was rejected again, a move that would have given him a complete advantage, and he could have both contained her and used her to spread false information to her allies. Still, there's a limit to the intel she can take back with her. He deduces that she can, at most, report on the world tree, the transparent barrier, and the citizenship offer. He notes with alarm that this new, high-tier vampire appeared in less than a day, a much faster reaction than the month it took previously, which makes him wonder if the vampires can sense the deaths of their own kind. Still, this response gave him a crucial opening, and he was able to pinpoint their exact location because Jion, in his crow form, is already tailing her. And as long as Jion avoids combat and maintains distance, there should be no problem. His intense strategy session is interrupted when his father suddenly calls out to him, who holds up a bottle of soju, suggesting it's been a while, and invites his son to talk for a moment. To sweeten the deal, he has even prepared some special snacks for the occasion. As they sit across from each other, our boy asks what he wants to talk about. He politely refuses a drink, stating that he's in the middle of something. So his father gently urges him to come home once in a while, reminding him that his grandmother misses him. Our boy knows that as the fairy's power has grown stronger, his grandmother's conscious time has increased to about 10 minutes a day, but he hadn't been worried since his mother was there to care for her. Still, he promises to go see her soon. Satisfied with his son's promise, he then sets his glass down firmly and asks him about those vampires and what does he plan to do. Jae-hyun explains that his first priority is to determine the scale of the vampire forces before he can formulate a plan to take them out. His father then presses his son for his reasoning, asking if there's a specific reason he feels compelled to subjugate them, and points out the immense danger of launching a direct assault on the vampire-controlled city of Ulsan. He expresses his worry, warning that such a risky offensive could endanger Jae-hyun's own people. Instead, he suggests a safer, defensive strategy: wait for the vampires to attack and use the advantage of the safe zone's barrier. In the worst-case scenario, they can simply retreat into the safety of their territory. Finally, he asks why he is so insistent on pushing himself to take the fight to the vampires. Our boy silently acknowledges the truth in his father's words. A defensive stance does make the most sense. After all, he knows the vampires would be unable to breach the transparent barrier protecting his home. However, the memory of his murdered citizens flashes in his mind as he vows to never experience such a tragedy again. Jae-hyun admits that he's still anxious, recalling the time he unknowingly allowed a vampire to become a citizen. Because of that, he is determined to proactively eliminate any threat before it can blossom into another devastating tragedy. So he decided to cut every last one of them down. After Jae-hyun finishes explaining the full story of the previous vampire attack, a grim expression settles on his face as he fully understands the tragedy that occurred. And since vampires prey on humans, he cannot simply leave them be. So he reveals his definitive plan to exterminate the vampires in Ulsan and rescue any surviving humans. Also, he pledges to help in any way he can, even if he isn't on the front lines. Embarrassed by his misjudgment, his father blushes and stammers out an apology. He sheepishly admits he had wrongly assumed his son was only motivated by the potential for massive experience points. Completely bewildered by this assumption, Jae-hyun stares blankly as his father awkwardly tries to backtrack. Exasperated, Jae-hyun can only sigh as his father tries to change the subject by offering more food. Giving in, his father concedes that if this is his son's true intention, he won't argue any further. Instead, he offers some final fatherly advice, reminding him to always be cautious and to call for help when needed. The scene shifts to the ruined, desolate landscape of a city under siege. High above, the female vampire soars through the sky on blood-red wings. Her flight path takes her over Samsan-dong in central Ulsan, the heart of her territory. As she prepares to land, our Jeon boy finally pinpoints their base. Deciding he needs a closer look, he begins to descend, but something else grabs his attention. Down below, a lowest-tier vampire spots a fleeing survivor and roars for the others to catch the human. The terrified young woman with blue hair sprints through the debris-filled streets. She grimaces in exhaustion and fear as the vampire horde closes the distance. But a trio of frenzied vampires roars for her to stop right there. Trapped in a dead-end alley, she realizes with dawning horror that there's nowhere left to run. As a vampire gloats over her, she reflects that trusting her abilities and coming here was the biggest mistake of her life. Overwhelmed by regret, she wishes she had never come to such a place. But just as she gives up all hope, Kim Jeon makes his move and dives from the sky, descending upon the scene like a hawk. He activates his leg transformation ability, his feet morphing into powerful bird-like talons, and snatches her from the ground, saving her in the nick of time. As they ascend, he calmly tells the terrified woman not to worry, and explains that he was just trying to save her, and she gasps in disbelief, realizing her savior is human. He then tells her he's taking her to a safe rooftop so they can talk. Still panicked, the woman starts shouting insults at the vampires below, much to Jeon's chagrin. He quickly shushes her, warning that her yelling is going to attract even more of them. And once they land safely on a rooftop, she breathes a sigh of relief and thanks him for saving her life. Brushing off her gratitude, he immediately states that he has something to ask her, asking how much she knows about vampires, to which she sarcastically replies that they die if you crush their hearts. When he presses for more, the woman concedes that she might know a little more. And when Jeon insists she tell him everything she knows about the vampire's presence and how far they've spread throughout the city, a cunning smirk appears on her face as she claims to be an expert, thinking this is the perfect chance to bargain for an escape, and to use the information as leverage. She shamelessly tries to haggle, but he dryly points out that he did just save her life. Changing tactics, she slyly asks for just one small favor in return for the intel, and to her surprise, he agrees. However, to her absolute shock, he makes a counterproposal, and multiple food items materialize before her eyes. With calm, unassailable confidence, he looks down at the stunned woman and asks if his offer will be enough. In the next scene, she takes a refreshing gulp of soda. Her stats: a level 21 metahuman named Park Seirom with the ability Shadow Move. As she revels in the simple pleasure, Jeon announces that it's time for her to start answering his questions. To his utter shock, she eagerly addresses him as Master, completely misinterpreting their dynamic. She then offers more information in exchange for another chocolate bar, which our boy doesn't find difficult. So, she begins her intel dump, explaining that not the entire city of Ulsan is overrun with vampires, and estimates that about half of the city has fallen to them. She points out that the Taewa River serves as a clear boundary, with everything south of it being dangerous vampire territory. However, she warns that in the northern territory, humans are in even greater danger. Our boy then instructs Jeon to ask her why she was in the vampire territory to begin with. Her answer is simple. She risked her life for food. Her answer is shockingly simple. She risked her life for food, because she has a group of survivors back home that she needs to feed. After which she invites him to come with her, because it's obvious that he has a lot more questions. so they can go to a safe place and have a proper conversation. Our boy decides that he's heard all the crucial information he needs for now, dismissing the minor details about her group structure. He astutely deduces that the survivor factions in Ulsan are not unified. Still, curious about the dangerous humans and her group, he instructs Jian to take her to her camp. So she points across the river toward their destination. As Jian prepares to take flight immediately, she panics, realizing she hasn't even finished her precious chocolate bar. However, he unceremoniously grabs her and leaps into the sky. After a short flight, they land at her survivor group's hideout. She announces that this building is where her group has settled. She confidently kicks the entrance door, announcing her return to her people. As they open the door, a large, imposing man named Young Vung steps forward, expressing his surprise that she is still alive. When he asks about Jian, she claims dibs on him, telling the others to back off. So Wung's curiosity is piqued by her possessiveness, but she brushes him off, insisting they talk inside. On the other side, Jaehyun analyzes both her and the new man. The scan identifies the man as Jung Wung, a level 21 metahuman with the awakened ability Stone Fist, which means that they are also natural metahumans. Those with abilities before becoming vassals are incredibly rare, with odds of 1 in 8,000. Suspicious that a small group of only 1,000 survivors contains 2 such rare individuals. He concludes that this settlement isn't just a group of survivors, it's a potential goldmine for powerful allies. Inside the dark warehouse, a bright flashlight suddenly illuminates the area. Blinded by the light, Jian and Sauram are confronted by more of her group. A young man holding the flashlight questions why she returned so quickly, which prompts her to introduce Jian to them. A survivor in a tank top scoffs, callously assuming she failed her food-gathering mission yet again. Sauram retorts that she had to ditch her gear to survive. But he reminds her they couldn't afford to fail this time, revealing they don't have enough food to last even another week. He emphasizes the urgency of their situation, stating that while the adults can endure, they must feed the children, and that they all entrusted the mission to her because she was the only one with an awakened ability. Despite her powers, she failed to secure any food. Furthermore, bringing a stranger back when their resources are already depleted. Observing the bleak situation, Jaehyun confirms his suspicions that the group is in a dire state. From their desperate expressions, the survivors have reached their absolute limit. So he decides to intervene by giving the desperate survivors what they desire most. Interrupting the argument, Gion informs the group that Sauram did not, in fact, fail to secure food. As he explains that she made a deal for information, Jaehyun activates his open storage skill, flooding the area with food. The survivors stare in utter disbelief, completely stunned by the sudden manifestation of power. Surrounded by a bounty of provisions, he calmly asks if they are now ready to have a civil conversation. To which the once hostile tank-top survivor trembles. His aggression instantly melts into desperation as he scrambles towards Jian, calling him master, and eagerly offers to lead his new benefactor to the best seat in the house. Meanwhile, back in Ulsan, Nuri concludes her report on the events that transpired in Busan. The leader then asks if that is truly all the information she managed to gather, to which, feeling the weight of her leader's disappointment, ashamed Nuri can only admit that it is. While musing over the fragmented intel, a tree the size of an apartment, and a mysterious system of citizenship, he is informed that the cause of death for their fallen comrades is still a mystery. With his decision made, the leader then commands her to lead the way to this mysterious tree, and declares his intention to go and see this new power in Busan for himself. Terrified but obedient, Nuri quickly agrees to lead the way for her powerful master. Back to our Jian boy. Saeron begins her briefing, revealing that her group is not the only organized faction of survivors in the city, and the survivors are divided into 3 main groups: the sports complex, Yeonggangdong, and the industrial zone. Noting they are in a mart, Jian questions why their group is named after a sports complex, so she clarifies that they are merely Supply Unit Team 3, just a subdivision of the larger sports complex group. Meanwhile, monitoring the conversation, Jaehyun is surprised to learn that their settlement is just a small part of a much larger organization, and the people they rescued are only a fraction of the total survivors. Deducing from their unit number, he calculates that the supply teams alone could consist of 3,000 people, which makes him Jian to probe for more details on their organizational structure and total population. She further reveals that the sports complex group has 3 supply teams and 3 combat teams, and goes on to estimate their total population to be around 10,000 members, and while her group is the largest, she believes the other 2 major factions are not significantly smaller. Also, there are also numerous smaller, independent groups scattered throughout the city's apartment complexes. Our boy is shocked by the final estimate, realizing there could be around 30,000 survivors in this area alone. He can't help but question how so many people could have possibly survived in just one city. After all, he compares, his own territory protects 50,000 citizens across 2 major districts. It seems deeply unnatural that tens of thousands could have survived here without any of the special protection his system provides. And the presence of powerful vampires on top of this massive survivor population only strengthens his suspicions. Especially the high ratio of metahumans is deeply unnatural. Back in the shelter, Se-Ram explains that the Junggang Dong group, located by the river, serves as a crucial defensive line against the vampires. In contrast, she warns, the Industrial Zone group is a lawless faction of criminals, a place where humans are more dangerous than monsters. It feels like something's out of place. And why has there been absolutely no mention of any other types of monsters? He finds it unbelievable that in this world, humans could be considered a greater threat than goblins or orcs, which makes him instructs Jian to specifically ask about the presence of goblins or orcs. Se-Ram is utterly bewildered by the question, repeating the monster names in disbelief, thinking he must be joking. And when Jian questions the others, they all confirm they have never seen monsters like goblins or orcs. He is perplexed by their earnest denial, wondering what could possibly be going on in this city. Se-Ram clarifies that while they occasionally see giant boars, they've never encountered common monsters like goblins or orcs. Changing the subject, she invites Kim Jian to meet the leader of their supply team and offers to lead him there personally. Suddenly, back in his apartment, our boy is jolted by a system alert warning of an unauthorized subject attempting to enter his territory. Yet before he can react, another alert informs him a potential citizen has approached, leaving him to wonder who it could possibly be. Then he sees her, and recognizes her instantly as the woman he saw before. Shocked that he did notice her approaching, his eyes then widen in dawning horror as he realizes she isn't alone. Alongside her, the vampire leader also approaches the barrier, who is revealed to be Vlad Tepes, a level 62 true ancestor. He surveys territory with a look of intrigue, finding the situation interesting. Jae-hyun stammers, barely able to process the name and title he has just seen. The words escape his lips in a terrified whisper as the gravity of the situation sinks in. True ancestor, which means that he is facing the leader of all vampires and questions why he would reveal himself now. Vlad reaches out, his hand crackling with red energy as he feels the edge of Jae-hyun's transparent barrier. And with a sinister calm, he decides it's time to test its strength. Panicked, Jae-hyun scrambles to wake his sleeping father, knowing he's the only one who might be able to face this threat. But just as he reaches out to him, he is bombarded with system alerts as the true ancestor attacks the protective shield. As the pain intensifies, he grits his teeth in disbelief, thinking this level of power should be impossible, which can even breach the barrier. But even though there is some damage, the barrier begins to heal itself. For the first time, Vlad seems genuinely surprised, remarking the event as unbelievable. He informs Nuri that they are heading back for now. Before leaving, he gives the territory one last glance, and the 2 vampires turn and fly away, leaving a terrified Jae-hyun to watch them go. As the barrier slowly recovers, the immense pain finally subsides, leaving him gasping for breath. This terrifying encounter solidifies a horrifying realization for him about why so many survivors can still exist in Ulsan. It's because he isn't unable to conquer Ulsan. He could have wiped it out single-handedly if he wished. He has been intentionally keeping the survivors alive on purpose. Our boy contemplates giving up on his Ulsan mission, realizing that provoking such a monstrous being is an unimaginable risk. Because for the first time, the barrier was breached, which means he can force his way into the very heart of his territory. Also, his system's automatic defense, which eliminates hostile threats, might not even work against an enemy of this magnitude. The terrifying possibility looms that if he invades, no one, not even he himself, will be safe. And knowing that Ulsan is too close to Busan, he is certain that the vampire's retreat is only temporary. Because, from the look in his eyes, it was not one of someone giving up, but of a predator sizing up its prey. Which makes it clear that he cannot simply ignore this existential threat. So he must take the initiative and strike first, no matter how small the chance of success. And in order to do that, he must do everything in his power, right now. Meanwhile, back in Ulsan, Seiram leads Jian through the corridors of their group's shelter. Curious about who he is about to meet, Jian asks about the character of her team's leader. So she casually reassures him that the leader isn't a difficult person, so he has nothing to worry about. She then pushes open a door and formally announces their arrival. The leader chides her for entering without knocking, but she excitedly cuts him off. Announcing Jian's arrival, she tells her leader that someone incredible has come to see him, who welcomes the new guest, and with a chilling smile, the vampire introduces himself as Shin Jungmin.